Цэж байгаа Stalwart e-sport-ын тамирчин Action байна.
Сайн байна уу? Монгол улсыг төлөөлж байгаа Stalwart e-sport-ийн багийн тоглогч Билүүт байна. тоглолтын нэр Scry.
नमस्कार, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अन्जन राई हो र म डिआरएस गेमिङको प्लेयर हो।
नमस्ते सबैजना, मेरो नाम चाहिँ उगेन छोपेल लामा।
Hello everyone, I'm Sifu from Team Derais guys.
नमस्ते, म चाहिँ डी रेटेड सर, टिमको नाम चाहिँ डेराइज गाइस अनि हामी चाहिँ नेपालबाट।
मेरो विचारमा चाहिँ हाम्रो रिजनबाट स्टालवर्ड स्पोर्ट्सले नै जित्नेछ।
Ер нь бол энэ жил BTR-аагаа авраг авах. Ягаад гэвэл тэд өнгөрсөн үед авраг авч ирсэн болохоор бид шинэ багч гэсэн энэ жил хүчтэй өрсөлдөж юу чаддгийг харууллаа.
Yeah, Star Wars is a strong team, but so are East League teams. There won't be any easy or hard groups. Everyone is stronger here, and the competition has never been tougher.
यो टुर्नामेन्टमा चाहिँ जे पनि हुन सक्छ र प्रथम इस्ट लिगको प्रथम हुने टिम यो टुर्नामेन्टमा अन्तिममा जान पनि सक्छ र के та कसैलाई के та हामी डेराइज प्रथम हुन्छौँ कि
Тоглогч нарт бол итгэлтэй маш их чухал. Манай бүсийн бүх тамирчид, багууд бүгдээрээ сайн, бүх мэрэгчдийн тамирчид номер 1 ахыг хүсдэг.
Мароккогийн багууд тоглохоор байсан. Тэгээд тэртээ тоглох болохоор цагийн зөрүү нь өглөө байдаг болохоор тэднэрт хэцүү байгаа хаа.
त्यसैले मलाई चाहिँ अरूको लागि एकदमै दुःख लागिरहेछ। केही छैन, सक्दोसम्म चाँडो सकाइदिउँ अनि अरूलाई चाहिँ होलिडेमा पठाइदिउँ है।
धेरै राम्रो भइसक्यो गेम, अब त यसो बिदातिर पनि जानु पर्ला।
Та нарын итгэлтэй байдал бид нар жоохон инээдтэй санагдаад байна.
हँसाउने कुरा नगर न साथी।
East бүсэд юусоо сул баг гэж байхгүй. Та нар хүснэгтийг тэргүүлээгүй хэр удаж байгаа вэ? Бид нар та нарын хэлсэн үгийг харамсуулахын тулд бид нар та нараар кино хийх болно.
हाम्रो लागि चिन्ताको विषय भनेको नि चाइनिज टिम मात्र हो।
Бид нэр зөв өмнөд Азийн багуудтай тоглохыг маш их хүсэж байна.
सो यस PMGC-मा चाहिँ हामीलाई चाइनिज टिमदेखि चाहिँ उनीहरूसँग भिन्न एकदम इच्छुक छौँ हामी। सो यस PMGC-मा चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई हामी हराउने एकदम कोसिस गर्नेछौँ।
Тал нутгийн аваргуудын хүчийг удахгүй мэдрүүлнэ та нарт.
र म चाहिँ हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि सबै टिमलाई हामी चाहिँ कोहीसँग डराउँदैनौँ र हामी आउँदैछौँ सबैजनालाई एलिमिनेट गर्न।
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
السلام عليكم، معكم مهدي شاركو من فريق كريبتكس المغربي، أحد ممثلي الشرق الأوسط في بطولة PMGC.
Hello everyone, I'm Raouf from Nigma Galaxy, originally from Algeria.
بإذن الله جايين هالموسم عشان نحقق المركز الأول في الشرق.
I really admire the Chinese team, Nova Esports.
أتوقع أن تيمات جنوب شرق آسيا والتيمات الصينية تيمات قوية، وإحنا مو تيم ضعيف وكريبتكس قد التحدي بالبطولة.
I think the first team in East League might be a Chinese team, but the finals are guaranteed to no one.
مثل ما قال نجم كريكسي الليج مو نفس الأول بالفاينل، الفاينل أهم ومع قوة الفرق الشرقية هدفنا السيدة.
These goals are too conservative. Our main goal is to win the finals and be top one.
الكلام الكثير ما له فايدة. إذا بدكم تثبتوا حالكم اثبتوه على خريطة إيرانجل.
I think our mentality is fine. It might be easy to get ahead of ourselves, and we lost some games in Season 2 as a result, but we will not make those mistakes again. And I think we're mentally stronger than any other team.
العقلية قوية مهمة، لكن قدرة اللاعب الفردية هي تحدد بين الفوز والخسارة.
بما أننا نحكي عن العقليات، عقلية تيمنا كثير قوية وما راح نسرع على الفاينل وما خايفين من الخسارة، وأنا واثق كثير من تيمي أنه راح نسوي شيء بالفاينل.
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
Nice.
You need to trust your teammates, but when it comes to teamwork, we can show you how it's done.
داخل الجيم أكيد راح نتصادم مع الفرق الثانية، وأتوقع راح يكون في كر وفر بينه وبين الفرق الآسيوية، ولكن أنا متحمس لتدميرهم مرة ثانية.
تاكتيك شبه الفرق اليابانية والكورية قوي، لكن الشيء اللي يفرق داخل الجيم هو المهارات القتالية، وكريبتكس ما راح يرحم أي فريق.
كريبتكس وين؟
我们会争取给他们最差的游戏体验。
希望你们可以多加的练习努力拿到第4名。
大家好，我是来自中国佟家堡战队的打手。
大家好，我是来自中国佟家堡战队的墨竹。
大家好，我是来自中国 NV 腾讯市民战队的 Jimmy。
大家好，我是来自中国赛区 NV 腾讯视频战队的 Powerboy。
大家好，我是来自中国赛区 ST 战队的苏南。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国赛区的 ST 战队的山治。
我对我们自己战队还是很有信心的。
对自己战队的实力的一个评价，我觉得我们战队还是很猛的，毕竟我们拿到了 S4总决赛的冠军嘛。
感觉在国内可以低调一点，当然在国外毕竟必须给狂一点。
参加这次 PMGC，我们 NV 的目标其实还是希望可以和去年一样的水平和成绩。
我们战队一直以来的目标都是冲刺冠军，
因为觉得在国内既然都拿了一次，我觉得努力一点，在国外也拿一个回来。
打职业的目标就是冠军，所以没有战队会对我们造成威胁。
感觉这次最大的竞争对手是 NV 吧，同交宝就算了吧。
能挑过吗？啊，那我就说没有是不是有点过分啊？
我只喜欢我们自己的战队。
对于海外战队说，其实中国战队是一个比较大的一个竞争对手。对于我们自己而言也是这样的。
既然你们认可我们的实力，我们也不会让你们失望。
他们的眼光是挺好的，然后就是我们会争取给他们最差的游戏体验。
Nice。听说有2支 ST 战队。
我希望另一支 ST 能够害怕到我们吧，毕竟其实我觉得我们这支 ST 一定比他们更猛。
国内的3个战队都是很强的，我们冠亚季都包了，你们准备一下谁去抢那个第4名吧。
希望你们可以多加的练习，努力拿到第4名。
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30 to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Rise and shine, gamers. It's time to kick off our second week of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League. We finally finished off our first Super Weekend and had our 16 teams try to accumulate as many points as possible to create that nice buffer, because 4 teams right now are gunning for a chance to participate in their very first Super Weekend, where they're looking to climb up the leaderboards. Jason Kaplan joined by Maxman and a new face. Well, an old face, but a new face. You might see him on the casting desk. Well, now you're going to see him on the analysis desk. It's going to be Imperium there on the very end. Glad to have you here, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's a new week, new opportunities. I can't wait to see what goes down.
Yeah, can't wait to see what's going to go down here, Maxman. We had quite a few teams at the bottom, some big names, FaZe Clan, Bigatron in there, BC, Swell. Like, it's tough times for these teams, but I'm hoping they come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and Damwon Gaming too, right? Every single team still has a chance to make it. Of course, you're taking a very big hit very early on, not making it in the first Super Weekend, but I mean, we saw it, right? We saw Nova miss out on the Super Weekend, still qualify and become world champions. So even the teams that haven't made it so far, they can still climb back up and do a great impression in the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys missed out on the first week, I have to ask you, where the hell were you? I mean, you knew this was happening. It's PMGC, baby. You want to tune in for this. But if you did miss it, I got your back. We're going to talk about the format of the entire tournament just to get you guys up to speed and ready to go for today. Now, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we'll have our league stage, our weekdays, where every team will be playing out 8 matches, and the top 16 from that will go into our Super Weekend. Now, this is where it's really important. Every point you get in the Super Weekend sticks with you throughout the 3 weeks. We'll have 2 weeks left here for some of the teams. And at the end of those 3 weeks, the top 16 teams will go into our league finals. We'll be playing 6 matches a day for 4 days of time until we do have our top 9 teams to represent the East League here in the Global Championship Finals, the Grand Finals, and 6 teams from the West, and of course 1 invited team from India. And I have gotten confirmation, that Imperium knows who's being invited from India, but he doesn't want to tell us. Why is that, Imperium? Wow, Imperium.
But wait, I know this information. Why is this being put on my shoulders?
Did you do that? It's his first day at Desk Max. I don't think you read the script today.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Max.
Well, I heard if Imperium gets 20,000 followers on Instagram today, he will announce the Indian team participating in PMGC Grand Finals. You heard it here. So if it happens, Imperium, you don't shy away. You got to tell the whole world. $6 million though in prizes for the entire event. Though I'm just kidding. No one knows who the invited team's going to be. Don't give anyone hate. But $6 million is a lot of money here for all these teams. I mean, it's 5 times more money than last year. I think I don't know the breakdown of the grand finals yet, Max, but I'm pretty sure if you win the event, you're taking home at least $1 million.
Oh, for sure. If you win the league stage plus also the grand finals, if you get back to back, like you're definitely going home with a minimum of $1 million. And as I like to say, that's a lot of 1+s. So you definitely want to try and potentially get those wins while you still can. But yeah, it's a huge prize pool, one of the biggest, if not potentially the biggest in mobile gaming esports I've seen ever. So yeah, it's great to see, and of course you want to try out a little bit into this. I think that this is a good reason to try hard. So yeah, keep on going, boys.
Yeah, have you not calculated how many exact 1+s it is, Max?
You know what? I could do that, but you're asking me, right? I think that
it involves math, and I don't think any of us want to get sad that we don't have any of those amazing devices. But speaking of amazing things, look at these groups here we do have coming back into the mix, as we do have finally Bigatron coming back in, BC, Swell, Damwon, FaZe Clan as well. As we were talking before, like these teams, they've had an extra 3 days off. You might look at that as like, oh, that's great. They get some extra time off. I'm pretty sure, though, they're thinking the complete opposite. They're kind of frustrated that they have that extra time off because they want to be participating in these super weekends. But they're going to be coming out with a vengeance here. And Imperium, kind of recapping the entire first week in total, league play and the super weekend. Which teams really stand out to you, good or bad?
It's a good question. Genesis Dogma stood out for me in a massive way because I think they came into the Super Weekend a little bit shaky, maybe not playing much as a team, but they ended on a massive high note with a high point scoring day, and they were playing much more heavily and coordinated as a team. From a disappointing standpoint, that has to be FaZe, because coming into the PMGC, they were the most exciting team to watch for me throughout the PMPLs. So for them not qualifying into the first Super Weekend was a big big surprise to me.
Well, we can see if you guys missed out on the Super Weekend, Max, our recap of the rankings and the Infinity. 155 points. The team who came in 15th place in league stage in the first week comes out on top.
I mean, you got to talk about newsy when you look at Infinity here. These guys were absolutely popping the hell off. Getting himself one chicken dinner out of those 15 games. It's 155 points. I don't remember exactly the bubble where it was about to what we saw in the past. I think it was around maybe 150, if I'm not mistaken. So
150 to 190.
Yeah, exactly.
So was theorizing.
They're already on the lower spectrum, right? If they just get another decent Super Weekend, they're pretty much already got their ticket to make it to the league finals. So they're looking super, super comfy. But now onto the second page. These other teams that need to re-qualify, Jason. Enigma Galaxy, after getting 1 point out of those 5 last games, like that was a rough finish for them. They cannot allow themselves to not qualify this Super Weekend. Otherwise, I mean, you're looking at your FaZe, you're looking at your BTRs. Like, these are teams that are willing to push forward and take that position away from Enigma Galaxy. So they have no option here. They just need to make it. There's no choice.
And no choice at all. And I mean, 47 points. Again, Enigma Galaxy was, I think, probably one of the most impressive teams, actually. Them and Stalwart Esports coming through the first week of League play in Pyram. I mean, this team had 0 chicken dinners. They were so consistent in placements. They finished 3rd overall in League play, and then Super Weekend comes around and they collapsed.
It was clearly a very extremely disappointing weekend for them, and they know that more than anybody. But I also know that they have the ability to rise back up the ranks. They have a mammoth task, though, because when you look at the cutoff point, it's around 80 points per Super Weekend, give or take. They have to go tenfold qualifying for the next Super Weekend to really make a big difference and turn it around for them.
Well, it's going to be a mammoth task for any team, because this week we are going to be having Erangel and Sanhok only in the league stage. The Infinity probably, Max, that were sitting there rubbing their hands together, smiling, licking their chops, ready to go.
They're definitely going to be ready to go onto this map. They're going to be super comfortable. I think that's why Kalaris is not here. He's like, oh no, Sanhok, and he just left. He's like, please, no, can you find a replacement for me? And we got Imperium. But yeah, Sanhok is going to be happening all over the place. I mean, it's fine. Hey, you're good backup, Imperium. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Sanhok is going to be a rough one. If you can try and find some consistencies, that'll be fine. But actually, interestingly so, a team that also needs to requalify after having a relatively poor Super Weekend, I would say, is Cryptics. And they currently, I believe Imperium, we were checking the stats earlier, have an average on this map of 2 points. And because you have half of your games here being Sanhok, Cryptics, they need to adapt to this map a lot more, because if they don't make it, just like Enigma Galaxy, they could be one of the first teams to fall in that bottom 4 teams that might not make it to the league finals.
Obviously, consistency and Sanhok are kind of on the opposite ends of the scale, but there is a way of playing this map. It's an oxymoron.
Sanhok.
Yes. But it is important that they do look to learn how to play around the map, and you don't need to get a fantastic result on the first Sanhok game. It's helpful, but it's about adapting. I know it's a keyword that Professor Tarzan has used a lot, but it is genuinely about adapting to what's going on around you. A lot of circle shifts we've seen in Sanhok have been pretty fair in the mainland, so we haven't seen teams have to deal with the river and the other islands. So it is about adapting, playing to your strengths, and taking the bull by the horn.
Yeah, and as you guys noticed there as well in our schedule for today, certain groups are playing, certain groups are not playing, depending on the match, because obviously we have 5 different groups, we have 20 teams in total playing. But the keynote is Groups A and B will be playing 5 matches today, which means they only have 3 matches to play tomorrow. However, on the other side of that, you have some groups playing only 3 matches today and 5 tomorrow, and a couple of teams playing, I think one group playing 4 matches over the course of today. So it's going to be rough. You know, if you're one of those teams getting most of your matches in today and you're just having an off day, it could really hurt you going into tomorrow. However, if you have a really good day, hey, then you're going to be sitting perfect to get into the next Super Weekend.
I think another way to put it is you don't want to pull a Deadeye's guys where they qualify purely because of tiebreaker rules, where it's placement points and chicken dinners compared to kills that are in priority. So that could have been the difference between Deadeye's guys qualifying or Bigatron potentially qualifying into that first weekend. So it gets a little bit rough there. Yes.
And even worse is if you do play, the teams playing 5 games today, out of the 3 games they play tomorrow, 2 of them are Sanhok. So it makes it even worse. It makes it even more volatile. So I'll be looking very closely at the teams in Group A and B and how much of a cushion they can create in the standings.
Yeah, and that cushion will desperately be needed as well. We're not sure where the buffer will be, where that bubble is going to be expected. I think it was 47 plus or minus 3, but as we saw last week, it came down to just that 1 point. And speaking of 1 point, OnePlus, our official sponsor of PMGC here with its flagship performance and immersive 120 Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially your best shot to win on Sanhok. You need every single bit of FPS you possibly can when things get down and dirty. But gentlemen, yeah, I mean, I don't really know where to go from here. I feel like it's so hard for us to really theorize how have teams changed, how have they adapted since week 1. I feel like we don't know. We can't predict it. It just comes down to who's going to show up today and who's going to perform.
Yeah, I think that there's been some clear improvements from the lobby as a whole in terms of how they drop, how they've been rotating so far. So especially in only a week of play, I think that teams can be very proud of how much of an improvement has been made. But of course, and we know this, Jason, that the teams that haven't been playing, they haven't been slacking off, right? They've been consistently looking at the games, looking at the lobbies that were playing out on this first Super Weekend. So they're going to come into this with a lot of information and hopefully ready to make in that top 16. So, I mean, and we talked about this many times. BTR, FaZe, are these 2 teams you don't expect to not make it in at least 2 Super Weekends? Personally, I think they're going to make it. That is rough because now the other teams also had a rough first Super Weekend. They need to requalify. So it's really tough for all these teams.
I think he brings up a good point, actually, Pyram, that I kind of want you to talk about here, is that with BTR, with FaZe Clan, you have extended rosters, right? We got to see High Boy, I think only on one day last week, and he actually performed better than the rest of his team, or actually maybe he played every match. I'm not sure exactly what Clara said, but he was like the best performing player on the team. At what point, if you're FaZe Clan and you're Bigatron, do you just start to dig deeper into your roster list and put different players in?
I think for BTR's standpoint, they need to play High every single game. The second he joined the team, I really believe that he should have been carved around his playstyle, around how he moves, how he grabs control of these games. That hasn't always been the case, but when it has come through, it's made BTR look like a big team. And for FaZe Clan, they have the wealth and knowledge and experience of Beer 11, right? So playing him into the mix and bringing his wealth and expertise in the Sanhok games could be a big game changer. So I'm glad that was brought up, and I would like to see High play every single game. Beer 11, I want to see him in the mix for FaZe.
Max, Beer 11, or Q-Athena, that's always a touchy topic.
What team? I don't remember. I just take that memory and just put it in the bin.
The team that shall not be named.
Exactly, it's like the Voldemort equivalent, but PMGC edition, yeah. We'll see. As you said, Imperium, I would fully agree. I would like to see maybe a little bit more of B11, but I remember, especially last PMGC, Team Secret, maybe not being one of the top performing teams on Sanhok, but at least getting some good results, and that might be some valuable experience that could be brought to the table for BTR through High. So yeah, I think High, if you can bring in for some of these Sanhok games, it could help them get the edge every once in a while. So I think that could be a fun addition today, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually curious.
Out of the...
Or go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Imperium.
Out of the teams that have struggled so far, even in this Super Weekend, such as Nigma and kind of Cryptics, I really want to see BTR come back and grab kind of 2 chicken dinners today. When we look back, I know it's going back over a year, Jason, but there was that day where BTR performed really badly, and then the next day they got 3 chicken dinners. They need to have that kind of shutdown day, right? I know that's going back a year plus ago, but it is still something that I really feel we need to see from them.
Yeah, and I kind of hate how much we focus on them sometimes, but again, like we kind of have to, considering like the dynasty they created for themselves. But to maybe move on for them and to maybe talk about some other teams, I'm curious when it came to the Super Weekend, if you think off the top of your head, which individual players really stood out? I think Nuzi, you already mentioned before, Max, coming from the Affinity, like he had a standout performance the entire Super Weekend, consistently being MVP multiple times. Is there anyone else that really kind of catches your eye?
I think this is a player that myself and Kalaris touched upon quite a bit while on the desk, and is especially, you know, you got Paraboy that was doing amazing for a big portion of the tournament. I think one of the top damage dealers. I think he was top 4 when the team was down in 13th position. Then, of course, you had that final pivotal game where they just leapfrogged up to 4th position, which was insane, by the way. But that just shows how small of a point lead actually was created towards the top. But yeah, I think that the Paraboy was the big standout, and I think it just got a little bit rough for them to really convert it. But it's Nova, and as we say, we are seeing them try and test out some things. But teams are learning, because they would typically go for these wide spreads in the middle of the map. But now teams are ready to fight those out a little bit more, which I find very interesting. So Nova will have to definitely adapt a little bit more before potentially entering into the league finals.
What about you, Imperium?
Little bit surprised he said Paraboy. I understand why, but for me, it's Pika from Stalwart. Yeah, okay, Stalwart had a poor day 3. We can put that down to possibly the Maxman curse. But definitely across the way. What? Sorry, did I say that? Pika for Stalwart was standout time and time again, game after game over the 2 days. And he didn't look out of place. The rest of the team were following that. But Pika for me was across the weekend. Big brain.
You know what?
Talk about them. I'm trying to.
No, you know what, Max? Okay, so Imperium, I think it was the last 2 days, actually. I think they only had one decent day with the first place and the second place, and then from there on, their best finish was 4th place with 8 eliminations. They had a horrendous day, but you know what? I got my boy Max's back. I don't think he cursed him at all. I don't think there was any curse at all. He talked about it when it came to league play. They performed. He started to focus on some other teams as well. And those teams performed. Maybe it's the Maxman blessing, you can say. Maybe he needs to get the blessing back to them in particular. But what about TJB? We have about, actually, no, we only have about 56 seconds left. So, you know what? We're not going to talk about TJB just yet. Maybe the casters can talk about it when we head into it. But really quickly, I want to get some predictions out of you two. Ooh, really fast of who's going to take game 1.
FaZe, let's go. I want to see it start with FaZe. Let's go. We'll see. Oh, wait, on Group E. Wait, on Group E. I take it back. No, BTR.
Oh, yes!
All right.
No,
well,
you can't. I think BTR.
No. Oh, okay, bye.
You know what? I'm going FaZe Clan as well. I got your back, Max, till the end. Imperium, really quickly.
BTR.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have it to our commentators for the first match of the day. It's Sean out of Blank once again.
Well, there's a little bit of chaos on the desk, it seems, so far, and I'm imagining that that's going to continue. Blank with a double thumbs up, not just one, but 2, in fact, coming on through. Blank, you must be feeling pretty chipper about this morning.
Well, I was just imitating Max, to be honest with you. He was looking cool, he was looking fresh, you know. He might have been taken off guards there during those final moments of the death zone, but that's fine, you know. You're with Imperium, that guy, you know, he blindsides you, whatever happens. You know, he's blinding with all that light in his room, just flowing into Max's little box himself. So I feel sorry for Max in a way, to be quite frank with you. Circle, not quite yet there yet, but we do have our plane path coming down from Sanhok, got all the shooting range as we begin our day off. And hopefully we begin it off strong, John, with some decent circles, some decent paths with the rotations, and some decent fights coming through too.
A lot of Sanhok today as well, and for the rest of these 2 days of the league play, we're going to be seeing a little bit of the jungle. We'll be getting very familiar with it. Drop spots, again, going to be potentially recontested. Hang on a minute. I'm not too sure about that drop there, top. What's going on? Infinity out early again. Just going to drop on that C block. Stalwart again over towards Novo. It is going to be a chance for teams to have a resurgence. Bigatron out towards farm, particularly notably it's Bigatron that I'm paying most attention to here. Have they been able to change things up?
I mean, they're going to farm, so no. Basically, is your answer. It is same old, same old. See how maybe things have evolved other than that, you know. This is just the starting line. We're starting with the very, very beginning here of the book. You know, sometimes you want to begin the book with the. That's okay. It really depends what comes after the that counts. So we'll see what Bigatron do going forward. Stalwart there, I know you were enjoying the vehicle in the air. That's a cool little addition to the game. You get like new animations for drops now too. So you've got that rocket glider coming through from Jinx, and you've got the McLaren, I believe it was, coming through the air as well. We do get that. Soz, I think that's a Primor circle, to be honest with you. 68 can be chuffed to bits about that one. Happy to rotate downwards towards Quarry side, towards Primor's play from there. Easy peasy. Nova taking a very, very hard split towards Gatka, I believe that is. On my screens, I want to say Quarry, I want to say Gatka, I want to say both, but it's really hard to say Quarry and Gatka in the same sentence, or at least, you know,
would you have gone with
them up.
Quacker?
Quacker? Yeah, see what I mean? This is what I was having difficulty with. Gwori or Quatka? I think I was trying to say Quatka, which is slightly more difficult to say on the fly than Gwori is. And I think you've gone for the correct one there, John.
I didn't choose. I was just laying the question at your feet, but you seem to have, I think, found the right answer. I think that you have
Gwori.
found the right answer there. Gwori.
Yeah.
Gwori.
Gwori is good.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. There we go. Back into the game. Rico for the team all the way up towards shooting range for the time being. You know, coming through last Super weekend, they didn't do too badly. 6th place, 124 points, still respectable. And I think they've had some of like the more dominant endings towards circles. I do think once they get to that end circle, they look strong, they look good, they look fancy. Equally enough, Dig Xavier. A team that I think, you know, has a lot more in them, though only dropping into 11th place. Still 106 points, not bad. Though I do think a lot of those 106 points came through from Frankie, one of the most incredible players on that team. And, you know, whenever we're talking about on desk with your boy Max, he's always saying, he always wanted to say Super Frankie in the back. And that's because he is super. This guy's amazing at what he does. Unfortunately, slightly let down by his teammates at times. I will say that, John. Not afraid to say that. Maybe I should be afraid, but I'm not afraid right now. I think that, you know, Frankie is really propping up this team massively.
Speaking of that, I mean, did you see the numbers there on orders? Stat block on the right, he was number 1 in, I can't remember what the top stat was, but I know he was number 2 in damage and had a number 4 to bring up.
Bring it back.
Stat as well. I mean, order doing very, very well for Nova right now, but that doesn't really reflect in terms of you know, what they were able to do really during that Super weekend. I felt like we were expecting more from Nova coming into this one, and we again just kind of haven't seen it too much during that Super weekend. They got 69 points during that, and got 10th place in the Super weekend.
Well, no, they didn't. They got 126 points. Game 4.
Am I making that up?
Yeah, crazy man.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They did really well.
I haven't refreshed the page.
Nah!
We'll do it. I've refreshed the stats page. Oh, it's a trap. No! There we go. There we go.
I've used trusty Liquipedia. None of this crazy stat stuff. Like, you know, I trust in Liquipedia. Liquipedia's good. I've got the best admins, the hottest dudes, chillest guys.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Nova still, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's the place to be. So yeah, I see Nova coming 4th. I will agree with you in a way, though, John. I don't think they started out as
126 is good.
Yeah, true. But I will agree with you in a way. I don't think they started off as hot as they could have. Bloody hell! All right, Lith. 16 headshots. Order in 2nd place. Very close, by the way, with 8 to his 16.
Just a factor of 2.
Yeah, I know, right? Jesus Christ, that man's out for eyeballs, foreheads. You know, he's looking for scalps. Bit rude, really, but okay. If you can get the kills coming through thick and fast, that's the way to do it. Let's get those headshots.
Bing bong, just whack those.
Bing bang.
Yeah, straight into the skull. It's gonna go well for you. I mean, it's surprising that there is such a disparity, though. When you like, where does that come from? Because normally you're seeing, you know, on average, everybody's in general aiming for the head, right? So why is it that he's got twice as many headshots as every other player in this lobby? That's nuts. That speaks to an incredible amount of mechanical skill coming through from Order.
This is where I just kind of want like a picture-in-picture interview where someone just goes and goes, "Why do you have so many headshots?" And he's like, "That's that answer on the spot whilst he's mid-game." That would make me happy. But I feel like I might have to ask that question to Lith at some point, or someone will have to ask that question to Lith, and I'll get a translation sent back to me by one of the beautiful members of the community. You are all beautiful. Maybe not equally, but still beautiful. Either way, I don't know personally where I'm going with this, but I know where 4 rivals are going. They're heading straight to the center of the circle.
And straight past Down 1 Gaming as well. Oh, trying to get through. Going to sneak in as well. Okay, no.
Did you see that?
What did I miss?
Kind of just like, yeah.
Oh dear. Jimmy, not so lucky there. Does get taken down by the 4 rivals. Yeah, it looked like they were on a safari and they just spotted the gazelles going across the plains.
Look at them.
And they're like, wow. They stopped, pulled out those telephoto lenses.
Yeah.
And those action shots.
That's true. To be fair, if I'm also down 1 and I'm like rotating in, I've not had the greatest of times in my last week play, I would just be like, yes, pass us, please. We will relegate ourselves to South Gatka. That's fine. You guys do what you need to do. Right now, we're not looking for anything huge. We're just looking for a little bit of points. All right, we're at the grocery store. You know, we don't want all the markdown products. We just want some of the products, please.
Big Galaxy fighting off against Reject and doing pretty well for now. Reject lose duello. On the south coast, that is, and Infinity are actually pretty close by. They have now crossed that western bridge. 6 to 8 have moved up a little bit more central, and they're ahead of this fight further to the north. On the north side of Quarry now, obviously we're on board with Daoshi, and then we've got a couple of other players surrounding that Quarry position. Reject tried to spot out the Infinity, but gonna have to regroup as 3.
Yeah, I mean, slightly difficult situation going ahead of you. I do think that these bridge crossings have become hella more difficult in the past couple of days. I think people have been kind of noticing, especially when you're the Infinity and you've done so damn well over that Super Weekend, you know, coming in a hot first place, 155 points. You're a whole, I believe that's 13 points ahead of the second place team. Like, you're looking good, looking strong, and people realize they need to fix that. And if you're a Sosnovka team, the best way to fix that is to stifle those bridge crossings, because they are just far too easy to cross sometimes. And the Infinity's getting a huge amount of loot from C block, move up into actual Erangel proper, and get a massive advantage ahead of themselves, because they've got so much utility, so much gear on board, and then because they're naturally a good team as well, you know, getting to a very, very late point in the game is not too difficult for them. Next circle shift very much towards the western side. So much water in this one, and very awkward terrain around Gwari. So yeah, I would start to Gwari now, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, there you go. Infinity, they're moving away from that bridge position now. See if they'll fix it for a future game. But in the center, it is really centering up around 6 to 8's position and around this 4 Rivals position. Taoshi actually left that north side as 4 Rivals crashed on into the north side and has repositioned. I feel like these buildings down here are going to be a very, very valuable asset if 6 to 8 want to move and try and occupy them. But it looks like they just want to expand into everything nearby.
Yeah, which is fair enough. Duello out in the open, quite easily taken down. A little replay for us there. 628 though, I'm curious to see what they play with this circle, just because this is like their home ground, right? And a lot of times when you've got a team that drops around this at a certain location, circle comes over to it, they should know that location like the back of their hand. Most of the teams will know it, but they'll be looking at the back of their hand in relative darkness, because you know you don't go down to this area very often. So for 628, should be a dominant ending with very, very good positioning. So I'd be very surprised to see them not do well here.
No, the first trial of Bigatron, and it's up against the Infinity, currently doing very, very well in this tournament. And Zuxi goes around the crater, tries to fly out of it, and unfortunately the wings don't sprout. Bigatron lose one of the twins. Now they're under pressure from the rest of the Infinity. Hi, boy. Yuhai. We're going to reposition out wide. Looks like they want to take this fight blank on the eastern side of the circle. Yuhai is repositioning. Ryzen and Luxy very far back on this fight right now. I'm not really looking to fully engage it. I'm interested as to why Yuhai is still so far forwards, given that the rest of that player base is also far back.
Just scouting opportunity. I think for Yuhai, he is such a good player as well. Like, you want to send him out forward first, but I do agree. I don't know why the other guys are just kind of rotating out of this when you have almost high ground advantage there. Yes, you lose one, but it's still a very doable fight versus 3v4. Now you're stuck in an awkward scenario where you need to just leave. And I think Yuhai is the only one really in a vehicle at this point in time. They can move up and over the top, and the Infinity, if they want to follow, sure, go for it. But you're kind of in a standoff now, because to your northeast, you have just basically a sheer wall of the quarry. If you continue upwards, that's fine for the other team, because you're forcing them into many other players who are also trying to make their way through on the eastern circle. So already, we do see Bigatron start to move, and they've been relegated up towards that eastern side of the circle now, and they have to fend off 4 teams rather than the Infinity, who stood their ground and now can slip by unnoticed on the south. So, you know, it's just a game of staring each other down there, really.
And they lose a player in the process for Bigatron. It's really not good news to start things off. I mean, coming into this, you'd imagine that they would be very, very wary. It feels like they don't want to leave these vehicles as well. It feels like they just really want to stay on the move all the time. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about it. Maybe it'll work. Maybe.
Maybe. There we go. Circle set us up on Quarry, so we will have a Quarry finish here. The lots of elevation, a lot more elevation than we're used to here on Erangel, so it should be interesting in terms of finishes. Do have Tongcheo Bao up towards the northern side, but then again we got Deadeye Guys, Cryptics, as well as Rico Infinity Team, all coming from that angle. All very good teams. I think Cryptics, fell off massively though. Still, I think El Chapo, Senkei, both extremely good players on that team. El Chapo certainly is one of the best long-range specialists in this lobby. I just think that they need a little bit extra going into that Super Weekend. Deadeye Guys, though, they certainly impressed, or at least Turulov did. He is really, really, really their standout player from the Super Weekend, basically saving them in terms of getting points and putting them up there on the map.
Doing very well. I mean, in the Super Weekend, they got 122 overall. It's a pretty solid result. Very, very close to that boundary of expected qualification. Although there's a lot of teams that got a lot of points in the Super Weekend. It was fairly smooth on the curve. A lot of fighting going on, though, as well, as Tongcheo Bao and Deadeye's guys clash. Manhan manages to stay alive and get the knock onto Frag Boy. An aid from Turulov, sir. Just to find Manhan. Will be able to get the knock there. Now it's up to to maybe get this res, but the flank coming in, the push from on top, and regrouping coming through from both teams, but the backline is wiped out entirely. Tongcheo Bao get the flank off, and on top has to send for the houses across the way. Half HP, and no way you're getting back to this one.
Yeah, he's just leaving it. I mean, it was 1 Sir versus 4 Sirs, and, that's 3 book bags full, Sir, for Tongcheo Bao. They'll take the 3 knocks, the 3 kills, and send on top on his way. Not bad at all. Really, really well done. And I think that, holding their ground from Tongcheo Bao is not something that I'm used to. So really, really, really well played, and happy to see it. Again, versus Deadeye Guys, the best of performances before, but again, we still have to praise them. Even if they did come out and have 122 points in that Super Weekend, there was only, how many is that? 4 points breaching between 9th and 4th place, which is crazy, to say the least.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Save the bullets, Senkei, just to roll them down with the front and rear axles. Seems to work out quite well. In the bottom right, we've got Bigatron now looking to take on the rotation from Stalwart. It looks like they're going to be able to pick themselves up at least 1 point here on the northeastern edge of this circle. The rest of Stalwart, though, might have other ideas. Scry Low will get flushed by Yuhai. And the oversight is there for Stalwart. They can move a little bit earlier. They're out in the open. Infinity also have beads on this fight. They're on the hillside further south of Stalwart. Bigatron are beyond Stalwart as they look at it. Stalwart in the pinch right now.
Just a small bit of pinch. Just a pinch of salt on the wound, at least, because they're stuck on that hillside at the moment between the Infinity and Bigatron. They would like to come down. For the time being, they're going to have to play this hillside. They're outside of the circle for the time being. They can kind of scoot across a little bit. Sara down from Reject, leaving just Regiosio as well as Divine outside of the circle. They'll most likely make their way back in again. 628, still just playing along that massive divot over towards the south side. Enigma Galaxies found themselves a beautiful compound within this circle, just to the west of Ferry Pier. So there's massive chances here for them in this game. Damwon Gaming also still in this one now. Damwon Gaming definitely a team that I would like to see do well in this first match, because it'd be a great indicator of whether we'll get to see them in that second Super Weekend. Obviously, we didn't see them in the first, so this is high time. This is high time for them.
Yuhai, the vanguard for Bigatron as they push up the hills towards Stalwart. Pretty crucial fight to prove themselves. Stalwart, they've shown their chops. They've shown their ability to stand up in these fights. Bigatron are to prove themselves yet. On the northwestern side, just on the mouth of Quarry as well, you've got Tongcheo Bao and Damwon Gaming looking to hold on the eastern end. Too many other teams going full at it right now, but Bigatron's nades are still flying. Yuhai did get knocked in the meantime. There's a return knock over onto Pika, a really solid knock as well. The forward outpost as Action looks to move around the hillside, move for that flank. Top wants to back this up, but Luxy able to get the flush, and now 2 versus 2, Ryzen and Luxy. Ryzen looking for the trades, finds Top, gets the spray as well. Now it's all on Action, and a brilliant nade to see it done. Finds both of them, and it will go the way of Stalwart. Bigatron, they looked all right moving up that hill, but they were just drawn short there.
Almost making it happen, John. Unfortunately, it's not to be, but that is better than what we've seen before, though, right? You know, like, as much as that fight doesn't go towards Bigatron, we can at least say that that is much more the Bigatron we know, and they'll get 3 valuable kill points for that, which should be able to keep them at least in the running just a little bit towards the later half of this week play. You know, when you get to that 8th game, sometimes those 3 points can be extremely vital if you're going down nice and early. Stalwart, they go down next. Classically, you know, they were in an awful situation anyway. 4 kills for them. But Reject still going. I think this is one of the teams that just loves to live. You know, they're constantly on life support towards the end of the game. But that's fine as long as they're still alive.
they just love to be alive. They love life. They've got a real passion for the thing.
Yeah, great outlook. It's got to be said. And
Not
I
all
like
of them
that.
all the time, but at least a percentage of them every time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's got to be done. I like that from Reject. They're really nice reposition on the vehicle to make it a bit more difficult for Cryptics to hit those wheels, and then shots come their way. This is beautiful stuff from Regiosio.
Regi's 1v2ing at range, and El Chapo's low, getting ticked away.
Are they just going to roll up on him?
Zone. I mean, why not? You've just got 2 knocks. You've only seen 1 person reposition to it. You know the position's going to be fairly unkind, and you have to cross the road at some point. Now's as good a time as any. In comes the crash. They roll over, roll up to find 1, and out of the side of the window, El Chapo falls, and Regi is able to roll on forwards. Divine backing him up beautifully. Excellent stuff from Reject across the road here.
This is not the Reject I know. What the hell?
What's going on?
Look, to be fair, I really do like it. I think Jason said it best. He said, like, in the last PMGC, Reject felt like cannon fodder. Now Reject feel like the cannon. Honestly, so good coming through from Reject. It is beautiful to watch because they just have this confidence that I've not really noted in them before. I mean, specifically getting 2 knocks onto a team and then rolling up on them. I don't think the old Reject would have done that. And here we are seeing Regiosio just once again been an absolute baller.
And getting knocked by the blue, which is unfortunate there.
He was
the
no
outside.
HP anyway.
There was no pressure. I mean, he just had three bodies to sit on top of. Maybe he had some meds. Tongja Bao taking heavy bombardment right now from Sunan. 628. And hand does get flushed. I think there's some third partying going on as well. As Reject do get eliminated there, as do Tongja Bao.
Reject, I believe, yeah, you're right. They do get eliminated. My map feed's slightly behind, so, you know, if I'm looking over there, I can't see what's going on over here. And that's Tongja Bao going down to only, like, I think only a couple of members from 628. So they kind of effectively just handled Tongja Bao. Just kind of dragged them around by the neck. So it was pretty easy for them to get rid of them. And now the center of the circle is very, very open. Most teams not wanting to go for it. Very similar circle. We've seen this before when Nova takes this compound. Enigma Galaxy still towards that south side. They really haven't done much at all. They have had 4 kills though, which is great. Great news for them.
Big news for BC Swell as well. Needing the points that they can, any points that they can get. They will really want to qualify for this super weekend. And with 7 teams alive, this is a good start. Sunan now up to bat against Down 1 Gaming. Moves over the hillside and gets sat back down. A little bit too big for the boots there. Bullets volley still forwards. A nade, though, pumped into the mix against Down 1 and looking for more as well. 628 think, you know what? We've got a ridgeline to our advantage. Let's just absolutely bombard this position. Sung as well, taking a lot of flack from those nades. Sunan not going down just yet as Enigma Galaxy turn their heads this way. Actually, 33Z goes down to a nade from Favian. In the meantime, there's the Molotov to stop the push.
God, I mean, with the amount of nades that came down, Fabian's going to get burnt up there. The amount of nades that are coming down that hillside from all different angles, it kind of looked like a waterfall of explosions. It was beautiful to see, but it just shows how good 628 are. They're so coordinated. in those pushes, in those lobs.
Over 2 players up to the Xavier. Paraboy goes down, so it's just King in a 1 versus 1 now here against the last player from the Xavier. The DP goes out wide, but it's not good. King jumps up, takes some bullets to the legs, and will survive for now, but they're on the outside track. As Damwon Gaming still suffering here. Sunan backed up yet again. Has to get the heal off this time around. Doesn't get knocked, rather crucially, as the blue zone starts to move. Junie, nade up top, and it's going to be Yu Yang to fall. 33Z now looking to take the flank, and Sunan as well, trading things off, and 2 players fall. Excellent juggling of the aggro there. Damwon Gaming fall. Yu Yang can get rezzed, and they'll have to make a really hasty beat for the circle.
Yeah, it's very, very smart coming through from 628, just switching out the players individually, you know, taking off that aggro, like you said, where you've got one player heads forward, has full HP, goes down to low, you switch out the second, and now you're faced to a fight where you're effectively fighting a player with 200 HP there. So really, really well done, 628. They do lose a player, and probably one player more than they expected to in this engagement between them and Damwon Gaming, purely because it took so long. I think that their nades were just flying a little bit too short. Now just down to 3. They do send 33Z towards the center of the circle. They're trying to move up. They didn't really have time to loot up on Damwon Gaming though, so utility's going to be low, but Yu Yang spots out Nova.
Oh, they hit the deck really quickly. They are in the circle, but they're on the wrong side of the road. I really like this finish, Blank. There's a lot of tree cover. There's a little bit of terrain cover as well. I'm a fan. I'm a fan to see how these teams are going to handle this. 5 teams remain.
Kind of unfortunate Enigma Galaxy steps up now. I would much rather they stepped up in Super Weekend, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know if it's a confidence thing coming through for them. The Infinity, on the other hand, they step up in Super Weekend and in the league play. So those steps, they're getting done. They're getting sorted. They're looking at their watch and they're heading towards 10,000 today.
To be fair, though, I feel like, in general, I would be much happier to always qualify for the Super Weekend than I would be to necessarily always pop off. But you're right, I mean, the point score that they were able to get, not the best. However, 2 players of theirs down as they take on BC Swell. Just this, gets a 1-for-1 trade, and BC Swell with 1 player alive against Amodi. Looks for the shots, but it's not going to happen. Enigma Galaxy take heavy punishment, but they stay alive for now. Infinity, they're doing work as well, as they're able to be one of the last 3 teams remain, 4 players alive.
It's absolutely over there for Nova. There's no way you're getting out. It's absolutely Nova. They're getting out from that position, to be quite frank with you. They're just stuck. I think perhaps they can take some shots backwards, but we'll see what can happen. 628 did go down.
The circle shift, though, over the north side of the road, means that the Nova still have a sliver. They don't have any vehicles, though, so they can't reposition. And with 2 players from the Infinity left on their side, this is the advantage there. But if GodTunny puts them a position there, or Paraboy gets knocked, unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate there, and King can't stand up to go for this res. The Infinity, I feel like the Infinity have just won this.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's so many little angles through the buggy as well. It's not the most covered of vehicles. That is a nade from GodTunny. Goodness me. He puts the fear of GodTunny in them, that's for sure. And now just about to roll up on Amodi.
Looks for it, but gets shut down there. GodTunny moves on forwards. It's actually an Uzi to find the final knock there, but it's a chicken dinner coming through from the Infinity as they stand tall.
I mean, it's fair play. We kind of expect this from the Infinity at this point in time. They're just so damn good, and I think they're one of the teams where, you know, I can kind of say that every single player on that team starting to step up in their own little way. I think there are some weak links over on that team, but not many. I do think we've got GodTunny though and Nuzi definitely leading the pack for them. But as a group, as a team, they play that. They play that play style, right, where they've got 4 towards the end. They're not likely to lose out players. They're holding their ground. They don't chase either, which is one thing that I really do like. Like, once they find a kill, once they find a good position, it's not going to be a case of let's give up the position to try and chase this team down. So honestly, the Infinity just looking so damn good. Also, Reject though, I've got to give a big prop to Reject, because that game was, I know, right? That came out real gobbledygook. That came out like Quacker. But looking at that team, it was extremely good to see that kind of confidence coming through when you get 2 knocks rolling up on them. That is a very different vibe than what I've seen from Reject for so long, basically, for so long.
I feel like they knew El Chapo was the only one there as well. I feel like it was the right decision at the right time. They know there's a one-player team over there really effectively. They need to cross the road, and yeah, you're right. They took that momentum and they played it very, very well. Rejects is something we haven't maybe seen from them too much before. Their passion for life will continue. They did get cut down a little bit later on. As well as Bigatron having an unfortunate fight there against Stalwart up the hillside. I mean, it looked good, but they were just getting knocked on these unfortunate positions around the hillside, and yeah, it wasn't as disciplined as we're used to seeing from them over the course of their history.
Tongjabao, on another note, you know, look at this. They're in the center of the circle. They can't quite find anywhere to stay. Sunan basically kills them all by himself with the help of Nova. Just, I need them to be a little bit more sturdy, let's say. I need them to add some concrete to the foundations just a little bit, because at the moment, like, they're getting themselves into really nice positions and then just unable to hold them for very long. It's almost like they're ice cream that's been pulled just out the freezer. Yes, solid for a little while, and then you get to the end of the game and then it just starts to melt. It's all gone. So it's not good. Not good at all. We know Max would be fuming at the idea of melting ice cream, to be quite frank with you. So he should be also fuming at Tongjabao, because that's what they look like.
Well, there we go. I mean, good news for Enigma Galaxy as well, getting to those final circles. Maybe they would have liked a few more of those results, as you say, during that Super Weekend. But they find a decent result here on the first Erangel. But it will go the way of the Infinity in the end, as they take the first chicken dinner.
What is going on? I don't know. Infinity go from 15th place in the very first week of league play to leading the pack at the end of the first Super Weekend. So now leading the pack here, getting a chicken dinner the first match of the second week of league play. I don't know what they did, but clearly it's working out for them here, Max.
Yeah. You even brought it up earlier, right, Jason? You got Sanhok. This is a map also that they do well on. They get themselves the first win of the day on Erangel. Like, they could be having the best league play session so far in this PMGC, potentially even ever, if they just keep getting these type of results throughout the entirety of today and even tomorrow. Man, I mean, Infinity, we'll have potentially, I hope, a map clip later on to explain how well they played this game, because that was just 10,000 IQ set up to get to that late game. It was just, and Godton and Logan just played that extremely well towards the end period. That was just fantastic.
It was so well calculated. The clip will speak for itself. And what's even more hilarious, so to speak, is that the weakest map for the Infinity is Erangel. So I made note of that during the Super Weekend. I said if they can clean things up in Erangel, they can look extremely, like, even more dangerous than they already do. And a little fact from the Super Weekend, they were the most consistently performing team in terms of points scoring in every single game. And out of the strong results that they had 5 20-plus point games, and with 26 in this one, it just keeps rolling for this team. They're so good.
I don't know how I feel about that stat that you just gave us about the most consistently performing team. I feel like because they're number one, they should have been the most consistently performing team. I'm not sure. but the fact is, you're right. Like, they are the best performing team right now and continuing to be the best performing team going forward into week 2, which is very, very important to mention. But we can see here, 26 points for them here off the first match. But Enigma Galaxy, will touch on them now. 18 points. This team had 47 after 15 matches in Super Weekend after being 3rd place overall in League Play Week 1. And now they have a good performance here. Is this the footballist, guys? Like,
I told you we're gonna have to change it to pulling a footballist to pulling an Enigma Galaxy very soon. If they have another bad Super Weekend, if they make it, of course, that's gonna be the point. But I mean, it was a good game from them. They had a solid position. They held onto it for a big portion of that game. And the moment they were forced to cross the road, they actually went out really aggressive. They got a lot of kills on, I believe it was BC Swell, maybe got a few knocks. I'm not sure if they were able to confirm them, but on also 628, it was fighting onto the western side. Like, this was not a game-winning play from them, but it was still a solid performance for the first game of the day, knowing especially how hard of a performance they had throughout the entirety of that first Super Weekend. They can still hold themselves really well, but they need to, one, qualify to Super Weekend, then they do well in the Super Weekend, and that's just not something we've seen so far from them.
When you talk about the competitiveness of this level of competition, it is very heavily about the mental game, and when Enigma Galaxy are off the back of one of the most disappointing days and I suppose weekends for a competitive team, to get yourself back together from a mental standpoint as a team and pull out this kind of performance, I think speaks really highly of their will to keep fighting, to turn things around, and the team deserves so much more credit than those 18 points look. They really do. I'm so delighted to see that. But also Nova, Max, they pulled into that kind of compound down the bottom of Quarry Hill for quite a while, and it wasn't the best, but they did such a good job as a duo of holding on to it.
Yeah, it was a really good play actually from them. Really enjoyed it. But I think that the thing that's really interesting here, Jason, also is the fact that we see on the top 8 teams, we're seeing BC Swell, we're seeing Damwon starting off really well. Actually, they got BC Swell got 21 points last time, and Damwon got 36. So they are actually on track to potentially making their first Super Weekend. So big shot from the guys. Oh wow, Paraboy. His team contribution so high, he's just going out of the shape. It's just too good, man. It's Paraboy. Told you, this guy's OP. He's cracked.
Yeah, pretty impressive. We have to say. We have no Kalaris here, so we're missing the sound.
Imperium, do you have a sound? I can't do it because Kalaris is gonna get mad at me when he comes back. Just nice. Noise. I don't know. We're going with
there you go. It's all like
okay, thank you.
I didn't even hear it. I didn't even hear it make a sound. I feel like. Go ahead, Imperium.
Do it again.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I can respect that. 7 eliminations, and obviously we're talking about Nova quite a bit there. Even 6-8, like they definitely showed up here in this very first match. But not even a comparison between Paraboy and Newsy, as Newsy is probably one of the most standout players we had over the course of the Super Weekend, still doing decently for his team as they obviously took the victory here. And I don't know. Actually, in my head, I would consider better. Yes, like Paraboy did a lot of damage. He had a massively high team contribution percent. But that also means the rest of his team didn't perform as well. Whereas you look at Newsy, 676 damage, 4 eliminations, and he's only 32%, meaning the other players of his team was able to stand out pretty well. But one thing I can agree on, and I will accept, is that both these two players did a fantastic job in this match.
Yeah, I think if there's a nice way to compare these two players in particular is that when you look at Infinity, for example, when Newsy's not there to perform, you're going to see some really good plays from, for example, Guttunny that was able to clutch it out in some really hard positions sometimes, and even Logan this game, and even a few Sanhok games in the Super Weekend doing well. Compared to Paraboy, when you look back on that first Super Weekend, he was a lot of the time the player doing a big portion of the work for his team if it's in terms of damage output.
He was like a silent, like a silent killer, right?
Exactly, and that's the thing is that Paraboy is, I'm not going to say carrying because that's a big word, and also Nova are just great as a team, and we saw Order do fantastic from time to time, but I mean, if we can see a little bit more backing behind Paraboy as a player, they could be gunning for first place, but of course, as you know, Nova like to try things out during this league stage, so we'll see how it's going to go and pan out during the finals.
Sunan from 6-8, I think stood out as well. Obviously, you can see him in the most damage, but even as a team, I really loved how they were rotating and reacting to these circle shifts. There was some difficult in the first 2 circles when they shifted massively towards the west, but then when it went back down kind of south and to the east with Quarry Hill, they had a really good spread, and they were able to kind of push teams back coming in from the west and hold on to the hillside to the south of Quarry with some great spread. So Sunan kind of leading away in that part.
What about Guttunny? I mean, we got to see a great little nade out of him as well. We've seen him have, like, I'd say pretty solid performances as well, even though he doesn't get highlighted as much as Newsy does, Max.
Yeah, Newsy is always the one that you're normally going to be looking at, but Guttunny, he's got that clutch factor that he's always good to have on the team, right, from time to time. Regiosio, also great to see a Japanese player here in this top 3 for this game, and they took some really good fights. I believe it was versus Cryptics at some point. We've got a clip to break that down a little bit more, but Regiosio just allowed the entirety of Reject to get to that late game in the first place. So, I mean, Regi's always been one of my favorite players from the Japanese region, so it's always good to see him perform this well in game.
Whoa. What are your favorite players from the Japanese region? Does that mean you would vote for him as your favorite player of PMGC, which is actually fun enough going on for all of you at home. You can get your votes in for your favorite teams and your favorite players as well, and you can get some permanent items from this on top of things. So not only are you supporting your favorite teams or your favorite players, you get something back for yourself. So who doesn't love a little kickback as well? I need to get my votes in. Ends off on the 27th of December, as you can see there as well towards the bottom of your screen. So make sure you do that ASAP, maybe while we're in break, but don't do it while we're talking, because we like to have your guys' attention. But I don't know what that means. I hate listening to my own voice, so I think most people don't listen to their own voice. But you know what I do like listening to is Max's voice talking about a quick little recap. What do you got for us?
We've got a lot to break down on this one, Jason, actually. And the first one we're going to be going more in depth about. Fan favorite, go check it out. But yeah, we've got a lot of
You're
things
doing
to
the
talk
call
about
out now.
Exactly. I'm host now. Just took it on my own. Look at that, Jason. Improvements on my end. But yeah, Reject, we talked about this team and how they actually, thanks to Erangel, were able to get himself access to that late game. But this team, for the longest time, Imperium, were playing the more western coastal line. And when you're seeing these circles that continuously going hard shift after hard shift to the southern side, the typical place is just play the more southern edge, and not many teams are going to play towards that, very peer position. So they had a really good approach to this circle here.
They did, and they were one of the teams that were a little bit pushed back by 6 to 8, so that's why they played more in the coastal line. But it was this double knock from Ray Joso from a distance that allowed them to push in, and it's something that Blank touched upon in a big way. You saw that second knock come through, El Chapo's down to a sliver of health, and then in the end they were able to push on that, and this kind of opportunistic play from a team like Reject is just something that we need to see more of. It was so clean, so concise, and it allowed them to pick up a squad wipe and 3 extra kills.
So opportunistic too, right? They just instantly know, okay, we got a double knock. We also got a few little one-taps that connected on the M16. So that was a really awesome play, and I'd like to see a little bit more of Reject, trying to see them a little bit more confident. But though, on to the second play here, was more focused onto down one, and got a little bit tough. Yes, Jason.
1,000 damage, but only 2 eliminations. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a rough conversion rate. Of course, they're also in a position where a lot of teams had the advantage trying to take the fight towards them, and you can see, as Blank mentioned in that game, there was just a waterfall of explosions happening when taking that fight versus 6 to 8. So they were showing their backs to also Nova/Dig Xavier in that fight that was happening in the breach. And also, you had 6 to 8, they had the advantage in terms of high ground. Like Damwon, this could have been a great game if they stole that position away from 6 to 8, but Imperium unfortunately just got a little bit too rough with those nades that are just connecting so easily in the smokes.
Yes and no. When you get the first knock, Max, Damwon should be pushing up that hill, right? Because even if you aren't massively sure where they are, when you lay low and you're down at that dip, you're asking for trouble. Damwon realistically dug their own grave. Even if they had to push on it and still lost the fight, I probably would have respected them more. I get that Damwon are coming off the back of not qualifying for the first Super Weekend, but you've got to be able to take these risks.
Yeah, exactly. You want to try and take the risk a little bit more, but didn't quite work out for Damwon. But here we go. This is the one, Jason and Imperium, we wanted to talk about. I mean, I'm a big fan of how they play this one. I could talk about this for like 30 minutes straight and no break.
So,
no
okay,
break,
let's
go.
go.
Biggest
no 20-minute break
ever seen. Well, that'll be the world record. But no, so as we know, they like to drop for military base, go for the rotation. Very rarely going to be contested to try and cross that bridge. But they play that compound over to the east of Quarry, next to that high ground position. There are 3 players inside the compound, Imperium, while having Gottoni consistently feeding information from the team. And at one point, and this is the play I think we're going to see in just a few seconds, there was that huge breach in the compound just to their left that was happening between Dig Xavier and Nova. And they were so opportunistic, saw that fight happen instantly, got into the cars, moved up the hill, picked up, I believe, 2 even 3 kills in that fight.
Yeah.
This team was very early on, they were gunning for a big chicken dinner with a lot of kills. That was just amazing. I love that play from start to finish. That was a big fat win for me.
And I was making note of that Xavier and Nova fight, and I initially thought it was a poor push from Xavier, but you corrected me on that with that third party from the Infinity team. And even just towards the end, having a 2-2 split is so good. And God, Tunney pushed himself forward, and Logan in behind, the bait came through, and he got that knock at the power boy, and then another nade from God Tunney sealed the deal onto Nova. Just a very cleanly executed game, and it's something that Infinity have clearly proven themselves to be able to do in these games.
I don't know what Godtony's doing here playing PUBG Mobile. He should be playing for the NFL with an arm like that, just consistently hitting nade after nade. He's been doing a fantastic job, and again, the Infinity, I'm still at a loss of words seeing this level of consistency in the Super Weekend, now into league play out of a team, when you have the best teams in the world playing in this event. Like, to be consistent at that kind of level is an entirely different level of dominance compared to like being really good in a PMPL, really good in a PMCO.
And the reason why I touched upon the consistency aspect in the Super Weekend is some teams can rely on the volatility of one good performance across a day, right? Maybe 2 good performances, but every single day, the Infinity were getting 2 to 3 kind of strong results of over 10 points per game. And like I said, out of the 7 10+ points per game results they had, 5 of them were over 20 points per game. I know that's a bit of a scuffed statistic and it might sound confusing, but compared to other teams, it is a big plus because you can see they're reliable in their performance game after game after game, bar the odd mistake.
Just the fact that out of the 3 Sanhoks they played on the Super Weekend, their lowest placing was 3rd, I think is a good idea of how damn good they've been, how consistent they've been, like you're saying, and how strong of a team they are in general. By the way, we talked about what you guys can win for your fan favorite vote. Let's talk about what you can get out of the treasure box going on within PMGC as well. You can watch on YouTube or watch inside the Esports Center and get this currency to get a token to pick up a permanent item. There'll be 2 more over the course of the next weeks as well here in PMGC. The Infinity, I don't think they need to win anything at this rate. I mean, they have just been proving to be such a strong team time and time again. The question for me is, will they fall off as the event continues on? Because we've seen teams peak in events early, we've seen teams peak in events later on, like Nova did last year. If Infinity, if this is, I mean, obviously they're playing amazing, but if this is their best and they can't maintain that kind of level of play, there is a world where they drop off throughout this event and they go into the finals, the league finals, and they don't qualify for the grand finals.
I would still say that the Infinity has improved, especially when you look at the first league stage and what they've been doing on the first Super Weekend. I expect them to be top 5 now. They're first place, which is a lot closer to what I initially expected for Infinity. But yeah, I mean, teams are clearly going to be having that time to improve. If this is what they can do at their best, teams are going to try and catch up. It might not mean they're not going to be first anymore, but at least it's going to get a lot closer towards the top. So yeah, I mean, teams are gunning for that first place, so Infinity's got to be very wary of teams around them.
I mean, for Rivals, they didn't get a single chicken dinner, and they were in second place at the end of the Super Weekend. And speaking of ends, we're going to end off talking about this last match, as we're going to be heading to a short break here. When we do come back, we will be getting to the second match of the day, which of course will be on Sanhok.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Danny, ready for abstract.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to now hop into the second match of the day. For me, the question becomes, who can reign out supreme on a map like Sanhok? We've seen the Infinity be so strong at it, but again, with it being such a huge portion of the amount of your points you're going to be getting throughout this week of league play, teams have to step up. Teams have to be able to perform well on this map, or they're going to see themselves not qualifying into the second super weekend. Now, some teams that would hurt, I think, into a way where they almost have no chance of qualifying. I feel like if you're one of those bottom 4 teams, if you don't qualify here, you have to hope Enigma Galaxy doesn't qualify as well somehow, because you need to keep some teams in your grasp. Otherwise, they're going to get so far ahead that I think your window to qualify is going to be closing.
I mean, from what we've seen on that first game, seems like Enigma Galaxy are trying to every team is trying to requalify, but it seems like they have a chance to potentially make it into that second Super Weekend, so we've got to be careful, especially if you're towards the bottom. But there we go. We're going on to our first Sanhok game here, and my prediction was going to be potentially the Infinity, but they already won, so if they get back-to-back, that would be pretty insane for these guys, but you've got to keep in mind the teams that tend to do well on this map also are the Chinese teams. So if you want to see them qualify any Super Weekend, this would be the Super Weekend for that to happen. So Tongjabao, 628, Nova Esport, we could expect some pretty good results on this map here.
Yeah, and for Nigma, this does fare well into them because the strongest map in the first Super Weekend for them was Sanhok, where they had 7 points per game in Sanhok compared to just over 2 for the other 2 maps. So getting 18 points in game is not only strong, of course, in general, but leading into their strongest map in Gate 2, hopefully will give them extra momentum to get another bunch of points on board and really secure their spot in the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, I mean, yeah, Enigma Galaxy, BC Swell, like 2 teams, Damwon as well, who, 2 of the 3 teams here that didn't qualify into the first Super Weekend. I mean, if you keep this up for Damwon and BC Swell, you could potentially push some other teams out of the standings. And again, if you just look at our overall Super Weekend results, I mean, you do have Cryptics down at 73, TJB down at 74. That is a lot of points to have at the moment, but if you can somehow keep those teams out, then you have a really good chance of like closing that gap and potentially propelling yourself into the top 16. But after one match, it's really hard to really analyze how the teams are playing here so far in this second week of league play. I mean, yeah, Infinity have won again. They have looked fantastic. But I still wonder, I still feel like in the back of my head that they can't keep this up the whole time. But if they did, yeah, there you go. They're winning global championships. No way any team's going to beat them.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's just hard to remain consistent throughout an almost month-long tournament, right? It's really tough, but I mean, if they can make it happen, they can make a precedent for themselves and hopefully for the teams that are going to participate in future events of PMGC, so we'll see how that's going to work out. Another team that needs to make it in here, and I don't want to touch upon them. I still haven't got my glasses, but I can see it this time. Jason is Stalwart. He got himself in 9th position right now with 5 kills, but in the Super Weekend, then 13th was 99. I need to see them be a lot more confident. They did so well in the first league stage, but then in the Super Weekend, I just didn't see the Stalwart I wanted to see perform. Except for Pika getting his few clutches here and there, of course. That was great, but I expect a little bit more from Stalwart, seeing what they showed at the start of the first week.
The good thing for Stalwart, at least when we look back at them in PMPL South Asia, is they always look very strong in Sanhok. Now, that hasn't transferred to the PMGC so far, but I still believe they have what it takes to play Sanhok to its biggest strengths and get a strong result. We also need to consider that the 4 teams that didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, we haven't seen them in Sanhok at all, right? So what kind of variability are they going to bring into the mix on how they rotate? They've been able to watch the VODs. They've been able to study teams' rotations and path lines. Will counters come into play? Will shutdowns come into play early on from the likes of BTR? So I'm really excited to see how those 4 teams perform on Sanhok.
Yeah, I think maybe one thing we could be focusing on is we talked a lot about hardships in week 1. And I feel like we almost need to keep our eye out for that coming into week 2 and what teams can perform better from that one. Because that was a major talking point of like teams struggling dealing with the hardships, Max.
Yeah, it got really tough for a lot of the team, and especially where the quarry finishes, which I say many times, I don't like it. But teams had to try and adapt to it as much as possible. Some of the teams that were able to adapt was, for example, MS Chonburi. That was very interesting. Tongja Bao had opportunities, not able to quite frag out as you initially expected, but if you're looking for a good team that can adapt to hardships, in my eyes, it would be Reject to play the trifecta and to play really well, especially down south of boot camp. So Reject could be a big contender on this first Sanhok.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your breakdown of the last match and, of course, everything leading up into this next one. But it's time to head to our commentators another time. This time it's going to be, though, the double Bs. It's going to be Blank and Bleh.
Double Bs. I like that. I like that, Xander. I don't know what it's going to be standing for, though.
Yeah, I don't know either, dude. Honestly, well, you can be the Blue Bees. Everybody loved the Blue Bees, so everyone can love us too. Unfortunately, they're not here, but there is a fair few players from that team scattered around over the Global Championships. But we do have BT Swap coming off a kind of a decent game last game. Also, Nigma Galaxy. Now, the guys talked about Nigma Galaxy on the desk, Blair. I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but also it's great to cast you, by the way. I know I've just skipped over that point completely, but I don't know if you agree with me on this point, but Nigma Galaxy, they had 15 games to perform. I think it's, it's just statistically improbable that they're not going to have a game where they have a decent one, specifically off that first week play, right, as well. So they on their 16th game, they have a good one. So I don't know. Unless they can show me something good here again on Sanhok, I still don't have a lot of faith in this team, considering the bad performance they came off on that super weekend. Yes, they seem like a good team. I'm a big fan of Lord and Freak, but just not bringing the thunder like I'm used to.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like, I mean, what was the stat again? 1 point in the final day. That shouldn't be happening. That should never be happening. And considering how good they looked in the first week of the league stage, yeah, you could be forgiven for thinking that it would, they would be performing well in a super weekend. Taking a look at the zone, though, usually don't talk much about the Sanhok zones, but this is a bit of a deviation from the standard. It feels like when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, usually we're looking at towards that eastern side, get some circuits over there, play around Quarry. So Tongja Bao going to be a little bit more put out by this one, specifically because they like to head towards that eastern side of Quarry and play in those compounds around that area, Blair. But then again, we're going to get that western side of the map. So Down One Gaming a little bit more happy. Coming to that last game, they got a fairly decent result. Not the best result in the world, but still, this is another one where they can start to build up those points to get towards the actual Super Weekend. For the time being, we'll just keep an eye on them. BTR as well, another team all the way off to that eastern side. They've played this side of the map since absolutely forever, Blair. We've had teams like DRS cause them problems in this area as well, but luckily not in the game for this one, so they won't have to worry about them too much. Xavier once again around this position with a massive split. Equally so as Tongja Bao, which have a player in Barn, player down towards Lakawi, and then players up towards Camp Bravo as well. So they're very, very cut off between one another, stuck between BTR. So BTR, not only do they have to break out this cage that's been built by Xavier and Tongja Bao have to make sure that they can keep the padlock on BTR.
Yeah, BTR, one of the bigger disappointments thus far, right? Alongside FaZe as well. Yeah, but you want to see them play. You want to see them make the second Super Weekend at the very least and make things very interesting. I also just realized that this particular pairing we have, it's the exact same as the Invitational, the East Invitational a few months back, where it was you and I on the desk. It was Max and Imperium testing. But just everything's just flipped.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. We're just going topsy-turvy here. We're giving the boys a bit of a time to try out their desk flair, whilst we get to be back on the role that we're most comfortable with. Not to say that we can't kill it on the analyst desk. We're pretty slick with it. We're pretty slick with it, Blair.
Absolutely. We're just giving them the opportunity, of course, as BC Swell.
Gifted.
BC Swell, meantime, in the water. Justice and Juzzy swimming around, having a bit of a, I want to say stroll, but not really a stroll. I do wonder what their plan is here. They're going to be crossing over, I do believe, to the Western Bridge, but playing in the 2-2 split. BTR, as I pointed out, grouped up for the time being, but eventually, as you said, they would have to break open that cage to make their way into the circle. But fortunately for them, it looks like, well, at least the Xavier has already started migrating westwards. Well, for TJP, yeah, sure, they're still kind of spread thin, but I don't think they're really looking to kind of take this fight, at least the way they're spread so thin. As I say that, they will take the fight. What the hell do I know? Bamboo was just lying in wait and is going to find Highboy, who will be the very first casualty in the server.
Yeah, either this is 10,000 IQ coming through Tong Jabao and just kind of setting up that line that they can catch the Bigatron as they're coming out. Again, though, more players are starting to coalesce around this location. Manhan as well as Sir are coming down from that north side. So BTR could be certainly trapped up. And Padlock as well as Sledgehammer. Keep these guys in place. Sledgehammer more as the intimidation tactic in terms of Bamboo. We'll see if he can hold these guys out for the time being. Nade's coming down, but he desperately needs help from the rest of the team now. And they're still a little bit out of the way, so Bamboo needs at least one knock. Luxie goes wide. I don't think Bamboo's even seen him. Looks out there. Doesn't quite catch it, though, Blair.
I'm just gonna say that was, the fact that Bamboo got the first knock and the kill was just good fortune. I don't think they were really planning to, have that 10,000 IQ play as you alluded to right there, Blank. But yeah, BTR, they get some vengeance, they get the kill, they get the trade. So TJP and BTR down a man, but at least they do gain the one elimination point, so they're going to be decently happy with that. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen early squad wipes yet. All the Sanhok games, at least I've had the opportunity to cast. We've seen a couple of hot drops coming in. We've seen Paradise Resort especially being hotly contested, and it has been a pretty tepid start thus far in Sanhok, which is something you don't see that often.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but we do have BC Swells, also Damwon Gaming in this lobby. I would say that, like, looking at it with BTR as well and no phase, you are looking at 3 of the teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend, so that might have a factor into it. So 3 out of the 16 are all just looking for those safe plays, and on Sanhok you're kind of looking for just those consistent points, make it into that Super Weekend rather than having that breakout. If you're the Infinity, you're good, you're strong, you've got the backing behind you to make it into the Super Weekend, already coming off the back of a very, very strong first game. Like, they can just run with it right now. These 3 teams, on the other hand, they have to play a much more safe game. So I think that maybe that's kind of altering the way the lobby's currently playing. We do have this massive group up towards that southwest island, sorry. So you've got Stalwart around here, Nova, Damwon Gaming, Reject, all in this position with BC Swell on the northwest island, waiting for the rest of the players to move across. Well, that's the first knock coming through from that little engagement. Again, Nova, Stalwart in the wings.
Look at Reiji as well. Damwon Gaming took the knock from Sarah, but they are very unaware that there is a ninja in the midst. Nade is going to be lobbed in. Fortunately for Damwon Gaming, it won't find them, but Powerboy charging in, using the opportunity created by Reject to find a knock, looking for the second. He should find this one. Powerboy, yeah, there you have it. It's going to be Order, in fact, coming in from behind, and Damwon Gaming are getting crushed between the Chinese and the Japanese team. So the Battle of East Asia really not looking good for the South Koreans, and it looks like 2 members Sung, there's nothing he can do. And I think Reiji has an idea. Now, of course, he is aware and is conveying information that Nova have arrived, so he will have to lie a bit quiet. But Sung is stuck.
Yeah, just a little bit of an awkward scenario to play, especially with Reiji Osio off in the distance. Reiji's like coming back to his team. Many men, at least 8 man here. The team's like, maybe we should regroup a little bit possibly then, guys. But Reiji's just completely out in complete stealth operations at the moment. The rest of the team's probably not going to get over towards him. Maybe he can belly crawl down the rest of the mountain. Order moving up towards Sung's position now. I think they have a general idea of where he is. These are typical rocks to play in Blair.
Nova could be in. Sung. How is he? He hasn't made a single noise yet. Now's a chance for him to strike. Order.
Nice.
Getting maybe a little too overeager. They're completely unaware of the possibility of a member hiding behind the rock, and that might have just given a glimmer of opportunity. Sung with a double now. Jimmy's been knocked down as well. This nade should find him, however, but Fabian Can he help his teammate out? That is the question. Nate's going to be lobbed in, and great repositioning from Sung, but that's going to force him out of the cover, and he's going to find another one. Paraboy, he's got nades for days, and he's going to try and flush Sung out, but a great incendiary being tossed in as well. And that's making things very uncomfortable, and Sung just dancing
mockery out of him.
He's making him look like a fool.
This is ridiculous. A lovely little Molotov to kind of scare away Paraboy. Now Fabian's finally made his way over. Will flush out Jimmy. Order's probably next on the plate, but this is really, really well played from Sung. He's been darting from rock to rock, making it so difficult. The smokes has been employed as well from Damwon Gaming. You know, I don't think that Nova have a really good idea of where Sung is at the moment. Fabian has been spotted out by Sarah, though. Sarah, one of the best players from Reject. His actual gun skill has been beautiful, but opts just to wait it out. You know, they know they can third party this one after it takes effect. As Sung's boy goes down, Sarah will take away the kill from him. Really, really well played to wait on that one.
Paraboy finishing off the final member as well, and with that we will bid goodbye to Damwon Gaming. Great attempt though from Sung to get the double knock, but Fabian, I felt he maybe needed to be a little bit more proactive, and I am a bit surprised that he wasn't cognizant of the fact that Reject could potentially be just watching all of this unfold, as Reggie still hasn't moved yet. I mean, I know he was a recon guy, Blank, but considering his teammates have already come in and got a couple of knocks, he still hasn't budged.
Yeah, less of a recon guy, more of a remain guy. You know, he doesn't want to move anywhere at the moment. He's keeping it chill, keeping it calm. I mean, you know, he's playing the Sung game at the moment, which is, you know, if I hold my breath long enough, maybe someone will run past and I can get a cheeky little kill. Again, though, this is pretty well played from Reject. They have this setup now coming through where they've got all the players coming in towards Nova's position. It should just be 2 players from Nova remaining. Paraboy goes down, but there's 2 down for Reject. King now has to step up tall, put the crown on boy.
Oh, and Sarah, he's going to strike as well, and with that, that is going to be it for Nova. That got a little scary for Reject, considering they had all the information they needed, but that is going to be it for the Chinese and of course the South Korean side. In the meantime, out in the blue, BTR are a little late in the rotation, and because of that, for Rivals, even though BTR are able to get the knock, I'm not sure if they got the finish, they're down to a 3-member squad, and the blue at this juncture, it's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage to the Southeast Asian team. So how do they make their way into the zone from? I don't really see any cover, and if they go the roundabout way, TJB is going to be lying in wait for them up north.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think that maybe that's the reason why they're down here, is because TJB have been up towards that northern side, and they're opted that, you know, maybe south side is the way to go. But they have to continue to get these knocks over towards 4 Rivals to make an indent and push in through that way. So the moment with 4 Rivals, with this slight line that they've got going on, just makes their lives very easy. Now, BTR is just being held out. I know you've got to make that consideration. It's like, BTR, you've got to do something different. You've got to go somewhere new. Another one of them goes down. Awkward stuff. Awkward stuff. So down to 2 now. See what they can make happen with it. This next circle comes down towards that southwest island. You do see Deadeye guys. They are rotating in a vehicle down towards the very southwest by Nakam. They're coming in behind Nigma Galaxy. Now, I do like this from Nigma Galaxy so far. Both games they've played very much out of the way, opting to use their strength, which I believe is as that 4-man, because they're very good at working together to make these fights happen. So they're staying out of the battle quite frequently, but that works out for them in the end.
Yeah, I feel like the overall game plan here for the Galaxy would be just to... oh, there it is. Not coming in. Replay. Thank you, production. Making sure we don't miss any of the action. But yeah, for Nigma Galaxy, it's like, you know, their priority here would be to ensure they qualify for the second Super Weekend, right? Because here's where it's going to be disastrous for the MENA team. It's going to be if Nigma Galaxy do not qualify for the second Super Weekend, considering they're the one team who is languishing at the very bottom when it comes to the points. Any one of the teams who did not qualify for the first Super Weekend, they have a great opportunity to just, you know, leapfrog over Nigma Galaxy, right? So they're the one team who, amongst everyone else, apart from, of course, the 4 teams who didn't make it in the first Super Weekend, they need to guarantee themselves a spot in the second Super Weekend. So I can totally understand why they want to take this one a little bit slowly, as we did see a bit of a skirmish between 4 Rivals and Tangjiabao, and that means now 4 Rivals down to a 2-man squad. So this attempt by 4 Rivals to try and keep BTR at bay, at one point they need to make up their minds and they need to move on into safety, but they seem to be fully committed.
Yeah, I know. It's an unfortunate situation for BTR at the moment. I'm not sure what the guys are going to be able to do here. You got APU off in the distance from 4 rivals. Ryzen quite low himself, and down to just the 2 first aid kits here for Zuxi. Now, it's Zuxi and Ryzen. Like, these 2 names have been a household for PUBG Mobile for the longest time, and we're seeing Zuxi crawl along the coastal side like an alligator, gets put down almost immediately. Now, Tail's not growing back anytime soon. We'll see him in the next game, at least. I think it's just a real struggle bus. It's a real struggle bus now for Bigatron, and they're not showing us anything special, anything that like gives us hope. I think for Tong Jabao at the moment, we've had our doubts about them, but in this game in particular, no, they've taken fights on the eastern side. I said that they might struggle because they've got to pass through Quarry, but they're taking significant control over this southeast side of the map, even taking fights to 4 rivals, and I'm a big fan of that. I think that for Tong Jabao, one of the biggest things that I have troubles with their gameplay is that it doesn't feel like they're very strong in team fights at the moment. They're starting to address those problems, and I can be happy with that. At the moment, Bigatron, I don't really feel like anything is occurring in that space.
Yeah, and the fact that the 2 members of 4 rivals, I don't want to say it's disrespect, but it's more like, they're like, yeah, it's just BTR. It's free kills. Why do you want to let it go, right? They're just sticking around in the blue. They're like, we're gonna beat them. We're gonna wipe them out no matter what. That's the level of confidence 4 rivals seem to have right now against BTR. And again, 4 rivals really impressed us during the Super Weekend. While not quite able to claim the tippity top position, they looked very, very good. Speaking of the team who has looked the best thus far, we have to talk about Infinity, man. Like, we thought they might start trailing off a little bit, you know, faltering a bit, a couple of missteps, but no, it looks like they're going to be playing at the same level they played when it came to the Super Weekend, you know, getting a chicken dinner in the first game. And of course, with 4 still alive, they haven't really been... but they're going to be dangerous considering everyone very
hale that, and you know, and they're looking so strong.
Yeah.
And they have a massive opportunity to move towards the end of this match as well. Particularly on this side as well with their eastern camp. Rico Infinity team with 4 in front of them as well as DX Xavier. So this is going to be a real test of their mettle though, Blair. I think that's the main thing to be thinking about.
That's a nice knock as well on towards Rico Infinity, as you just pointed out. And for Infinity, this is a good opportunity for them to actually strike. Because you look at the zone, they will need to move uphill. And Rico Infinity just had a member knocked down. So I would be too surprised to see Infinity just charge on in. Speaking of people charging on in, completely unaware as to the possibility of a team lying in wait on the banks. It is going to be MS Chonburi. There was a chance there for TG13 to take down TG2, but it looks like Danai's guys, the cavalry has arrived, and TG13 will be mowed down. Back and forth trades taking place. Ponzai trying to mow the grass with that gun of his, but it is just bullets flying thick and fast, back and forth. And for the time being, a couple of knocks going against Danai's guys, and I do believe Turu Love is the final member remaining, and I don't really fancy his chances going up against the surviving members of MS Chonburi.
Neither do I, to be honest. Yeah, I think for MS Chonburi, they should be just fine in this situation. Blair, I don't think that anything's going to come bad of this one. I think they spotted this one out very, very early on, realized what was going on in this situation, and then just played against it. I think setting up on those rock side, beautiful stuff from them. This Infinity team, they're going up against Rico Infinity. The 2 Infinities going at it. So interesting stuff. Newsy though, once again, being that clutch member of the Infinity, opens it up just a little bit, which will give them slight more time to play around with. SK Ton dropping the smokes now, stopping that push from the Infinity, but already Logan's on the side with this next circle shift though. Disgusting stuff. Down towards that confluence of rivers, you know, got so much water in this one. It's going to be hard to play around. That's why most teams are now dashing, making that mad run towards the center circle. Logan, okay.
Okay, all right. Oh, you need to get out of there now, buddy. And Rico Infinity getting absolutely wrecked. The 2 members still alive. They have pushed in deeper, just playing at the very edge, the periphery of the circle, of the zone. But Infinity able to take that uphill battle and make it look decently comfortable. Sure, they lose 1 member. Logan has a little bit of time to patch himself up as well. Of course, Rico Infinity have spotted him out, and it is going to be, I do believe, Verdun looking to ensure that Logan doesn't quite get an angle or, you know, sneak on in from the sidelines and finds Prestigo. For the time being, though, man advantage for the side of Infinity. And I got to credit them for the fact that they're able to be a little bit proactive and just push up Rico Infinity's position as soon as they got the knock earlier.
Yeah, it's a It's a good one, and I think the Infinity, they don't slow down, so they don't really give you much chance to get into a better spot here, even when they're starting to lose members, which is one of the best things for them. Reject, I do feel sorry for this team. You know, they had a good run of it on that south side. I would have liked to see them win this game purely with the way they've been playing together. Has been very, very good. Now just down to God Tunny. It's down to your boy, Newsy off in the distance. And I mean, if anyone can do it solo, it is God Tunny, but 6-2-8. With the winning position in the circle, I think it's very, very hard to dislodge a team from this one, purely because they've got so many angles to play around. There's not much in terms of cover coming up towards these buildings. They can see all the way off to across to Stalwart's position, towards the Xavier, towards Rico Infinity, even up towards BC Swell with Daoshi and 33Z. So realistically, if 6-2-8 lose this game, I would be hugely disappointed, honestly.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm taking a look at how they're located, and it is looking pretty insurmountable, at least for everyone else, to try and take over that position. As you pointed out, not much cover leading up to that spot. And BC Swell, yeah, they are facing the wrath of 6-2-8 from the distance, and these are clean sight lines for a 33Z. Just taking pot shots at them. They have two of them pinned behind the tree as well, and eventually they will have to cross on over. A Stalwart Esports will quickly, in the meantime, be eliminated, and that is going to be the Xavier picking up 3 clean kills. They're down to a 3-man squad as well.
Yeah, I think for 6-2-8 at the moment, what it's all about is threat management. Who is the biggest threat in the circle? Who do we need to take down first? Realistically, you can wait a lot of times, because this is the problem with this compound and assaulting it, is the wall that surrounds it. Even getting up to that wall, it's not enough, because you still have to cross over, and it gives a lot of time for the rest of 6-2-8 to group up on a singular position where maybe the threat is the highest. And the more teams that we take down in this lobby, the easier it's going to be for 6-2-8 in the end game. So realistically, this is a game of seconds now. 6-2-8 though, Circle does move away from them, but BCS probably not going to be able to get much chance on this one. MS Chonburi, I'm looking at them as having the second highest chance in the circle that they can remove the final members of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're the only team who might have that chance, especially if they can get control of the southern part of the tiny little bridge, as you can see over there. BC Swell, in the meantime, all 4 members were alive a minute ago, but they have been taken down as Papa Blue is going to be moving on in and making life very uncomfortable for any team not called MSC or 6-2-8. And 33Z, I like how he has gotten out of his position. You know, he was playing from inside that little shed, and now he's just going to be playing outside. You know, again, relocating, being very mobile, as Reject pushing in, trying desperately to stay ahead of the blue. But 6-2-8, they seem to be everywhere.
Yeah, this is the thing though, is that they've pushed out now and they're dealing with the areas where they know people will be coming in. So for DXAV, they knew there'd be people coming across from that way. Rico and Infinity, though, they get a nice flank, but they're still up against that wall side. Daoshi now can go for the flank, but it needs to remove himself from MS Chonburi, which is slightly unfortunate, getting that knock onto them. Fidan, though, right in the backside, can pop up, get shots through, but Daoshi might just win this fight. Doesn't quite make it happen there, Blair. Fidan down to very, very low HP, and now 6-2-8. They come rattling in.
Oh, they still have to be careful of the second member there, and it's Prestigo taking quite a lot of damage, and he will be taken down. And in a blink of an eye, that is going to be it for Rico Infinity. Valiant attempt to hold the ground, but 6-2-8, they look nigh unstoppable at the moment. Sure, they have lost a member, they have a player knocked down, but the res is going to be coming in. And MS Chonburi, you said this is the team who could potentially steal a chicken dinner away, and that is a brilliant nade sailing in, and Daoshi is on his knees.
Yeah, that nade kind of just seals the deal there, especially with the circle. With Rico Infinity taking shots towards 6-2-8, it doesn't really give them a lot of time to reassess, to restabilize. But that first knock is beautiful. Regiosio off in the distance. Recon Man, he has the radio on lock. He's trying to find out where all these players are located, pull out the sniper, maybe hit the big shots.
How is Infinity still in the game? I am very confused here, Blank. I can't see him anywhere. But Infinity still have a player alive. Regi we saw off in the distance, but right now all eyes on MS Chonburi and 6-2-8, and they're just moving on in.
Oh my goodness, Regi!
Massive from Regi, finds 1-2, and he just might have completely ruined 6-2-8's days, but Pop from outside in the blue will take him down. We're down to the final 2, I think. As Daoshi burns alive, taken down.
Are you kidding me,
and Infinity, God Tunny is an absolute god. I can't even see him on the map.
He's probably so far out the way, he doesn't want to have any part of these fights, but bandaging up. I don't think you'll bandage this one, but you've bandaged yourself to a second place, which is, you know, about as good as it gets. This is ridiculous. This is why healing strats on Sanhok is so strong. Also, sometimes quite egregious. I'm not the biggest fan of them at times, but still, I do think that Reject did extremely well in that situation. Well done to those guys over on that side. I mean, Rage Yosio, we talked about this guy being the snake in the grass towards the end there, popping up, getting shots towards 628. It was lovely, and he got some extra limb points for his troubles.
Yeah, I really didn't expect him to pop off there, right? I thought it was going to be MS Sean Burry going with 628. They were repositioning, they were taking the fight to MS Sean Burry, because bear in mind, for that couple of seconds, it was a 2v3 favoring 628, and then yeah, Rage just pops out and completely ruins their day. Yeah. I gotta say, like, if he had played it right, he could have potentially have even got the chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, if he hadn't been spotted out by the third member of MS Sean Burry. But a pretty exciting end to what was a bit of a slow start. Of course, we saw some heroes there. We saw some great plays coming from MS Sean Burry, able to get the chicken dinner. A team who has kind of struggled when it comes to the top 3 placings, but then again, you got to talk about the other teams, right? Like Nigma Galaxy, kind of middle of the pack placing, and then you'd look at Bigatron again, blank disappointment.
Yeah, a big disappointment, to be honest with you. But again, MS Chumbury coming in a first place on our final Sanhok of the Super Weekend, getting another first place now, so they're looking hot on this map. 628 equally on the very first Sanhok of the Super Weekend. They were able to get chicken dinner there too. So we're getting some familiar names coming through on Sanhok, the Infinity 2. But Reject, yeah, honestly, that was an incredible little jump out from him. And it could have gone either way, to be honest with you, because the way that the teams rotated, they kind of rotate anti-clockwise with your boys from 628 moving up towards Rage's position when it could have been completely opposite. So that could have gone either way. I think the problem for Reject in those final moments was that for Ragey, he was searching for that final member from 628, but there was a smoke off in the distance that was blocking. I believe it was Dao Shi from 628, in which case he's not able to get that final kill, and MSC is able to quickly clean it up. Again, they played really well on that coastal line, even dealing with Deadeye guys, so for MS Chumbury, this is a solid win, and one that they made look good. I don't think Sanhok should be your best map though, Blair, personally. I don't think it's the one where you should be getting most of your points. Very, very unreliable.
Unless you're Infinity, I guess, right? I think it was Imperium brought out a stat last the previous Super Weekend where they had an average of something ludicrous, like 14 points average in Sanhok, 15 on Miramar. Sure, smallest sample size, but if you're going to be delivering 15 points in average every time you play Sanhok, I guess you can be called a team that is map agnostic. This nade, that nade from Ponzai, that's how it turned. That's what turned everything around.
Yeah, because it was a case that the guys from 628 managed to somehow stabilize after that fight from Rico Infinity team, and after they got themselves back onto their feet, limping a little bit with their legs just wrapped up in bandages, they get immediately naded once again, and it was all curtains from there, to be honest with you, and they were hospital curtains too.
And it's going to be curtains for us, at least for the time being, as we're going to be heading straight to the analyst desk, where, of course, we have Jason and the boys to break down what was a pretty interesting and a very fun end to a fun map.
Fun all around is what I'm understanding there, and definitely we had fun watching that match as the zone centered up on that trifecta we talked about before we got into the actual match there about what could potentially happen. But Infinity, I mean, yeah, they don't get a lot of eliminations, but again, they get the fantastic placing and they get a second place finish. So they've had a first on the day and a second. I mean, this team is just not stopping.
I didn't even see them on the map, to be completely honest. I didn't see God Tunny, but then he surprised me and I saw the POV go to him. I was like, okay, well, it was a good play. It was a hard rotation to go for Infinity. They had to try and take that fight, I believe, at one point on Rico Infinity. It was super tough, and they knew they were not going to make it in the trifecta. That Imperium, in my eyes, is the perfect moment to go for heal off when you know it is almost impossible for you to pull off a cross like that to make it into a circle, and they're just like, okay, we're not going for first place. Let's just heal off and see how it works out. And they get second place off the back of that. 17 extra points. Like, Infinity just looking unstoppable right now.
You take it. You always have to have a plan B, even a plan C to an extent. So the heal strat in Sanhok, it's in the back pocket of a lot of teams, and Infinity pulled it out very nicely. 6-2-8. They moved down to that trifecta position, which Reject gave up for obvious reasons in phase 2, and they held on to it comfortably. I felt a little bit bad when 628 got third party by Rayoso, because I think they were right to swing around in that direction. It allowed them to get a lot better angling onto MSC Chonburi. But the absolute ninja, the legend, I don't know, the firecracker of a player that is Rayoso stepped up, got a double knock, got a double kill.
Okay. Firecracker of a player. I don't know. I never heard that before. Okay.
I mean, I do really, I can't wait till we get to the recap section actually to talk about 628 and of course Reject as well. But to move on past them, you saw 4 rivals with a decent placing. But as we get to the second page, teams that desperately need some good results: BC Swell 2 points, Bigatron 2 points, Damwon 2 points. At least for them, they kind of all just get 2 points each. And actually, to be fair, I think this is one of the first. I think it's one of the first matches ever that I've worked on in PUBG Mobile in like my 2 years that I've seen no teams get 0 points.
Yeah, it happens very rarely, but if this map is going to happen on Jason, it is going to be Sanhok, right? It's a little bit hectic, It's a little bit all over the place, so not too big a surprise when it actually happens on this map. But I mean, to reiterate the point that Blay and Blank made at the end of that game there, it's just unfortunately disappointing from BTR, because they get in position, which I called earlier, Cave is like the graveyard of BTR. I think the most time I've seen BTR die has been on Cave. Unfortunately, it's been really weird to see that happen, but they're making it really hard on themselves, going for hard crosses. Yeah. You're having 4 rivals, you're having Tongja Bao, potentially keeping you away. Like, they are not going for the easiest entry points in circles like this. Yeah, we need to see a big change from BTR, because missing out 1 Super Weekend, sure, you can still make it in that top 16 to make it to the league finals, but 2 Super Weekends, they're kind of pushing their luck here, Jason.
Yeah, definitely pushing their luck. I mean, we like I think it was a parent that mentioned it before, they took 3 chicken dinners on a final day of an event. I don't know if they can take that many chicken dinners on a final super weekend if they don't qualify for weekend number 2. But we can see our MVP, Reiji Ocio. This man, 628 damage, almost played complete spoiler there with his like last second play. I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, he got 2 confirms as well when he got those knocks, just to really get those extra points here for Reject.
It's why I call him a firecracker, because he just steps up and he just snap, crackles, and pops his way in. 46% team contribution.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he's a firecracker because you lied to him and then he's gonna explode. But
well,
okay,
fair enough. I probably should have said that, but I'm a little bit hungry, so I thought of Rice Krispies and snack, crackle, and pop. But anyway, Rayoso, he's really such a strong player for his team, and I don't think it's the kind of thing where the rest of the team are lagging massively behind him, but it's the fact that the team are giving him the freedom and the space to play, and they're doing what, let's be fair, what BTR aren't doing, right? So I'm really glad that Rayoso continues to get featured, whether it's MVP or whether it's in these individual games.
I mean, I think the thing is for Reject, I can't think of a single player on their roster that's been underperforming. I feel like everyone on their team has had a stand-up performance at different kind of points in time.
I think especially if you look at this game in particular, I'm thinking back at Sarah, able to get himself really involved in that fight between, I mean, it was not even a fight that they took themselves, it was a third party that they brought towards Damwon and also Nova. So they had a really good setup thanks to initially Regiosio and also Sarah that played it really well, but also you got Divine. You can't forget about Divine. That guy is just absolutely cracked when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports. But another head-to-head, it was Paraboy, and Paraboy another time when he gets over 50% team contribution, and that fight they were taking in Pyrian versus Damwon was great, because Sung got a double knock initially, but the nades from Paraboy were super on point, but Sung was just dodging them like he was playing a game of dodgeball. That guy was on point also.
That's why I say the 5Ds of PUBG Mobile are dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. And it was really good for Sung because he predicted where those nades were going to be going. So we went from one rock to the other. And in that time of Paraboy cooking up a nade, he can't shoot as he's transferring from rock to rock. So that was really well played. Unfortunately, he went downhill for Damwon from there as we move on to the most eliminations. Ponzive, MSC, like MS Chonburi, Jason, they've been kind of slowly rising up. They had a strong end to the first Super Weekend, and carrying that forward to the second League Week, I think, shows of their adaptability in this lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like we're seeing really PUBG Mobile push to like its limits in terms of skill, in terms of like play, in terms of those like micro movements, those micro plays that you're making to really maximize your ability to survive and to obviously win these matches. And I swear, I feel like Paraboy had like a contractually agreed upon discussion with his sponsors or something, because he's performing today to get on the screen as much as possible. He only gets 8 throwables used here, but again, Yeah, exactly. But it is nice that we were able to at least show what we were talking about before of him actually being like a top 4 player in the Super Weekend, though we didn't see Nova really succeed. But we're seeing here, like, he's maintained that performance, even though Nova hasn't had the biggest of results.
Yeah, I told you, man, I'm jealous of Paraboy. I wish I was Paraboy. Unfortunately, it will never happen. But the guy was Mobile Game of the Year also this year, and he's just gotten more screen time than me. And I'm on the desk, and we've seen him more than myself. So I wish I could be Paraboy in that prospect. But yeah, it's been an amazing step up from him as an individual this tournament and able to move in. But now looking at the rankings already, and bro, Infinity already at 43 points with 1 win. Like, come on, like, give them a chance at least, boys. Come on.
Like 12-point lead over second place in only 2 games played is pretty massive. But I'm very happy to see Enigma in 3rd, right into that first half of the overall standings.
Gosh.
And as we move on to second place, like BTR 15th. Cryptics in 11th. I'm worried about those 2 teams specifically.
Just look at like the point fall off on that first page, and then the fact that like points are so close everywhere else. I mean, it's really anyone's game at the moment. If you want to break through top 16, you just need to get 5 points, and you're into top 16. Though I am getting worried, guys. Deadeye's guys. They qualified 16th place last time. They played a lot better in the Super Weekend, and now they're hovering on that 16th place yet again.
Hey, they're going to go for tiebreakers again. They're going to make it happen twice in a row. We'll see. I mean, if you qualify to 2 Super Weekends in a row, back-to-back, thanks to the tiebreaker rule set, like, you're kind of pushing your luck sometimes. But yeah, you're looking at, as you mentioned, Imperium Cryptics, BTR. We're looking at some teams that need to try and have a little bit of a better step up here. So we're looking at them. And now FaZe are going to play their first game. So they're going to play every single game back-to-back until the end of this second league stage. So, I mean, we need to see a big step up from FaZe right out of the first game.
And what's even better for the likes of FaZe and even Team Secret as well, who are also in Group B, is that BTR and BC Swell aren't playing in the next 2 games, so it kind of allows them to catch up even further coming into the final game of the day. So I'm excited to see how FaZe specifically are going to come into these next 2 games.
Yeah, but the problem is, I mean, okay, the upside is they need like 8 points, and they're already in the top 16 by far. Well, by 3 points, right? But the Infinity is still playing. It's not like you have an easy chance, right? They're still going to be taking every point they possibly can in these lobbies. So it's going to be tough for all the teams. I mean, even DRS as well, who we still have some really good consistency in the Super Weekend. We'll get our first little glimpse of them when they do pop up in the next match. And maybe they can become your fan favorite, which the voting is still going on to the 27th of December. You guys can get some permanent items unlocked if you participate in this. Make sure you guys do, because you have a good amount of time to do so. But just wait till we're in the break, because we love that you guys are listening and watching us. And Max loves to be in the center of the spotlight, to have everyone out there listening and watching him. So Max, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I need my screen time, but alone this time, Jason. That's how I need to catch up to Paraboy in terms of numbers eventually. But yeah, so a lot's been happening in this game especially, but the weird start that we had happening is apparently 6-8 were in the water very early on, and they were trying to make it over to the coastline. Not sure what's happening there, but okay. But yeah, when you're looking at 6-8, especially because I believe that this is a little not really what you expect to see, unfortunately. But they play the trifecta very early on in Imperium, right? They were playing the more northern, western side island, and they didn't have the coastal finish, which you're seeing on the screen here, but they just took the trifecta super early, and when the circle ends up in those positions, you are the gatekeeper of the lobby. You are the one that needs to make sure that teams such as Rick Infinity, D Xavier, Infinity don't make those crosses happen, because if you do, your position is heavily contested. The fact that they were to clear it out, they had a clear shot to win, which is amazing to see from 6-8.
I was worried about 6-2-8 spread in the trifecta come phase 5 area, because it's hard to hold down every single building in trifecta if you have a full squad push up. But I recognize that Yu Yang stayed on that kind of more western edge or eastern edge, and the other 3 players are more in the center trifecta, and that allowed them to then grab hold of Rico Infinity, come in and get the squad wipe, and that meant it made it a lot easier for them to focus on the likes of MC to MS Chambori in that area of the map up north. So really well played by 6-8 in trifecta.
Yeah, we're going to be ignoring a little bit this map clip because it's not where we expected it to be. But yeah, Reject also, we talked about this early on, Jason, right, at the start of this game, that this is a team that plays Trifecta. That is their bread and butter when it comes to Sanhok. They love to play it, but unfortunately they made a very big assumption that did cost them what could have been initially their win, is that they decided to fully commit to the southwestern island and take this fight to get involved with Damwon, get involved with also Nova Esport, which is not a bad idea, but I guess a little bit too early, knowing at what circle shift they were, which I think it was phase 2 going into phase 3, which those hardships could be happening, and the fact that they went for such a hard decision towards the end hurt them, lost a lot of members, but as we know, Imperium got Regiosio, gets a sneaky double, confirms one potentially for the second here, he gets one onto Yu Yang, and even goes straight onto the second onto Sunan, so he just gets a sneaky double and just ruins the opportunity for 628 to actually get that win.
And could have helped give the win over to MS Chonburi. I don't disagree with when they did commit down to that south side in phase 2, because it was also based off an opportunity of third partying in that fight between Damwon and Nova. And recognizing that opportunity and striking on it did make it technically a little bit easier in the late game down on the South Hill side of the Trifecta area. So it was overall well played from Reject.
I almost wish we had Infinity on the map there, just to see where God Tutty and just him sitting there for like however many minutes, just sitting there healing as much as possible. And again, we've seen this as a viable strategy. It gets you a lot of placement points. It's not the flashiest of styles, but hey, all you need to do right now is get top 16, and the Infinity after 2 matches are almost there. They're almost at like that perfect place to be at. They're almost at 50 points, right? So yeah, it might not be clean, it might not be pretty, but it gets the job done, and it gets them one step closer to being to the next Super Weekend to defend their title towards the top. You guys at home, we still have more things being given away. Remind you guys once again about the treasure box you guys can pick up as long as you're watching within the Esports Center over on YouTube, and you can use the coin to redeem or a permanent item, with 2 more boxes come up later on within a PMGC. So if you haven't done it just yet, well, luckily for you, you can do it right now and make sure to get those. And I believe, Max, you've already done yours, right?
I haven't got enough points yet, Jason.
Not enough points yet?
Getting there, and I told you I'm getting the pan.
Come on, Max.
I haven't got, okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
whoa. Imperium, have you gotten your item yet?
Yes, I have.
Do you believe him, Max? I don't believe him. I feel like he called you out right there, but then he's like, oh wait, I don't have it yet.
Did you really get 500 points over? I don't believe you did get 500 points already. I'll have to
look at his face.
I'll have to check it out. He's regretting. He's regretting.
Well, you know what, Imperium, while we are in a break, I expect a screenshot proving that you have redeemed it, and we'll bring it back up on the show for you all to talk about and hear about. But anyways, moving on to Erangel next. A, B, C, and E going to be playing. We've mentioned BC Swell and Bigatron no longer playing in this match for the next 2 matches, but also Stalwart Esports and Reject not going to be there as well. So, and BC Swell and Bigatron, just name all of them not participating in the next match. But then we have Group E with Team Sacred, DRS, Genesis Dogma, and FaZe Clan coming in. Gentlemen, it's big time here. FaZe Clan to step up and show they took this time off and have been able to really figure out what's been going wrong for them and hope they improve on it. But you know what? We're not going to find out until we're here back on the show after a break.
Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
こんにちは、どうも日本から来ましたチームリジェクトのリーダーのサラです。チームでの役割は IGA でやってます。
チームリジェクト所属令状 CO です。役割はオールラウンダーです。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。BC スウェル所属のクリティカルトマトと申します。
リジェクトが他のチームより優れているところは環境の良さ、ゲームに対するゲームが集中できる環境が整えられているところはどこにも負けないと思います。
現在の僕らの実力としては、僕らのメンバーは世界大会を経験したメンバーが少ないんですが、今まで僕らがやってきたことを十分 PMGC でも発揮することができれば PMGC でも、十分トップ10以内トップ5以内にどんどん食い込める実力を持っているというふうに考えています。
まあ4人で固まるというよりかは、一人一人が自分で考えて判断して動く、どちらかというと、海外のグローバルのチームよりは、中国のチームを参考にして僕たちは練習をしてきているので、そういった特徴が強いのかなって思います。やっぱり一番気になるのは、ビゲトロンっていうチームは BTR は すごい昔からずっと世界大会で、敵として戦ってきたので、やっぱそろそろ一矢報いたいというか、勝ちたいっていう気持ちが一番強くて、
はい、自分たちの脅威となるチームとして考えているのはビギトルンです。理由はそうですね、僕らのチームとは対照的に、世界大会の経験を非常に多く持っているので、そういった面で、世界大会の戦い方をより熟知しているというふうに考えています。
注目している、意識しているチームは中国チームです。
はい、仲がいいというか、普段から、たまにですけどコミュニケーション取るのは、ビゲトロンの選手、ラクシーですかね、ビゲトロンのとかは、なんか誕生日の日に僕がテキスト、チャットを送ったら、なんか電話突然かかってきて、ラブコールをもらいました。
勝つためにしている努力は、その強い選手の欠点を見つけることで、僕たちのフィジカル強化とか練習とかというよりかは、相手の選手の欠点を見つけることです。
僕たちリジェクトのチームの目標は、ずっと世界でチャンピオンを取るということがすごい目標としてやってきているので、それに向けて、チームで課題であった、コミュニケーションであったり、そのチーム全
はい、今困っていることというか、不足していることというといえば、そうですね、やっぱり世界大会の経験が少ないので、他の世界の代表チームになれるっていうところが一番必要なところだと考えてます。
頑張ります。
現在のチームの状況としては PMJL、PMRC が終わってからすぐなので、かなり、成熟度が高くなっていると思っています。
僕ら新しいチームが世界王者のチームをどかして新しい風を吹かせてやろうと思います。
じゃあ、日本の強さ世界に見せつけてやるから待っとけよ。
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Who's going to shine? Who's going to be the one carrying all the glory with them? And of course, the large amount of money they get for it as well. But let's just be honest, the trophy might be a little bit better. No, honestly, winning $1 million would be definitely better in my book. I could probably buy a trophy, but either way, they'll be getting everything they possibly could desire if they could come out on top here at PMGC 2021. We're going to move it along with our day, though, as we're going on to Erangel, third match of the day with groups A, B, C, and E. So to remind you guys, once again, Bigatron, Stalwart Esports, BC Swell, and Reject not be participating in match 3. However, my eyes are more focused towards the new teams coming in with Team Secret, DRS Gaming, Genesis Dogma, and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan in particular, the only team from Group E who has not qualified in the Super Weekend. It's really down to this. How have they improved since last week? If they come out with a chicken dinner here, I'm going to be like, they're a team to watch out for going into the Super Weekend.
Man, you've been scaring me the entire time. Just what's happening? Just like I think I'm allowed to say that I hope that FaZe is going to do good now because they're actually playing the game. So yeah, FaZe is the team that we want to see make it this time around, hopefully. Genesis Dogma's improved drastically in the Super Weekend. Same for DRS, Team Secret also. So these are 3 big contenders in Group E, but we need to see FaZe make it into the Super Weekend eventually. But man, looking at the rankings, a lot of these teams are already somewhat safe, and we've only played 2 games right now, Jason. Like, these teams are gunning for this second Super Weekend.
Only 2 matches played. However, Infinity had 46 points in total last league play out of 8 matches. Like, they're almost there already.
Wow. And then that drop-off, and you made note of that, Jason, from Reject in 6th down to BC Swell in 7th is 9 points. So, and they played 2 games, BC Swell. So, really for the likes of FaZe, Genesis Dogma, DRS, and Team Secret, 8 to 10 points in this game, as much as that should always, to an extent, be a target for these teams. You get that in 1 game, and you've already kind of gotten much closer to the top half of the standings. So this is going to be an exciting Erangel game.
Yeah, and I feel like, Max, let's just say your FaZe clan here go into this. Do you feel like they have a lot more? You are FaZe clan. You are Corpy.
I thought you were a 1+.
I am. I'm everything. Okay, I'm the omniverse. I don't know. I'm going with that one.
He is nothing and everything. But I'm just wondering, like, from their fans, they've seen other Thai teams be able to dominate. Look at the Infinity, and yet they've really not been able to tap into that power they have. I'm wondering, like, are they starting to be hard on themselves? Hopefully, for their sake, they're kind of brushing off that first week and going into week 2 with like a fresh mindset.
Yeah, I'm really. I mean, I don't know what happened internally with the team during the 3 days of Super Weekend, but I'm hoping that there's been a lot of VOD review that's been done for the team, and hopefully a lot of preparation and adaptation, because clearly what they did in the first league play for the first week did not work out. If they just play the exact same playstyle, the chances are it's not going to work out for them. So I want to see some changes. I want to see adaptation from FaZe Clan, hopefully right out of the gate with this first game. I mean, if that's the case, my hopes will increase a little bit, but we expect this team to do well. And to do well, of course, you need to make it into a Super Weekend eventually. So come on, FaZe. Like, you guys need to make it this time.
And to do well, maybe they picked up some 1+9, which is fine enough. Our sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers, 1+9 and 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards, which is something FaZe Clan desperately needs to do. Or, on the other note, maybe Corpy can continue to sing for his team. I don't know if you guys checked out his Instagram, but I remember last year just watching him constantly throughout the year, just post himself singing and doing karaoke over and over again. But for me, you know, if Imperium actually, you know, would give us some karaoke, I would definitely get hyped up for anything.
No, because you have told me that I'm not allowed to sing, Jason. So
whoa, don't make me the bad guy here. Okay.
Well, yeah, you can't prove that, Imperium. What are you doing? Come on now.
I cannot prove it, but I'm sticking to it.
That's what he said. That's what he gave Imperium for saying you were going to get the loot, because you already got enough 500 points. You didn't get them, Imperium. We caught you in 4K earlier, so okay, don't try and mess with us right now.
Well, you know what? If you want Imperium to sing, maybe if all of you guys go hit him up on Instagram, shoot a message saying, Imperium, please bless us all with some Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way, or that might just be too old school. Maybe some Baby Shark we can get him to sing over on his Instagram. Just give him some follows and make sure to reach out for him. Maybe I'll put a post up asking for people to do that. I don't know. We'll see. But guys, quick predictions here as we go into this next match. Remember, A, B, C, and E are playing. Who do you think?
Thank you for reminding me. FaZe. Okay, I want to see FaZe potentially get himself a win. I'm allowed to choose them this time, so let's go.
Imperium?
Team Secret.
Okay, well, let's head over to our commentators, John and Blair, to take us into the match.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be getting into Erangel. I'm here with Blair for the first time. It's a pleasure to be on board with you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's been a while. It's been a while. PMCO 2018, 17.
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It certainly was out in New Delhi. That was a very long time ago. Goodness me. Oh, you didn't have a box back then. You've upgraded since
I didn't have a box back then. Yes, I have indeed upgraded. I started putting my contract, John, that I'm not going to work an event without a box. But then here we are. Thankfully, everything's online. I'm sitting on my chair. You know, I don't need a box for this one. But jumping into Erangel, I think the topic here is it going to be phase up or phase down?
Is it going to be? Yeah, that's the thing. It's the buttered toast question, right? Phase up or phase down? Where's it going to land? We'll have to wait and see. Spinning like a cat with a bit of toast strapped to its back right now. Seeing just where we can go. That's the thing, right? Cats always land on their feet. Toast lands buttered side down. So if you strap a bit of toast with its butter facing up to the back of a cat, which side's going to land on the floor?
I seen I think it was just like a YouTube video or like a gif of it, of this scientist looking guy, right? He does that. He puts a toast on the back of a cat and he drops it, and since neither can land face down, it starts spinning at the speed of light or something and creates an infinite power source. I'll link it to you. It's actually very funny.
That makes sense and seems to have sound fundamental principles of physics there. I mean, I'll have to look into that. Maybe we'll...
Absolutely.
I can't believe you brought that up live on stream, because now we're going to have to patent it really quickly.
Well, I mean, I'm sure someone's tried. There are quite a few people, you know, who believe in certain strange things, like the world being flat. Who's lying flat, though, is Fredo on his tum-tum, and AJ hasn't spotted him.
Not just yet. They're going to get away with it. A quick vehicle swap up the top on the road there, and Fredo might be lucky, might be able to get away with the dribs, the drabs that are left behind, but for now, just sticking to the old 2 legs.
Old 2 legs. What are the new legs? What are new legs? Like, would we ever evolve to a point where we have replaced feet? Because I always have this argument. If someone's like, hey, why don't we just walk to this place, even if it's like 100 meters, 200 meters away? And I say, we invented the wheel for a reason. So I'm not going to go against actual human evolution and walk. So that's my reasoning. But would we ever have new legs, John?
No. That's I actually signed a contract the other day saying we'd never have new legs. Unfortunately, I know. Look, I know you've been hopeful for a long time, but you have to stick to the boxes for now.
God damn it! Thought I could have extendable legs. There are a few people who have leg extending operations where they smash a femur and then they put in. No, seriously, they smash it, they break it in half, and then put in like 2-inch long or 3-inch long nails, like these big ass screws between the femurs, and they heal it. And so for a year you can't walk, just so you can get a couple of inches.
Can they?
Which is.
Can they do that to Bigatron's points total? Is that possible?
Can't believe you've done that. I cannot believe you've done that, John.
Yeah, well, you know what? Someone had to say it.
Someone had to say it. They have been a bit disappointing. I remember, like, I think it was a PMIW, the Invitational East, where we saw Bigatron. Like, at least I saw them, and I'm like, you know what? They have trailed off a little bit. They've been struggling quite a while. Maybe they're gonna, start to wake up and get better. It's been a few months, and somehow this slipped even further down, which at one point, I think everyone's called it out now, but at one point you got to ask yourself, like, where will it stop, right? You keep rolling down. Where is it go? Where are they going to hit? When are they going to hit bedrock?
Yeah. When's the splash pool at the end of the slide? It's just not, it just seems to be going on forever.
I don't even think there's a splash pool. I think it's just, hard, cold earth.
Dear, yeah. Maybe try and scoop the slide out, if nothing else. Try and get an upward trajectory going. Circle, going to zone in fairly central on this map. It's enveloping Severny and just tickling Sanhok Military Base Island down on the south. So fairly central. Just a little bit out to the east of Pachinki as well. Downward Gaming, very, very central right now. Deadeyes, guys, splitting around that Roshok position. Might look to move south just a little bit quicker than maybe they normally would do. Take control on that hillside. It would be valuable scouting ground if they want to control those crossings near Roshok and control the ground to the south in those headshot hills.
I'm actually keeping an eye on Infinity, and they're just happy campus right now in the military base, right? Because obviously Stalwart Esports aren't there. It's still like, hey boys, we got free loot over here in Novo. So they have complete control of that compound. They did get kind of screwed by 628 when 628 were bridge camping right next to Ferry Pier, and they completely screwed Infinity's rotation into the main island in one of the super weekend games. So I'm assuming they're going to be heading from the Novo bridge. However, if they do that, Genesis Dogma. What are your thoughts on Genesis Dogma? Because one thing, I was talking to Imperium about this when we were casting the games, and we're like, they seem to be a team who just seem very just capable enough to get a couple of team wipes. They're always a thorn, always a problem that other teams are always wary of. But they don't seem to have that one pop-off game which can, elevate them up to, a top 3, a top 4, or maybe even like a top 6 position.
I feel, and I'd have to go back and look at their actual games, but my gut reaction there is that they're a team that isn't super proactive. They're letting a lot of stuff happen around them, and whilst they're skillful in those situations, it hasn't come to my attention that they are really, making those dynamic decisions. I mean, even, for instance, Tong Jiabao going center, like that's a proactive decision, and sure, maybe it wasn't working out for them super well. They've struggled a little bit at times. It's still a decision that they have made, and they have proactively followed that decision-making process, whereas Genesis Dogma, I feel like I've seen them on the edge quite a few times, and in general, in those little scuffle conflicts, and maybe not making those proactive decisions. As I say, I haven't tracked exactly what those rotations have been, so I'll have to keep an eye on them, but I feel like proactivity could be a little bit of a low stat for them.
Proactivity, of course, speaking of being proactive, Cryptics, they have not been looking so good thus far, but they're going up against a FaZe who have also been one of the teams who have disappointed quite a bit, one of the big names coming in, and of course the initial question we all had was, is it going to be FaZe up or FaZe down? For the time being, we still don't have an answer. They are just going to be taking a few pot shots into the direction of Cryptics. And for Cryptics, they want to take this one safe. They didn't really have a great first couple of games here. I did have this discussion with Blank in the previous game. Oh, somehow Senkai gets spotted out. MR5, after have rattled off about 500 bullets in the general direction of Senkai, well, a couple of them will finally connect, and he has been knocked. But just going back to what I was about to touch upon there, John, Blank did mention that some of these teams, the 4 teams who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, they're going to be approaching these 2 days in a very, very safe fashion. Now, the question here is that the right approach?
In terms of what you're looking for out of these 2 days, you're looking to qualify, right? And to do that, you're looking at around a 45 to 50 point set of games. Now, over 8 games, it's going to be between 5 to 7 points per game to hit that margin. So you want to be consistently hitting 8 or more, and then you're going to be feeling quite safe. Now, getting 8 points, that's 3 kills. That's like top 7, 6. You're able to do that by playing fairly conservatively. If you're looking for that sort of score. If you want to go for those big burnout games, there's a lot more variance there because you're going to need to put yourself in some more difficult decisions. So for me, if you're looking for a safe qualification spot, playing a little bit more conservatively, I feel like is the right choice. Reduce that variance, make sure that you are getting those points consistently, even if you're not shining bright right at the top of the tables, the star on the Christmas tree, if you will.
I think I can't really argue with that. Yeah, I think that would be the right approach here. Hopefully they are able to get those 3 killed in an average, because they have struggled quite a bit in the past. Infinity taking this sweet time and an interesting approach on the rotation coming in from Military Island. They're going to be playing in pairs of 2. Very confident in the fact that Genesis Dogma and 628 would not be waiting for them to make their way into the zone. So a pretty brave ploy from Infinity. I don't think I've ever seen them do that, splitting in groups of 2 when transitioning up north, but they will do so, and they'll do so pretty comfortably as well. Yeah. Thus far, almost 10 minutes in, just to 1 casualty in the server. So it is going to get very hectic very soon. As I say that, Tony K will say hello to Jimmy, who will unload an entire clip from that Scarrel, but not quite able to get them off.
Goodness me, he's going fast though over these hillsides. Unfortunately, Paraboy lays the trap again, but can't find it either. Okay, even the M249. Okay, hang on a minute. The vehicle goes bang, and Tony K does finally take a tumble. The rest of FaZe looking to regroup on up, but maybe just going to lose that one. Actually, yeah, they are just going to take the dip there, losing a player early. That was unfortunate. Paraboy, the second phase of that Nova curtailment on the rotation there. I want to loop back on the Infinity's rotation. I feel like the only reason they've been able to do this is because Reject isn't in this game, right? You've seen those Super Weekend games. 628 and Reject have both been on that southwest side, being able to have a little bit slower progression from there. 628 is now sent very central. They're actually spread out with an outpost of 33Z to the west of Pachinki and 628 over towards Potato Hill, because Reject hasn't been there that they might be worried about. They've gone a lot faster and a lot quicker. The Infinity, in the meantime, have maybe read into that a little bit and have pushed up 2 and 2 to avoid themselves getting bridge camped on either bridge. They've just decided, you know what, at least we'll get 2 in. But now they've regrouped on the south coast.
Yeah, and they might have to potentially go up against Genesis Dogma. Obviously, there is no rush yet for Infinity to push in any further north. If the circle does shift further down south towards Pachinki, maybe towards Farm, they will be in much more comfortable position. I'm taking a look at School. I'm looking at Damwon Gaming's positioning, and they're spread quite thin. A player towards apartments, one inside of the school, and I know it's still not super, that late yet, but it does make me worry a bit, because if the zone does kind of collapse in itself, they're going to be besieged in all directions.
The question is, how fast can they adapt to those zones, right? How fast can they spot, okay, this is a problem on this front, this front, this front, let's regroup, and then choosing the right place to regroup to. At the moment, I feel like the regroup position is going to be the hills to the south of apartments. You've left on top and Junie over towards school and apartments respectively. I feel like getting stuck in those positions is very, very difficult to operate from. And the fact that there's only one of them there, re-crashing into those positions, is also going to be very, very hard if a team is going to take it away from you. So regrouping south, I feel, for Damwon Gaming is going to have a lot more value if the circle doesn't zone straight on top of school and give us a swimming pool finish.
Well, it's going to be right west of school. And in Venice, we have Cryptics, who I kind of felt like they were about to move out, heading closer towards school. But now with the circle shift, they're like, all right, we're just going to make this Water Town, Water City our home and hold on to their positions, but it's not going to be easy. You can see Deadeye's guys already making a move, and Team Secret are actually in a very good spot. I speak of Deadeye's guys, and they're going to be storming the castle.
Lazy Boy puts the nade back in. You know that they're not going to be able to get the nades on the out, because Deadeye's guys have already managed to skirt around. And look at the on-top position as well, behind those rocks, spotting the players out on the roof. The nades start to tumble down the stairs, and Deadeye's guys, they're firmly into this bottom floor, Blair.
They are indeed, and El Chapo just biding his time. These nades won't quite be able to find Deadeye's guys, but El Chapo, he is kind of alone, and they're going to be pushing up as a group. The spacing is pretty good, and they're going to just come pre-firing around the corner. Is going to be Frag Boy. Again, as you pointed out earlier, they do have one member of theirs, of Deadeye's guys, out in the open, trying to get an angle on the players up top on the roof. El Chapo healing himself a little bit. He's going to get the knock on the Frag Boy, and suddenly this is very doable for Cryptics, despite being at a man disadvantage.
If On Top has spotted this dropout, they'll have this information. You can see the gunshots going off. Give them some info. Another drop in, and Chapo goes down. It's 2 for 1 right now on the trade, but there's more shots still to come through. The Deadeye's guys, they come a cropper on the ground floor of the garage. Lazy Boy able to answer, and Marshall's now in for backup. On Top sends for the hills as his 3 teammates fall.
Oh, On Top, he needs to make the great escape, which he will indeed manage to do so. Marshall not able to get the kill, but not bad. A great hole coming in there from Cryptics. It looked like Deadeye's guys kind of had their number. They pushed on in. The spacing was good as well, but Cryptics able to just jump on down. And while all of this was going on, Damwon Gaming, we were talking about their positioning towards school, and suddenly we find them in ruins, and it looks like the team are in ruins as well. But Team Secret pushing on in to FaZe's position, and MR5 has everything to do.
Goodness me, just immediately dispatches Freddo, but there's more Team Secret players waiting in the wings. Back behind the low wall there, Jumper spots out the position, keeps on pushing forwards, worried about the ridge lights, and they have to play a little bit more reserved here. MR5 hunkering down, waiting for these reloads to come through, but that is a lot of bullets. 3 digits in the mag there for Team Secret on the M249. You can't duck around those forever. Shots coming in across the way, Jumper hits the deck and turns around for the 180 spray, but is looking good to stay away from it. Fear 11 not quite able to get the shots in return, and FaZe lose a pivotal battle on Ruins.
Yeah, they were able to take down, well, almost eliminate Damwon Gaming, but perfect opportunity there for their opposition to strike. That's a good take there from Team Secret, pushing on in. Now, Vintress is still alive.
Is he going to get it? I don't think he has time. I don't think he's going to make it.
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, so close. So close. But he goes up in a puff of snow.
I guess. Very seasonal.
I guess. Well, Secret, though, they're looking to finish off the job. They're looking to take down the final member of FaZe so they can have complete control of Ruins. How does he even know? What is that nade from Jumper?
I don't think it took damage there, which means they won't know exactly the position, but they've got to have an inkling, right? They've got to have a feeling.
Fury is gonna try and reposition. But what was that? I don't know, like his spider sense, his intuition, whatever it was, if it wasn't for that wall, that many broken wall, like that would have been 100% a guaranteed kill. And well, it's not the nade, but it's a UMP that does the job. And that is going to be it for FaZe. It will go down. And MSC, MS Chonburi going up against a MENA team in the form of Nigma Galaxy, Ponzai and Jasper, the two still standing. And yeah, they've done a great job taking down Nigma Galaxy and able to get the reses as well. So MS Chonburi will keep all four standing, at least for the time being.
Well, the fights on the Ruins Hills starting to reign pretty strong right now. Nova really struggling as it's just Order standing now and isolated in position as well on the outside of the circle. 4 rivals proving to be an immovable barrier to them. They've taken plenty of knocks in the meantime, and just seeing the number of knocks laid out in front of Order, you can see that King, Paraboy, a couple of the 4 rivals, they're all a mishmash there, and even further at MS Chonburi taking knocks. It is brutal, this zone.
Interesting how Order has just completely forsaken his teammates. He's like, well, too bad, lads. I'm not going to be heading on down to go for the res, so it is looking a bit grim for his team. For Nova, Order will be the last man standing. For 4 rivals, though, they have more pressing problems as MS Chonburi have moved on in towards Ruins. They know exactly where they are. And in the meantime, Damwon Gaming, the final standing member alive, is getting hunted by D Xavier. Never mind, the rest came in for Nova. Okay.
All right. They managed to actually get it back. They tagged Paraboy as well. Nade would finish it off, but look at that. Barely a pixel of health there. Paraboy looking to get back up for Nova, so 3 strong. That is a really great result for them. It was looking pretty scuppered, but they'll be back in the fight.
I really thought that, Order just gave up that particular, like resing his teammates there, but well, kudos to him. No man left behind. As now 4 rivals, they need to be wary now, because again, they got those knocks. They weren't able to confirm those kills, and considering quite a bit of time has elapsed, they should be aware that, okay, Nova still there right behind us, and now not only do you have to go up against MS Chonburi, but Nova could be coming in for some vengeance from behind. As TJB, Tang Jiabao, thus far have been very quiet in the game, John, but they have finally come alive here, looking to take the fight, wrest Water City away from Cryptics.
Although they're probably not looking to push onto this position, they have an excellent position to stop Cryptics from leaving the Sunken City. The difficulty is Genesis Dogma are looking their way immediately. You see El Chapo getting peppered as he tries to leave that position. Attacker still with the sightlines on, as Sir will have to reposition here. Most likely going to try and take a vehicle, but okay, they're going to stay all the way out. Lazy Boy falls, the heal for El Chapo, but teammates going down. Unfortunately for Tong Jiabao, Bamboo has already fallen. Another nade to bombard, and Attacker still in the way. Looks like Cryptics have managed to run the gauntlet.
How long can it still survive the great nade? That could find Attacker. There we go. Perfectly lobbed by Marshall. And Tang Jiabao, like you said, I think they managed to run the gauntlet. They managed to somehow not just survive that battle, but just completely eliminate the danger being posed by Tang Jiabao. All 4 members just basically evaporated from the server. Fantastic work coming in from Cryptics.
They locked themselves in. The difficulty they had was that there's no positions really in front of them. They'd done their scouting. They know that there is people in the buildings ahead of them. They needed to take down Cryptics to have a chance at crashing into that. Not only that, they needed to take down Genesis Dogma, and quite frankly, it's just so hard to leave a position like that. I feel for Tong Jiabao in that position. Maybe if they'd have moved a little bit earlier, tried to get ahead of the game, they might have had a better time of it, but it just was not going to happen. And now as it stands, Team Secret, who have wrapped on a very wide rotation, have got a dominant position in this next circle, Black.
If you're very sharp-eyed, you can see DRS making their way in across the waters, across the channel, up north, and they're going to be coming in from behind. You can see them in the distance right there. Rico Infinity might not be aware of them. And for Genesis Dogma, yeah, everyone in the water, at least for the time being. But eventually, they might be spotted up at 4 by DRS and Secret now from above. Their opportunity to strike. DRS trying to be very sneaky, but 628 have spotted the Nepalese team, and they're going to be coming in from the side. This is a great position for a 628 to take.
swinging in, trying to stop DRS on the coastline, but they still got a lot to do. Dear Savior trying to face off against Junie from Down One Gaming, still holding out in those ruins. A lot of up close and personal architectural inspection going on for the last player of Down One Gaming, and he's going to get a point for it. Finds a second kill so far. Now 2 players left for Dear Xavier. This is winnable.
He's like the Predator against Arnie and his men. Uni single-handedly just taking them down, eliminating them amongst the ruins, amongst the grass, one by one. 6-8, interesting approach here. I have one already in the water, the rest of them still battling it out against DRS, but DRS coming out on top, considering 6-8 knew exactly what DRS were up to. DRS able to hold on to their position on the coast, on the bank rather, and able to find all members of 6-8. Sunan, the last member alive, is going to be swimming, just skirting the edge of the blue. Eventually, he will have to just go up to get a gasp of some air, but he should be found out. So that should be it for 6-8. And for DRS, a fantastic position to work with, especially taking a look at where the zone is. And Team Secret, they need to be careful here. They are exposed, silhouetted against the skies, and Nima is going to take a few pot shots in the direction.
The good news is that they know that there's not too many teams waiting to push them immediately. They can be a little bit more exposed. If they take 1 knock, that's fine. It would be taking 2 out on that outcrop that would be disastrous. They can get those reses there. I'm very impressed with what the Infinity's been able to do on the southwest side. The amount of control they've exerted over this, we haven't really been on board with them, but they controlled 6-8. They controlled that entire southwest quadrant of this set of phases of the circle, and they're going to have to push him from the edge. They're playing this edge position now as we hop on board with them. They have a difficult run ahead of them, but I'm very impressed with the amount of presence that they've had.
MS Chonburi. They might have finally put Damwon Gaming 6 feet under, but now they have to go up against the entire full squad of Rico Infinity, and unfortunately, they're not able to hold their own. Infinity now, they've been playing in a 2-2 split for, it looked like forever, but finally they've regrouped, and that is going to be a problem for Rico Infinity. And Team Secret, though, all 4 members still alive, and as you pointed out earlier, they're in a very, very comfortable spot as long as they are wary of the potential of of a couple of teams, especially DRS being one of them, taking a couple of pot shots at them. They're in a good position here. They're just watching all the carnage unfolding in front of them, and they're just enjoying the view.
The Infinity, they opt to take the fight with Rico Infinity team. They want to swing in from the western side. They know that Team Secret has that stronghold on the south edge of this next circle. They haven't had to move for a very long time. Now they're just moving through Rico Infinity team. Seems like they always win this fight. The Molotov around the side. I love that. I love that.
It's Infinity versus Infinity battle all over again, John.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to take it down yet again, but it's just not quite concluding yet. But an ass falls, and with that, I feel like the Infinity are just going to swell over the top. Yeah, Rico Infinity team fall. They weren't quite as big that time around. Cardinality not going to stand up.
You know what? Since we spoke about this, I'm just going to say it was a good reference. It's okay. If no one else got it, John, I got it. I appreciate it.
That's right.
Meanwhile, 4 rivals, they are getting taken down as well. Not looking so great. And look at Infinity. They just ram straight into DRS. They're like the Grim Reapers at the moment. They might not be expecting the second player, though. That is going to be Daybot from Genesis Dogma, able to get the kill. But now the jig is up. They know exactly where they are. Infinity are like just one-man armies, all 4 of them, taking fights at will against every single team seemingly. Uzi lobs a nade, and Nima's able to dodge it. Look at how low he is, and he's still pushing on, and finally knocked down. And Tunny, the last man standing for Infinity, they're lunatics. Actual madmen.
God, Tunny wins these, though. He's got a nade. He's cooking it. If it's good, it's good. AJ, that might be right on target. Takes a little bit of damage. Oh, he sees him through the bottom of the smoke. Sees the nade bobble out the top. I think that bounced off his helmet. Goodness me. AJ falls there. Pushes in. There's to be careful of the nade to his left. Will go off there. Now swings out against 2. Trapped against the rock and the blue. It's bad news for DRS, but they swing finally, and they will take a tickle. But it's the whole beef Wellington I'll go with. I don't know why I was going for it. That's going to be the whole beef Wellington for God Tunny.
A beef Wellington, a good beef Wellington is always great. So yeah, DRS able to survive what was a very, very scary situation, a very scary 1v3 there. But yeah, the madmen known as Infinity have finally been put down. They've been on a tear, on an absolute tear thus far in the entirety of the league stage and a super weekend. At least now we're down to the final 3. DRS Galden from above will be shot at by Jumper, and I gotta say, I don't want to sound like I don't want to like ruin the tension, so to speak, but Team Secret, This is a game for them to lose.
They absolutely have had control of this circle for so long. And finally, from on high, they descend to Dane the Gentry with their presence below them. Only a couple of players stand between them and imminent victory. 16 kills so far. Plenty of meds, plenty of armor. He's even going to go for the scout there. Nima going to boost on up in that buggy as well. Daybot going to survive. That's a nade. That feels like it's on target. Might just seal the deal against Nima, who is going low. Swims out towards the spit. Team Secret. They'll spot Nima first if he tries to go up there. But Daybot trying to push him out. Oh dear. A little bit of argy-bargy. Not really the springtime swim that you want to be going for. It's Daybot to go down first. DRS fall next. And it's Team Secret to finally win out the game.
DRS, the better swimmers, clearly they're coming out in the second place. They're going to be reasonably happy with the way they play that. It was a bit of a low fragging affair, I felt like. But for me, yeah, Team Secret, very well-deserved win. As you pointed out, sure, we might have had the zone favoring them a little bit, but they played it perfectly, right? They didn't really have to budge, didn't overextend. And when they did manage to, go in for the fight, they knew the fight was definitely going to be heavily favoring them. But Infinity, man, John, they seem to be just brimming with confidence at the moment.
I mean, and it's working. That's the thing, right? They're getting results for it. They survive really quite late into the game. They get a lot of points. And yeah, it's great news. Obviously, that was a very difficult push to make for them towards the end against Team Secret's stronghold with DRS, with Oversight. I mean, you don't really have a choice other than to just go full send in that scenario. And the fact that they did what they did in that position is also very, very phenomenal and indicative of the performance that we're seeing from them. I want to talk and loop back to something that we talked about with Genesis Dogma towards the start. They came third because they were just there. The only decision they made, I felt, other than the smaller macro rotation staying on the edge, was go to the river and then hide under Team Secret. That was the only decision they actually really made fully. And from that point onwards, it was, again, just a lack of proactivity. This time it pays off, though. So they do get the point return for it, not poking their heads above the ridgeline and staying alive for as long as possible. Good. But that doesn't get you the points that you want to be able to qualify for the later stages of this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's still looking very, very shaky. I know it's still well, I can't call it early days anymore because you're more than halfway through the day, right? And it's 2 days of league play. We're talking about 10 games, and for a few of these teams, they've already played 3 or 4 games already, right? And we know a couple of these teams. They didn't play the first Super Weekend. They want to ensure. You look at FaZe, you look at Bigatron. Again, super quiet games. It looks like the guys who managed to qualify for the first Super Weekend, they're continuing to deliver. They're continuing to look very, very solid indeed. While the guys we expected to kind of rise up to the occasion, they've been obviously watching everyone else playing the previous Super Weekends. They've been making notes, figuring out what went wrong in the previous week. It seems like the issue is it continues to haunt them.
Yeah, it's a difficult scenario there. Obviously, FaZe not having that first entrance that they were looking for. Maybe we're going to have a little bit more FaZe down than FaZe up this time around. What do you think, Desk? What have you got?
I think we kind of are maybe coming up with the idea that you guys should be actually really critical of them. I think, yeah, the fact that they got 4 eliminations, they got knocked out early, that does suck for them. However, they got more points, I think, in that one match than teams have gotten in like 2. I mean, they're tied up right now with Deadeye's guys at 4. They're tied up with close to Bigatron, who's at 5. And this is only their first match. So at least able to see them get some eliminations is great. But I will agree, that's not the performance you want to see out of FaZe. But considering the points so currently going on with Secret, with the Infinity, it's really not that bad in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, a little unfortunate of a start. You would like to get a few placement points here or there. I think that's definitely what FaZe are trying to aim for.
Whoa. So, out of the 4 teams who just came in to play, 3 of them are in top 3.
Yes. Damn. Yes. Hey, Sanhok spraying his on Imperium. He's going to take our job soon, I'm scared. Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, DRS, Genesis Dogma jumping in for their first game here. Woods get himself first, second, and third, respectively. And also, we touched upon this in the overall rankings. Out of 3 games, Infinity had 22 kills. Secret just got 17 out of a single game this time around. And holding on to a 2-3 Ruins, which is not the easiest thing to do in Imperium. Like, they play that game so well, so early on, especially actually being the team to eliminate FaZe at the start of that game. Like, they were aiming for first place from the very start.
Yeah, they played it exceptionally well. We'll be breaking it down later on, or you will be at least. And I also want to highlight that I called Team Secret to win the game. Just saying.
And they had the biggest point scoring match so far, funny enough.
Yes, exactly, and the biggest point scoring match so far. I do. What can I say? I'm the new Caleris.
Well, I mean, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. As we take a look at the second page, I think the Galaxy 0 points again, having a big struggle for this team, but we'll see if they can maybe change their tides a little bit later on, as we're going to focus now on our MVP, and it's going to be Kid. You talked about him a lot, actually, Max, coming into this event, and I believe like within the first week as well, and it's great to see that he can step up to be that player you expected.
Yeah, of course, when you look at Team Secret, there's been some big changes that were made throughout the year. Of course, you had yourself Yuhai, now it's part of BTR, and you needed some new blood being brought to the table, and Kid is exactly that, and he was a player that was rated heavily in the region for quite some time, and the fact he was added to the side of Team Secret, a lot of people were really happy to see that happen in their respective PMPL, and this is a player that I still have yet to completely suss out in my mind as to how he exactly plays. I still need a little bit more time, but if he has the opportunity to get those kills, get those off angles, and set up the team for success, Kid is definitely one of the players that will do that extremely well, and you can see even with eye shots, they were performing really well. So, I mean, yeah, I think that Kid is a great addition to the Team Secret roster, and I want to see more of Kid, especially because I think he's been subbed in and out sometimes, so I want to see him play a little bit more potentially.
What I loved about that statistic is not only was a head-to-head between two players of the same team, but it was also the fact that 31% contribution for Kid and 24% for eye shots. That means the other two players from Team Secret in that game had similar types of contribution. It was a team effort that allowed Team Secret to absolutely dominate that game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get 17 eliminations, I at least hope it would be a team effort there to be able to pull it off properly. But, you know, either way, I mean, teams are going to get themselves really close now to being qualified through to our second Super Weekend, which is fantastic for them and really showing the power they have. And of course, the bounce back from week 1 into week 2, maybe those extra 15 matches they played the Super Weekend really got them accustomed to the lobby and accustomed to the way everyone was playing. But also, Kid, you know, Max, I think I remember you saying your fan favorite vote was towards Pika, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, that was it. Where are we going with this?
I'm just curious. I haven't done my vote yet, so I'm trying to keep my options open. I mean, it's open till the 27th, so I got a little bit of time, and maybe Kid is deserving of it after I saw him pick up those many eliminations here for Team Secret. Remember, you guys can get some permanent items, some various pink level items if you guys get your votes in, so make sure you're doing that. And Imperium, who would you actually vote for, or have you voted for?
I haven't voted for anyone at the moment. I'm waiting just a little bit longer. I would be on the same boat as Max in terms of Pika, but I think there's a couple of other team players that have really impressed me. Ray Joso from Reject. Power Boy, yeah, he's been okay.
He gets enough votes from everyone else.
And also, I would say any of the Infinity players across the board, God Tunny or Newsy for sure have shown themselves up big time.
Okay, well, Max, you have a recap for us, and I think you kind of alluded to it before. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we're going to be diving right into how Team Secret were able to secure themselves the win. We knew it was Team Secret that was going to win because Imperium called them as being the winning team, and you know that when he comes on desk, it doesn't happen too often, but he tends to have a little bit of a blessing going his way. But Team Secret, as we know, they like their drop towards Stolba Kameshki because it's not contested. Who's going to be chasing you in Stolba Kameshki? Exactly, Imperium? No one. But also, what is great about that drop location, it just opens up a world of opportunities when you have these types of circles. Do you want to rotate through the circle into the center, through Yasnaya, through Rozhog, or even potentially the eastern side of George Pole? They can have literally any decision in the world, waited for phase 2 to pop, and when they saw the circle, they know not too many teams normally play the more northern edge, except for maybe Riku Infinity, potentially even Cryptic sometimes. So instant rotate up north of Ruins to get himself in a strong position, which is the compound where MS Chonburi won actually a few days ago in Imperium. So they knew exactly what positions are the strongest in this type of circle, and they aimed for those super early on in the game.
They caught FaZe with their pants down, eliminated them, then they were able to come in and take down team after team, player after player, and you highlighted the 2-2 split was massive from Team Secret all throughout that late game, and it allowed them to hold on to some fantastic angles. The elevated high ground of the Cathedral hillside as well, overlooking the water, was perfect, and then the other two players down on the south side, it was allowing them to cover the hills, and nobody breached them, nobody pushed in because they couldn't. Team Secret had everybody's number with that split.
Well, like, look, yeah, exactly. Like the 2-2 split, and they're still picking up eliminations. They're still forcing fights. I think just shows the confidence, Max, that they had in that position.
Yeah, it's just so rough for Inns at the circle to move in if you get there late. And when you have two players, especially in the castle position over Inns, you have the perfect overview position. You can see with this flyby right here, despite all the teams already getting eliminated in the more southern edge, they were the one actually gatekeeping most of the teams in this lobby, making sure they could not get to that late stage. And if they do so, then all the teams that you're really going to have to focus on are the teams that aim for the river play relatively early, or that went to the compound where MS Chonburi got a win just a few days ago. And because it's surrounded by absolutely nothing, it's hard to make that rotation initially work, which is why you see teams such as DRS struggle towards the end. And you saw the POV of Jumper there, Imperium. Yeah, the perfect visibility. There's no way this game does not go in favor of Team Secret, and then they just push in. They know they got the man advantage. There's no way for Genesis Dogma or DRS to contest that win. It's just they made sure they got every single kill while they still could.
And it's more than coincidence that the clip started when there was only scragglers left on that riverside, right? Because they had covered that south side so strongly. And Genesis Dogma, yeah, okay, it wasn't the best performance in the world, but at least they were able to get themselves into the top 3, hulking to the side of the cliff. So either way, good, but Team Secret just impressing us so much.
Yeah, and again, we've talked so many times about teams who get positions or like this who are kind of not gifted, but they get themselves into a very strong position. It's about capitalizing off of that, getting as many points as possible, as many eliminations they possibly can. And with 32 points in total, they've definitely been the highest scoring team so far at a single match within PMGC, at least within the East League. I'm not too sure just yet when it comes to the West. You guys at home, just remind you guys once again, I'll remind you 2 more times throughout the day, we do have the treasure box going on for you guys all to pick up. As long as you're watching here in the Esports Center or over on YouTube, you accumulate some points to unlock a permanent item. Max is getting close.
I'm still far. No, okay. I think I'm like 50, 60 point. Like I'm not there just yet, but I'll get there. I'm on my phone on the side, so we're getting there.
Well, I mean, we do know between us 3 now who is the more dedicated fan, because Imperium has gotten his thing unlocked, right?
I've got a confession to make, guys. I haven't got it unlocked. I'm sorry. I lied to the whole world about that. I won't let it happen again.
Okay, it's fine. At least you're honest about it now. But you know what? All of you at home, you still have chances to get it. So make sure you guys are tuning in as much as possible as we now take a look at our overall recap of our points currently within this first day of league play. And the Infinity, well, they passed that supposed bubble. They have passed it in flying colors at 57 points. But Secret, after 1 match, 32 points. They passed 6-2-8. That's insane.
It was a single game, though.
It's insane.
The script is written out pretty nicely. I gotta say, this is some good entertainment we're having on this second league play. But yeah, Secret had a strong position, of course. I'm waiting to see how their Sanhok performances are going to pan out. But I remember back last PMGC, I mean, you had Yuhai was doing a lot of the work in those games. But we know that this is a map that they can play really well, given the right opportunity, so they could still, potentially even just next game, also cross the bubble with Infinity and B2 teams to already qualify just in a day alone, which would be absolutely nuts here.
Yeah, and I am impressed with DRS. They deserve a lot of respect as well. 8th place after their first game compared to the likes of Reject, 4 Rivals, you know, Nigma, ahead of them, all have 3 games, so DRS also having a strong showing in their first game of the day, and yeah, I think that's important to highlight as well.
I'll take a look at the second page here. I mean, FaZe, they're bottom of the table, but again, like realistically, 4 more points and they're into top 16. Well, obviously it depends on placements, but you know, 5 more points and they're into top 16. It's really not that far of a grasp for any of these teams, to be honest, to really move through. And honestly, if you look at the difference between 11th and 20th place, 10 points. That's it. That's really not much.
It's always like this. This is always the same kind of situation when you're looking at these league play sessions. It's just one good game could be the difference between you qualifying and you being in the bottom 4 and not making it to the Super Weekend. One good game is all is needed really from, I would say, FaZe to those guys, BTR, Tongjabao, Star Wars, and even the teams that are a little bit high on that second page. So one game is the big difference maker, but the thing is, we've seen some teams just struggle time and time again, and that one game sometimes teams just don't get it, and they just miss out on an entire Super Weekends. They miss out on games worth of points. So teams at the bottom right now, it's still only the first day. There's still an opportunity for you to make it back in, but the more you delay it, the harder it's going to get towards the end. So we need to start seeing those results rolling in as soon as possible.
Yeah, and they got 2 matches left to do so today here for the groups that will be participating in those matches. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. And when we come back, we will be here with the 4th match of the day.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Split coming out from...
What happened?
Come on, let's do it. Come on.
Huh?
Oh no! What the hell?
안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 잠원 지하 소속 준이라고 합니다. 저의 포지션은 포탑 및 어태커여서 포탑도 되고 어태커도 됩니다. 저의 실력은 일단은 다른 팀 높게 평가하는 것도 있는데 저도 어느 정도 중상위권이지 않나. 제가 할 거로 따지면, 그러니까
또 이게 팀합이 안 맞고 기복이 심해지다 보니까 중상위권으로 내려온 것 같기도 하고,
포지션적으로나 뭐 해줘야 될 부분으로 따지면은 딱히 질 것 같지는 않습니다.
지금은 더 잘해지고 있다고 생각합니다.
이번에 올라온 BC 스웨일에서 저스티스 선수랑 친합니다. 옛날에 저희랑 같은 팀 동료였습니다. 저랑 걔랑 사이가 원래 안 좋았거든요. 근데 같은 팀원이 되면서 그 안 좋았던 걸 다 풀고,
저도 개인적으로 이제 그 노바엑 스퀘프의 이제 파라보이 선수를 되게 좋아합니다. 이유는 이제 외모도 되게 잘생겼고, 이제 총도 이제 되게 잘 쏘고, 이제 또 자기가 실수가 없어요.
운영 위즈? 교전보다는 운영으로 가는 것 같습니다. 아직 그 교전했을 때 합이 살짝 안 맞는 느낌이어가지고 그걸 좀 더 보완하면은 충분히 비벼볼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
네, PMPS 시즌 1 때 딱 이제 대회를 뛰고 이제 시즌 2 때는 안 뛰었어요. 안 하다가 이제 다시 와서 시작하니까 전처럼 그렇게 잘 하지는 못하는데 그래도 지금은 형들이랑 연습하면서 이제 다시 실력을 다시 끌어올리고 있으니까 저는 네, 나날이 발전하고 있다고 생각합니다. 저는
BCS 저희가 그냥 밟고 지나가는 발판이라 생각했습니다. 보고 있나 저티스.
모든 선수들은 내 손 안에 있다. 다 죽었다.
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
كريبتيف وين؟ السلام عليكم، معكم الشاركو من فريق كريبتيف المغربي، أحد ممثلي الشرق الأوسط في بطولة PMGC.
Hello everyone, I'm Raouf from Nigma Galaxy, originally from Algeria.
بإذن الله جايين هالموسم عشان نحقق المركز الأول في الشرق.
I really admire the Chinese team, Nova Esports.
أتوقع أن تيمات جنوب شرق آسيا والتيمات الصينية تيمات قوية، وإحنا مو تيم ضعيف وكريبتيف قد التحدي بالبطولة.
I think the first team in East League might be a Chinese team, but the finals are guaranteed to no one.
مثل ما قال نجم كريكسي الليج مو نفس الأول بالفاينل، الفاينل أهم، ومع قوة الفرق الشرقية هدفنا السيزون.
These goals are too conservative. Our main goal is to win the finals and be top one.
الكلام الكثير ما له فايدة. إذا بدكم تشمتوا حالكم اثبتوه على خريطة إيرانجل.
I think our mentality is fine. It might be easy to get ahead of ourselves, and we lost some games in Season 2 as a result, but we will not make those mistakes again. And I think we're mentally stronger than any other team.
العقلية قوية مهمة، لكن قدرة اللاعب الفردية هي تحدد بين الفوز والخسارة.
بما أنه نحكي عن العقليات، عقلية تيمنا كثير قوية وما راح نخسرها في الفاينل وما خايفين من الخسارة، وأنا واثق كثير من تيمي أنه راح نسوي شيء في الفاينل. فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
Nice. You need to trust your teammates, but when it comes to teamwork, we can show you how it's done.
داخل الجيم أكيد راح نتصادم مع الفرق الثانية، وأتوقع راح يكون في كر وفر بينه وبين الفرق الآسيوية، ولكن أنا متحمس لتدميرهم مرة ثانية.
تاكتيك شبه الفرق اليابانية والكورية قوي، لكن الشيء اللي يفرق داخل الجيم هو المهارات القتالية، وكريبتيكس ما راح يرحم أي فريق.
كريبتيف وين؟
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into our fourth match of the day. I hope you guys are excited as we are, because we got Team Secret again looking to repeat performances, putting up 17 eliminations, 32 points overall. Imperium, you blessed them perfectly. I always want to put you on the spot for another match here, but you know what? I feel like your curse bar is empty. It needs some time to refresh and recharge before we can fully get into another pick out of you. But as we are going to the fourth match, it's going to be Sanhok. And to be fair, if you can correctly predict Sanhok every time, you should go play the lottery. I don't know what you're doing here.
I can, but I choose not to, because, Jason, with great power comes great responsibility.
Okay.
Okay, Spider-Man. Well, see.
I didn't know Spider-Man was Irish.
Just call me Peter Parker.
Hey, man, the multiverse is collapsing. I mean, we saw it in the trailer, right? We're going to have everyone.
Exactly.
Tommy Maguire is going to be on the desk at one point, I think. We'll have to see. But yeah, it's another Sanhok game, and this also being the first Sanhok game for Team Secret, DRS Gaming, Genesis Dogma, and FaZe Clan. I'm intrigued to see how that's going to work out. I said about Team Secret that this is a map that last PMGC they had some decent success with, so this might be the game where they're trying, maybe not overtake Infinity, but at least get close, right? But also,
just imagine if they did. If
that would
they
be
somehow
great.
overtook Infinity after they played 4 matches and Secret have played 2.
Yeah, that would be a great one. But also, we've got to keep in mind that these points do not go over into the Super Weekend and give you a chance to make it into the league finals. So these teams are looking super comfortable, but is that the teams at the bottom do we got to be focused on a little bit here? And they need to have a big change of pace to make it. They need to find some success on Sanhok, which hasn't been happening so far for some of them.
And I also think we're heading in a bit of a direction like last week, where that cutoff point is going to be a little bit lower than calculated, because a little bit similar to last week when the likes of Enigma and Stalwart and even 628 were kind of quite power hungry in the points. Infinity and Team Secret, at least in the first 3 games, have proven to be pretty kind of hungry for those kills and those points, so it has allowed that opportunity for the likes of FaZe to get one good result. Like a 15 to 20 point game would automatically jump them up into around the top 6, top 7, so it is something to consider coming into, of course, not only the next 2 games but tomorrow's as well.
Yeah, and to remind you guys, as you are seeing here, like, oh, FaZe, they're on 4 points. Oh, they're terrible. They've only played 1 match. Like, some teams have played out 3 matches. Some have played out 1. Some have played out 2. So we have to keep them. Okay, all right. Wow. Yeah. If you want to create some enemies here, that's all on you. And I'm sure Deadeyes would appreciate that, especially all your fans of Pyramid from Nepal. So if they want to unfollow you and follow me on Instagram at JCapel with the 1 instead of the L, feel free. I'm definitely down for that one. But yeah, it is true. Like, obviously, some teams have played more matches than the other. And while we are done today, some teams will have played out 5 of their 8. Other teams will have played out 3 or 4. So we have to keep that in mind, keep that in the back of the heads at least, and see how it changes as time goes on. But the fact is, we do have some teams just kind of sitting there towards the bottom of the table. Deadeyes guys was the team to qualify in 16th place last time. Will they do it again? Well, I guess time's going to tell here.
Yeah, I mean, the tiebreakers are very important in the league play. We've seen it happen many times. Last PMGC, I think every PMPL, I think at least every PMPL has got 1 iteration of that happening at some point in time. So, yeah, you got to make sure that if you can get at least 1 win, you're sure to win those tiebreakers. But if you're barely qualifying in the top 16, I don't expect you to have a chicken dinner, because that should pretty much secure you into the Super Weekend itself. So, hey, we'll see how it works out. Yeah.
It's funny that you say, oh wait, I'm trying to find the right page, the appropriate page for this, because we do have Tong Xiaobao in 14th place with 1 chicken dinner in our Super Weekend.
Oh, in the
so
Super
it is
Weekend
possible.
Yeah,
but
Super
definitely
Weekend,
not likely. Yeah, especially with only 8
And-
matches in total, right?
And I know this isn't, of course, in any way the same as last year, because I think not only is it standard higher across the board, but it's split. But even last year's PMGC, I forget the team name, but Zute's team played all 3 Super Weekends and they didn't make it to the finals.
The Unnamed?
So it is something to is it? No,
Wait,
it
was
wasn't
it?
the
No.
Unnamed.
Wait, I'm
It
thinking.
wasn't the Unnamed. But either way,
Okay.
my point is, you know, the qualifying for every Super Weekend, it's the aim, but it's not always the ultimate guarantee. So that's why it's even more worrying for the likes of Enigma as they try and chase their 2nd Super Weekend in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma, they're not doing too badly, to be completely honest. I mean, again, they're sitting around, was it like 27 points, if I'm not mistaken? Just going to quickly fill for time. Well,
25.
25 points. So they're actually not doing too bad, though. They have had like a 0-point result before earlier on, and I mean you're bound to have some 0-pointers just because the zone doesn't go your way, you can't find the right loot, maybe you get hot dropped a little bit. I mean, maybe it's an off match for you, but one thing that stands true across this entire event is you're allowed to have some off matches, but you really got to pick up the points. You got to pick up that pace when it matters, especially when you get into the grand finals. It's just 4 days of time. And some teams are those marathon teams that can do well over a long period of time. And some teams are very volatile and have high highs and low lows. But if you have all those high highs hit perfectly, like we've seen before, I mean, come out the champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Can't say
anything else. Yeah. Well said, Jason. Nice one.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just keep filling in the meantime, since our two analysts are just flabbergasted at how smart their host is. Smart, handsome, got a great haircut, even though no one's mentioned it here for me at all. It kind of makes me a little bit disappointed that you guys are not paying attention to me, the most important part of the show. I'm just kidding. You guys at home are the most important part of the show who are watching, but it's time to head to our commentators here for our next match of the day. It's going to be John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much, Imperium and Maxman. Jason was there too. Blank, how you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm feeling like Maxman's hairline at the moment. Feels like it's coming back, It's coming back with a vengeance, and so am I. I'm back in this game. I'm good to go. Jason's losing hair, mainly around his chin, though. I think he looks kind of clean with it. But we're going straight into Sanhok. Hambang being our ending point on this plane path. Most teams getting where they want to go. I don't even know why I talk about the plane path on Sanhok. It doesn't matter. It's so inconsequential so many times.
I think I've seen maybe 3 plane paths on Sanhok that actually have an impact on a game over my course of doing PUBG Mobile broadcast.
I want the plane path that starts in Kampong and then goes out to the east and then the game ends. We just leave the map.
You guys didn't drop already? Well,
yeah.
Sucks to be you, I guess.
Pretty much, yeah. But that's the kind of plane path I would like to see. I don't think I'll ever see that plane path. I believe that plane path does not exist.
I feel like
we are getting.
I was going to say, I feel like the most curtailing plane path would be far west, right? Like from just north of Camp Alpha down towards Nakam down in the South Island. I feel like that would be interesting because teams would then have to all cross the river all at the same time.
Yeah, especially crossing those bridges. Not easy, rough, but I've yet to see that circle. And again, I'll say it again, we've been casting PUBG Mobile for many a year now. And we've yet to see a Sanhok that's been truly devastating in terms of a playing path. Tongjibao on our screen at the moment. They've had some interesting splits. I was talking to Max in the green room. We were discussing things, as me and Max do, about the teams, and we were saying that, I was trying to tell Max that I think that Tongjibao has been a little bit more active in their rotates, have been taking some fights. Max is saying that he thinks that, they've still just kind of been doing their own thing. I'm not fully convinced though. Max is a smart man. He's kind of made me rethink a little bit. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on them. I will give them an evil eye, but I will just give them the telescopic eye and just really try and figure out what's going on in that little team over there. Because I think that it did seem to me like they were trying to do more. They were trying to take more fights, especially on our previous Sanhok, where we saw them like crossing all the way from the eastern side to the west. Like that's not easy for them. I know they're used to playing around Quarry, or Quarry. No, we're not on Erangel. Get me out.
Let's not.
Stop mixing and matching names of places. It will end terribly, I'm sure. But I know that they had to move quite a long way, and I don't think it was something they were particularly used to. So I do think that there is maybe hope for Tongjibao. I don't know, though. It's just a little bit frustrating at times. But I think we can stop talking about them now and talk about 628 on the other hand. What did you think of that second Sanhok, Mr. John? Because we did have that interesting ending where 628 held that insane compound on the confluence of rivers, weren't able to quite hold it out with a nasty little hard shift off to the western side, which MS Chonburi were able to capitalize on.
To be fair, it was like they had a snake in the grass to deal with, right? Like getting cut down behind them. It just was not a good time.
Ideal.
It wasn't ideal. Like, sure, maybe they could have cleared the angle, but it's just one of those things that just sometimes happens. So I feel like maybe if that hadn't have happened, they would have had a better chance to close things down. But their rotation down south was solidly principled. I don't think that that's going to be the same this time around, though. I feel like they're going to have to go to this main island, move into the territory currently occupied by Dick Xavier and Infinity as well, and have a little bit of a go at it there. There's always that option to go down south, but you've got that Deadeye's guy's outpost that's going to be scouting that.
Yeah, that's in the form of On Top at the moment. Yeah, pretty damn good player from South Asia, you know, making it happen for the team. I think that for 628, you are right though. It's like, where do you really want to go? And the most efficient path would be, like you say, over towards that eastern side. But do you really want to deal with D Xavier? Do you really want to deal with the Infinity? I think there's a great points, John, and I don't think that I would personally want to do that either. I think D Xavier can be quite the scrappy team. Yeah, not getting the most ridiculous finishes to a game, but they're one of the few teams in this lobby that I think to myself that, yeah, maybe not a huge amount of points coming their way all the time, but it's not a fight that I personally would want to take. I think a team that I would rather fight, you know, Tong Jabal, maybe even Genesis, Dogma, Cryptics. These are teams that I would say are a little bit easier to push on through. Down One Gaming even, down towards the south side. Dig saving them hand? Oh no, not at all.
Oh dear. Well, FaZe right now pretty close to Tong Jabal on the northwestern side. They left boot camp almost entirely. In fact, they have left boot camp entirely, and Deadeye's guys can take up position on the western coast on that riverbank there on the cliff faces to the west of boot camp. And again, trying to move a little bit more central for a lot of these teams. Rico Infinity team, they have their outpost down to the south. You can see Sir just scouting that out. I don't think they spotted the player, but they're wary of the position to be sure, for now anyway. Waiting to see if we're going to see any weird long rotations on the boat. I don't think we're going to see too many. I don't think there's impetus for that much to happen. I mean, maybe Nigma Galaxy is the only team I could see doing it right now. But the central teams coming at loggerheads. This is Rico Infinity team and D Xavier.
This is a fight that's happened a fair few times down towards Paradise Resort. It's not one that goes cleanly either. It's usually quite the messy fight between these two teams within Paradise Resort itself. Frankie already going down though. SK Ton sets up beautiful position, and one starts to wonder if this is something that was set up beforehand. I really liked if it was the case. I mean, they were looking towards that location of D Xavier on that northwest side, so it's a really good start from SK Ton and Rico Infinity. Like, they've just held this one down. They've got the angles. Now they're going to walk backwards after quickly flushing out Frankie. Honestly, just a fantastic read from them, knowing that they take this fight so often.
Really trying to minimize casualties, minimize that impact that can be had here to D Xavier. I mean, they've lost that player already. Maybe thinking twice, but they are still putting pressure on, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think that for D Xavier now, that begs the question with, like, do you really want to keep going to Paradise Resort? Do you might want to change up your playstyle, because this is no longer a comfortable rotate in anymore. Rico Infinity team know you do this. They drop in Paradise Resort. There's a lot of cheeky little ways you can get on top of the buildings. You can start holding those rooftops, get some nasty angles in. So, you know, D Xavier really has been the only one they've had to fend off in these first 10 minutes of the game, every game. So if they can set themselves up for success there, then D Xavier's chances here on Sanhok just start to plummet. I think that personally for D Xavier, a new plan, is it not?
A new strat, maybe. That's not what you're supposed to do, Infinity. Try again. 4 rivals, spot Jimmy on the hillside. Up goes the Jack in the Box. Going to get that flush fairly simply. As Nova get curtailed as they try and move north from their quarry position currently. 4 rivals on the hillside. Snakes in the grass there. DRS with a nade over the top. Is right on the money. Tong Jabal lose that forward outpost. There's no way you're getting that back up either. They're going to have to play at a deficit here, down to 3. Bamboo scouring the hillside with a crosshair, but the bullets just aren't going to land.
I don't like that position from Lons at all. It's a really good rock face to play alongside because in third-person format, it gives you so much information. And this is an important hillside, by the way. It's not one that goes unnoticed. A lot of teams want to take this one and get some information across before they go in. Having someone there usually means that you'd have someone behind you being able to back you up. But at the moment, for Tongjibao, they're on this three-man split. So they can't even support one another. I think you have to play very safe and play for info gathering. There's no way you get down back off that rock safely without the help of a teammate that cooks a grenade in hand. So yeah, I'm 100% going to say it's a bad play. That's just a bad play.
Didn't enjoy it. Fair enough. In the meantime, by the way, we saw a player from FaZe go down, get knocked by 628 and picked up by Deadeye's guys for the point. On their top of their hillside. So they are down to 3. Over the top, it's Genesis Dogma. Spotted out Team Secret. Fred out in the open. And that's going to be a flush coming through from Booms. Bold to stay up that long, but it's not going to be punished just yet. Kid around the side, and it's going to be able to crawl back for Fredo. Staying alive for now. The reposition can come in here. Could potentially go for this res. It depends how fast Genesis Dogma act.
I think for Genesis Dogma, we were in a discussion beforehand, whether they are proactive or not. And I think a lot of times they are just letting other teams do the work for them. Rabbids goes down for DXavier. Rico Infinity team just moving in, and that's Ferrari going down next. And Rico Infinity team dispatch DXavier easily.
Ooh, that was a player on the top of the hillside. Genesis Dogma lose a player as well. The res has come through. And Genesis Dogma down to 3. They didn't crash onto the player down. They didn't move up to the compound. And Ice Shots just tears them apart. 2 players now left for Genesis Dogma. Fredo gets re-knocked, and they have lost Kid in the meantime. Either that or he has gone very low. Hasn't got. Oh, it's just healing up. It was just a pixel of HP left. Fair enough. They'll be able to get that res yet again. So down to 2 for Genesis Dogma. They don't capitalize on the opening that Team Secret gave them.
No, they don't. I think that personally, for me, Genesis Dogma, when they are coming to loggerheads versus another team and they've got to pull up the fisticuffs and take a fight, they're not great. I think they're better when they strike from the shadows. And now the jumpers moving past. Nice shots from Daybot. And now they've got to do something about it. Kids coming in. They will flush that one out. So Daybot's done a huge amount of work. And Team Secret now down to just 3. This is a bit of an issue.
Around the side, Daybot trying to hold it down with the UMP at close range. An underhand Molotov to isolate one of the sides. Now Ice Shots has full cover. Has to send out a little bit wider. Tries to hit the drop shot. But Kids just better on the day. Will get that flush. A little bit of retribution for Jumper. But they didn't want to lose that player.
They really didn't. I mean, to be fair, Genesis Dogma sending Satar off in the distance, you know, it's a necessary evil now for Satar. He just needs to let his team alone. He can't get revenge for them. Tongjibao sitting here with Bamboo. Again, still very split up for this team. Must know that FaZe is off in the distance with MR5 and Torres and Tony K. Beer 11's already gone down. FaZe, come on, guys. We know you can do better than this. This is a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events for them, and I think that it would be a massive, massive shame if they didn't get into the second Super Weekend. At the moment, they're just playing scared, though, for my liking.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I feel like they've been playing very, very close together, which in general to me would imply that what you're bringing up is they're a little bit, they lack a little bit of confidence in those scenarios, right? At the moment. We were expecting more from them. At the moment, they're just so tightly huddled. However, to be fair, in their current position, they're holding that Crossroads compound, and they do have a lot of points and a lot of sight lines there. So I think it's fair enough that they're close right now. But even before on the hillside, they were just super close together.
I think losing one is going to cause some problems later on, though, holding that Crossroads. When people start to figure out that it's a pretty strong position, especially with it being so central, 4-man team drops in. It's too easy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm completely disappointed. I'm completely disappointed.
100%.
My day is ruined, honestly.
You are saturated with the disappointment that you feel at Tongjibao.
Yeah, it's... I thought they could change things. I really do not get the 4-way split at all.
I think this late into the zones, right? Like it's...
Yeah. Even like trying to hold down specific like hot areas, like we saw from Lons earlier on, you can't do that alone. You kind of have to just commit to the info game in one specific area and then play from that area on Sanhok. So don't know what's going on with Tongjibao, but this game This game is a definitive like performance that isn't great, honestly.
With the circle shift, we're onto a north side brawl. 6-2-8 and Infinity have taken that to heart. At the moment, Yu Yang getting flushed out by the Infinity, guarding out south of Tapmok on the northwestern edge of Paradise Resort. Rico Infinity team, the only team in Paradise Resort right now. In a very, very central location as well. I'm surprised Tongjia Bao haven't tried to take it from them.
Well, what? I mean, come on. They're not. If we were gonna take that, they'd probably have one guy taking it. The other team would be down towards barn, you know, having a sip of coffee or something, and getting ready to go up there. You got this, mate. Their bootcamp player, you know, maybe not even bootcamp, probably down towards Painan, more than likely.
Control the crossings. I get it.
Control the crossings, yeah, from afar. Maybe you can see your teammate off in the distance. Then, guys, they've about made their way across now from that western island to the north side of boot camp. But yeah, you are right. Rico Infinity team holding down Paradise Resort. They were just waiting for this day. Waiting for the day that we get the circle on Paradise Resort. And that's where Rico Infinity team can potentially shine. I'd expect them to, you know, being able to set up in Paradise Resort nice and early with this kind of circle shift is going to give you so much agency in the circle. DRS on that eastern side as well, alongside Team Secret. You know, the rivalry returns strongly. You know, if Team Secret don't make it into this next Super Weekend, like, it's all down to DRS. But realistically, at the moment, with the way Team Secret is playing, highly doubt that.
MS Chamburi swing out and actually go across the North Bridge to insert themselves very near to Deadeye's guys, very near to 628 and God Tunny from Infinity, who is their western outpost. I don't think they're expecting a team to move across that bridge on the west, and I feel like if MS Chamburi had tried to go for one of those compounds on the junction, God Tunny would have gone down. The pressure exerted upwards by 628, by Deadeye's guys, would have pushed that rotation up, and God Tunny might have suffered for it. But now, MS Chamburi in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, with Deadeye guys as well in this area, plus 628, you almost having a little bit of a repeat of that last game on Sanhok. Unfortunately for Marshall, if they can get themselves in, it's only zone 3, so it's still possible to bring up members. Senke will get back on his feet, but we'll have to immediately run into the circle.
He's out the window there. 628 trying to hold off this push. MS Chamburi looked for the crash. They've moved on up, and they have the hillsides as well. Pop takes half HP. And the two close players now. Close quarter combat. Sunan cooking the nade. Wants to pop it in through the window. Move Jasper away, but they have the cover. MS Chamburi have found themselves in that close range fight. Sunan takes damage from the off angles from the top of that ridge line. Getting suppressed back though. 33Z operating for his team, for the teammates as well. As they are just going to try and hold off that push. Team Secret try to crest this ridge, but Cryptics have other ideas. In the meantime, Sunan has fallen on that forward position, and MS Chamburi, they've been playing this very, very, very well disciplined.
Yeah, it's very hard to actually get any shots down onto onto MS Chamburi with these off angles in play. It's just so damn good.
Aoshi as well, just struggling to do anything to stop the swell of players from MS Chamburi. Sunan gets flushed, and this is probably one of the best crashes I've seen from a team so far. Certainly right in front of us of MS Chamburi onto that compound there. Very well disciplined, very well principled. I feel like the dash from one side down was maybe a little bit overzealous, but Daoshi still giving it. Still giving it out. I think the Galaxy, in the meantime, against Nova on the southeast side. Blank, they're going at it.
They are. See what they can get done. I think Nova has had some moments of shining, moments of glory, but at the moment it's been a case of just slowly slipping away out of those standings towards the end of the games where they just cannot keep up with these other teams who come to bear against them. I mean, I would like to see more from them. Cryptics fly into that side of the Paris Resort down in our bottom right at the moment, see how that one actually ends up, and I believe that is Team Secret. FaZe, in fact, yeah, going down.
I think FaZe might have had a pretty tough time of it. Northeastern side here. Rico Infinity team have Cryptics to deal with. Sorry, northwestern edge of the Paradise Resort. Lazy Boy down, nade in through the door. Marshall sequestered away in a cubby. Gonna hide on out. Wither the storm. They're in the next circle, so they'll be okay for now, but DRS have moved in from the eastern side. Blank, right in the middle, there's a compound. Tongjia Bao in it.
I don't know how they've got this far. Honestly, I really don't. I don't know how they had 30 players up, considering Man got shot off on the other side of the map. So we'll see. I don't know how they got Attacker back up in the game, but they sent a massive rescue team out that way. If Tongjabao win this game, I'll be very surprised. I'll put it that way. The Infinity still have 4, though, on that top side. You know, this is a team that is insanely good on Sanhok. Their ability to control areas and confidently do it is just shown the way they have this northern side of the map locked down with that 4-way split, which I think is actually good considering they're on the coastal side, so they have to really worry about the 180 degree in front of them.
The circle moves over to the Paradise Resort as well, so Infinity's movement was very well timed there. They regroup as 4, they give up that zonal control, but they now have oversight of some of the most crucial areas of this map as Rico Infinity wants to take out the squatters. All 4 of them in the building. Lazy Boy low, going down, just bombarded into the corner. Prestigo low as well. Needs to be careful, does go down, traded off. Marshall last standing for Cryptics out on the balconies. Rico Infinity look to move through for the flushes.
Looking for more here. Might just be able to get one player back up again. Infinity don't really want to go in on this fight. They've sent out 2 wide towards Deadeye Guys and MS Chumburi, which is an insane play from them because they don't have to push this fight at the moment between Cryptics and Rico Infinity team, which will finish it off right there.
Rico Infinity team really suffering though, so maybe a time for a third party from the Infinity. Down 1 Gaming in the crevice, in the cracks, will be taken down or overwhelmed in that scenario. And now look at this, Mela and Nuzi looking to move up for this third party. Perfectly timed from the Infinity. They heard all of that gunfire going down. They saw what was going on. Nuzi getting knocked, but Mela's in for the backup. The flush is good, but Mela over the top vaults into danger and will be able to take care of business. It's 3 players alive for the Infinity as they take down Rico Infinity team in their drop spot.
I think that they also took down the remaining players from MS Chumburi and Deadeye Guys on that western edge, so they dealt with 2 things at the same time, which is insanity from the Infinity to split their team up like that and effectively communicate at the same time. Goodness me. This is a world champion team coming through from the Infinity at the moment. DRS control the majority of Paradise Resort, and now the Infinity can start to think about coming down here. Tongjabao really haven't done too much, but they still have an opportunity to get into these final moments. 7 teams still alive.
God, the Infinity are on another level today. They have put something in their breakfast because this is phenomenal performance coming through Blank. It's like you know, Neo was a good fighter before he realized he was the one, but then as soon as, you know, Agent Smith jumps on in, it's just on another level. He doesn't see the numbers anymore. And this Infinity stepping up to the plate. Tongjabao, they're getting cut down as they try and move towards this position. I mean, rightly so. There's so much open ground. There's really not a lot you can do. 5 teams remain though. A couple of healers out in the blue.
Classic Ralph from Nigma Galaxy. This seems to be the typical Ralph strap here on Sanhok. Tongjabao down and out. Now, realistically, our only 2 big contenders at the moment are DRS and the Infinity. I would 100% call the Infinity winning this whole tournament if they can win versus DRS here 3v4 whilst DRS hold the entirety of Paradise Resort. I'm happy to call that right now. I won't go back on my word.
All right, you heard it. Clip it, ship it. Let's get it done. Logan's position. Isolated, known, hits the deck again. A good nade to reposition, takes a little bit of damage. AJ with another one cooking up, but Mela has one in the back lines as well. They want to find these balconies, they want to find these angles. That's right on the money. Logan breaks out in the open and he goes down. So it's down to 2 for the Infinity and immediately flashed. God Tunny with a nade, spots the balcony, moves that nade through, forces Nima to take a back foot, needs to heal up.
Realistically, at the moment for the Infinity, they just have to wait for DRS to come to them and pray to God that this circle moves their way. Luckily, it has moved further away from the actual compound and towards the Infinity position, but still, it is 4v2. You see MS Chumburi, Jasper off in the distance as well. I don't think he can get much done, but he could make the backstab happen onto the Infinity.
The Galaxy as well, healing out in the blue. Yalzin in a crucial off angle here, but I feel like he isn't quite far around the wall. God Tunny goes down to a nade. DRS demonstrating their prowess. I think this might be the first chicken dinner that they're looking good for, Blank. I think they might have managed to finally make it happen. Mela finds one, pops up for one. Yowzen goes down as well. Mela behind the wall. Oh, I was hoping, but DRS finally claimed the chicken dinner. Take down the Infinity in a great turn of events for them. DRS hold down Paradise Resort.
You know, if God Tony maybe have pulled back a little bit there towards Mela's position, there might have been a chance. There might just have been a chance. But, you know, the ability from DRS, too much. You know, Nepal riding strong here, coming through on Sanhok, looking very, very strong. Again, it's just holding down that compound, and I think that they did a great job to move in on that spot. After, you know, a lot of other tenants had been removed at the end of the day. Also, Rico Infinity team, I've got to give massive props to that team, considering the amount of onslaught that they had to fight off against throughout the entire game. And just a great beginning from them, taking shots onto the Xavier at the beginning of the game. It was just a great setup overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very well done. I was just taking a look back through the match results to see if DRS have managed to get a chicken dinner so far, and this is their first chicken dinner, so it's really, really great stuff for them in this tournament to finally be able to claim it, because they were one of the teams that we were talking about as, you know, they deserve to be one of those top spots, as they have proved time and time again. They have had a great entrance so far into these tournaments, coming third in the Super Weekend performances, but always just being pipped to the post. They've had, I think, like 4 or 5
second places, yeah.
A couple of third and fourths as well. Now it's their time to finally crest that ridge and stand atop the mountain.
It's been a long time coming for DRS, to be quite frank with you. This was an insane fight between MS Chumbury and 628. And you know what? MS Chumbury have been really impressing me recently. I think that they've done fantastically well. I believe they went down in 3rd place there in that game. But again, MS Chumbury really starting to step up just a little bit. FaZe, on the other hand, not really impressing. Tong Jabao, you know, again, they've just slowly slided their way into that 5th place, I think it was. But I don't think it was anything impressive. Again, I don't want to harp on it too much, because I feel like I really am like Tong Jabao's worst fan.
On the flip side of that, though, very impressive, the Infinity's movements in that game. They had an incredible set of rotations. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite make their way up the garden features of Paradise Resort. DRS will get to relax there for time everlasting. Let's head over to the desk.
Yeah, I don't really know how often we have to keep saying Infinity are impressed us before this just becomes the norm, to be honest. Again, another Sanhok. They place extremely high, actually taking the most points in the entire lobby on that one. This team just seems to have Sanhok narrowed down, and I feel like I have not been able to say this ever about a team before.
I think we're unfortunately going to get to a point where we're going to be impressed by Infinity if they arrive 16th in a game. I think we're going to be, wow, they arrived 16th. They can actually have bad games. What's happening? But yeah, 22 smackaroos happening this time around. 10 eliminations in that game. They were so proactive, Imperium, in this one. We were a little bit back and forth. We had a back and forth conversation with Imperium talking about their big white split next to Tapmok into the more northern side, which at the end of the day, I think it was good because it also gives them a lot of opportunities depending on where the circle goes. But because of that position of Godtini that I was unsure of Imperium, but you pointed out could be good for information. They knew where guys were going to be. They knew where MS Chonburu were going to stand, and that's because they got so many kills because of the information Godtoni was able to feed over. Like, they wanted to get some big kills this game, and they definitely showed up at the end.
And I wasn't massively impressed with that spread overall in the early to mid game, but you also highlighted to me that it's not really a position where a lot of teams tend to converge onto. So it's really what worked, and there was a little bit of help with the fact that Cryptic's third-partied on the Team Secret, and I think around Phase 3, Phase 4, so that automatically allowed the kind of more northern edge of the circle to be less congested as well, and it just worked out for Infinity. But we gotta give props though to DRS. It's their very first chicken dinner in the PMGC. It may not have been the flashiest, but 21 points, getting the job done.
Yeah, and we've talked about their consistency. If we go back to that in particular for DRS, they had 3 second-place finishes in a row when it came to Day 2 and Day 3 with round 8, 9, and 10. At least able to finally get something under their belt, proving to themselves, I'd say, Imperium, that yes, we can take home a victory. We're not always the bridesmaid. We can be the bride for once. Not sure why that really works in the situation, but it does. And DRS, that's a massive weight off their shoulders, but also for Enigma Galaxy. another 11 points added to their tally, where they've been really struggling the Super Weekend. And I think they're getting like one step closer to solidifying their place into the second Super Weekend.
And normally we have a very evenness in terms of the points, but it's a big drop-off, Max, between second and third. It's not so Sanhok-esque in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, it's just really the map advantage going in favor of a lot of the teams who are playing very early around Paradise Resort, because we know on Sanhok, if the circle ends around Paradise, a lot of teams are going to be caught up in the blue, and things get very dicey for a lot of the teams when that start of situation starts to happen. So teams who were there early were Rick Infinity, also Infinity, of course, being there, and also DRI. So they had a lot of those potential kills being fed their way, and they just picked them up really, really well. But as you mentioned also, Jason, Enigma Galaxy able to get 11 points is very important, because out of all the teams that participated in this first Super Weekend, they are the team currently that need to make into the second one. So them able to get themselves some decent points here. I'm happy with what they've been able to perform, right? If they keep going like this, they should be making it to the league finals. But as we said, in the Super Weekend itself, we want to see way more from this team.
Yeah, and definitely. And I'm hoping if they do get through this weekend, I mean, I don't want to have my heart broken yet again, that they will be able to live up to the Enigma Galaxy we saw the first week of League play. But speaking of heart being broken again, FaZe only 2 points on this match. I think that puts them at 6 overall. Again, they still have the opportunity to cross into top 16. It's not that far of a reach for them, but we want to see that power that we know they can be, that powerhouse team that we just haven't seen, unfortunately, a single time, it feels like, period.
Yeah, I'm really curious to find out in some way, shape, or form what's been going wrong with this team. I might have to message Corpai and see if I can get some information, because this is unlike anything that anyone was expecting from FaZe coming into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Deadeyes as well, though, only 4 points in that game. I think their rotations were pretty decent around the coastline of the mainland, but I think they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive, wiping out FaZe possibly earlier on, third-partying onto kind of 628 and MS Chombori in a bit more of a cohesive way, whereas they allowed themselves to only get 4 points, I feel, by being too passive, and it once again continues to put them in the danger zone of the bottom 4.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bottom teams. Yeah, sorry?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, D Xavier in particular is the team that I wanted to focus on here, because is that what we're going to touch upon? There we
exactly
go.
what I was going to touch on.
You always had that back and forth, at least for the first week in Paradise Resort, between D Xavier taking that fight versus Rick Infinity. It's been a little bit of respect. It seemed like D Xavier was not willing to take that fight, at least on the first Sanhok of today, but now they went back into it, trying to play a little bit of a trick almost on Rick Infinity, but unfortunately it came back against them. So D Xavier's got to be very cautious if they want to try and pull a trick like that later on again.
Yeah, I think I brought up like a topic of maybe try to theorize what they were doing there as we take a look at Meller, MVP of the match from Infinity. Maybe they were trying to allure them into like a sense of false security, where they're like, oh, I guess D Xavier's not going to go here anymore. They're going to give up the drop spot to us and then attack later on and ruin their day. I guess the unfortunate part was it didn't really work out that way.
And I like that theory, and I generally agree that could have been the case, but it was more the timing, and that's where Sanhok plays a much bigger difference compared to any of the other maps. Right, Jason? The timing has to be so much quicker because the circle closes in quicker, teams move around quicker. Other teams who are a little bit more aware are going to be ready to fight in better positions quicker. So Xavier, for whatever reason, did not get it right, and they paid the price going down with 0 points.
I feel like it's such a risky thing to do too, right? Because when it comes to dropping the same location, you never want to be the first team that like gives up that spot. You kind of like turn your tail, or you like tuck your tails and run. And that's dangerous to do, because it shows that you're not confident you can fight this other team. The other team gets this like sense of confidence that they can beat you no matter what, right? But I kind of like the little change up. I would love to see more of that in the future, but I am curious again when we get back to their Sanhok with these two teams, if D Xavier's gonna be like, all right, forget it. We're going back to the drop there anyways. We're just gonna test you right away, or are they gonna abandon it completely? I guess it mostly depends on where are they overall in the standings of that weekend league play. If they want to play it safe and try to make sure they qualify, or if they're confident enough that they can force a fight.
The thing is, especially for D Xavier, there's so many good, strong compounds, I would say, around Paradise, especially the compound I love that they actually played, I believe, not this Sanhok game, but the one before that. It was over to the eastern side next to Kampong, which is a really good compound. I mean, I drop there myself sometimes, not saying I'm a pro player whatsoever, because we all know that's not the case, but it's a really strong position, and you have some decent entry points as long as you spend maybe a little bit more time scouting than what you would initially do if you drop in Paradise Resort itself.
Yeah.
So, there are options out there, but it's just with Syndic Xavier, they're a little bit stubborn. And we know what happens to stubborn teams, especially last PMGC. We're looking at, for example, DRS, we're looking at Archer Gaming. You're not going to get rewarded for that. Change how you play the game too much to its core. Just go for it. I just don't think this is inherently necessary for them to go for, because it's such a big change to just, in the long run, it's going to hurt them, I would say.
Well, being stubborn might not reward you, but voting in our fan favorite will reward you. You can vote for your favorite teams and players, and you guys can get some pink level permanent items unlocked for yourself. So, hey, you want some rewards? Well, don't be stubborn. Head on over and go vote for your favorite player and your favorite teams. But Maxman, thank you for that perfect segue, by the way. But you're very right. I feel like some teams maybe can be hard-headed and like, no, this is our job location. We're going to do it until we can't no more. And I guess they sometimes don't realize maybe we should have stopped a little bit earlier on, right? They keep thinking maybe one time it'll work out for us. But speaking of what's working out for us and working, Maxman, what do you got working for us on the recap?
I'm going to work things out, and we're going to see how things are going to be working out for especially Tong Jiabao, because I know Blank is watching right now, and he's not happy. He's a little bit angry against Tong Jiabao, which I can understand. I also do follow in that sentiment from time to time, but Tong Jiabao, this is Erangel, by the way.
Yeah, I was actually just wondering, why are we going to Erangel here?
They went for such a wide rotation that they actually ended up changing maps entirely. So things got a little bit tricky for them. But regardless, so we can still look back on what was happening in that game, despite this not being exactly how they were rotating, is that they go on Sanhok for these big spreads right in Imperium. And at one point, I believe we had Longs. It was not even on the same block of terrain as the rest of the team. They had Longs solo over to the eastern side, which we know, as a fact, is a position where DRS excel really well, where also Genesis Dogma play well from time to time, even Team Secret. And they tend to send scouts out very, very early. I think you're just taking an unnecessary risk to potentially lose player early, which did happen for them at the end, and it was a little bit unfortunate because this team has true potential, but just not living up to the expectations right now.
And Blank even alluded to, I believe it was about Tong Jiabao, about not really kind of understanding the massive splits they would have, and I agree with Blank in that regard, especially when in this Sanhok situation, it was the dead center of the circle, so you gotta know that the likes of DRS, even teams kind of coming from the southern side of the map above Quarry, are going to be much closer to you. Yes, we give them credit because off the back of losing Long Z and even Attacker getting knocked, that was a bit of a slap in the face, and they did get things together and end up getting an okay result. But that initial spread, it just makes your job so much harder as a team.
I do like finishes like that, though, as Max is looking entranced. I think he's trying to search in those last few moments for maybe a potential treasure chest there, located somewhere around the map. Because if you guys log into the game and you are watching within the Esports Center or on YouTube, you guys can get a chest which has a permanent item for yourself. And we have finally gotten to the bottom of this one that neither of all three of us have unlocked it just yet. But we'll keep watching. We'll continue to work towards that. You guys at home can do just that, because there's 2 more chests to be given away as well over the course of the next few weeks. Maxman.
Yes, okay.
Interesting stuff. I don't know. I'm actually really curious for tomorrow, because things end off. Yeah, I just like to say his name. Maxman. Final match on Sanhok tomorrow. I think it's gonna be so interesting to see like how teams are gonna be playing that much more crazy. Like when it comes to, I mean, again, I don't know how the points are gonna break down, but let's just say 12th through 20th. I feel like things are going to get very hectic for some teams to try to pick up every point possible.
Wait, is Kalaris analyst tomorrow or not? Because if we know how much Kalaris loves finishing moments on Sanhok. You know, it's like his favorite thing, I think, ever in PUBG Mobile esports. It's great to see. But yeah, it's going to be tricky, and I think that one of the things you see a lot when the final game to qualify to the next stage, it is Sanhok game. Teams just heal off and just try and get as many placement points as possible. That's how it works out. 79?
Yeah, Max. 40 points ahead of second place. Guys, that's insane. That's ridiculous. It's better than Infinity.
And beyond.
Pun intended. Yeah. It's magnificent performance from the Infinity. I'm kind of a little bit speechless.
They have almost as many eliminations as DRS, MS Chonburi, and Enigma Galaxy combined.
I thought you were gonna say they got as many kills as me as I had during the entirety I tried to qualify in PMCO. But you know what? He didn't do it. I mean, I did it to myself now, but fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that one. You just like ripped on yourself. I was trying to talk about, you know, something not about you. But hey, you know, if maybe that's what I've kind of done to you, Max, is that you expect every time I talk about something amazing, I'm gonna be ripping on you.
Just trash
maybe that's my
myself
fault.
now. That's how it goes. But onto the second page. This is where things are getting a little bit more scary for some of the teams. BGR phase, we know that they have not made it in that first Super Weekend. The fact that they're still in this position, and it's still early, we're still not even done with the first era of this second league play, but we're seeing history tends to repeat itself, and if it repeats twice in a row, they're going to have to not only make it to the third Super Weekend, but they're going to have to have the best Super Weekend ever seen by any teams so far if they want to have a chance to make it in that top 16. So, yeah, this is not at all what we wanted to see, but it's just happening again.
It's insane.
Groups A, B, D, and E sort of jump in here as we're going to potentially the final match. I did want to bring up, as John Allen actually mentioned to us, DRS Gaming in second place with 39 points. Yeah, they might be 40 points behind the Infinity, but they also have half the games played at 2. That in itself is pretty impressive, right? That they're already at 39 with 2 matches played, whereas the other teams around them all have 4 until you get into Team Secret, and obviously there's 17 elimination game they had before. But ladies and gentlemen, we have our 5th and final match of the day coming up shortly, but we have to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be diving into that one and find out which teams will come out on top.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Coming out from
What happened?
Come on, let's do it, come on!
Huh?
first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Oh man, we're almost at the halfway point of our second week of league play here at the PMGC 2021 East League. It is week 2 as well. Keep in mind there's only 2 super weekends left to be played until we find our top 16 to head into our league finals, where only top 9 will make it into PMGC Grand Finals to play for the big bucks, and not to mention play from the best teams from West and 1 invited team from India. We're still not sure which team it's going to be, but you know it's going to be an intense one. It's going to be a team that's looking to take the title for themselves and bring the glory back to India, where unfortunately it has fallen in this last year of time. But gentlemen, 5th map of the day, we're going over to Erangel once again. I'm going to just throw it you guys into this really fast. Predictions.
Oh.
Final match.
Okay, so I am not going for Group C.
Damn, I was hoping you'd say a Group C team, man.
Hey, not only the players and the teams I'm improving, I'm improving too at my own pacing. Okay, we're getting there. No, for this final game, there are a few teams I would like to potentially see do well. I would love to see Enigma Galaxy potentially come up with a win. I would like to see a little bit of a confidence boost on their side. Potentially a win would be helping them do that before entering the Super Weekend. So yeah, Enigma Galaxy, I would like to see a little sneaky win from them.
Bless us, Imperium. Bless us with your prediction. You were right about Secret earlier on.
FaZe Clan.
If they win now, man, I'm just...
If they win, I think we're kicking someone else off the analysis desk over to casting, and we're keeping Imperium here.
Now, one thing to genuinely consider, it is good for the likes of FaZe Clan and BTR a lot better than it looks initially, because Down One Gaming, Cryptics, the Xavier, they all have 2 extra games in hand, and when you really look at it, the likes of BTR, FaZe, and of course even Stalwart, you know, considering we've hyped them up, they are still down in 18th. They have this game, at least today, to overcome the likes of Cryptics, the Xavier, and Down One.
Okay. All right. Well, that, you know what? Okay, Max, we both have to agree. If he's right about FaZe Clan, we got to give him something. He's got clearly something going on there to get the predictions right, because they have looked, unfortunately, subpar today. And of course, obviously, throughout the first week as well. But to remind you guys once again about OnePlus, our lovely sponsor, maybe FaZe Clan has been able to pick up their own because of its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper touchdown technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 99 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards and maybe get yourself a chicken dinner, which is exactly what FaZe Clan are going to be needing here. But I am curious about your guys' thoughts overall coming into this week. If we just kind of broaden the conversation. Do you feel like teams have adapted or changed anything in particular what you've been looking at overall from that first week to second? Because that's what I'm looking for. Teams who have changed things up from the first week to the second week to keep things new and fresh and to keep improving, or to fix mistakes, more importantly.
I think I think myself and Imperium can agree on this point, is that a lot of teams have definitely improved. One of those that come to mind for me at least is Team Secret. But you have a few that are very stuck in their own ways, and 2 teams that instantly come to mind for me at least are Tongjiabao and also Nova Esport. The Nova Esport, we're looking back on the first league play, they would go for these wide splits, especially on Miramar, which you wouldn't expect them to initially work out, and they would lose no players and be able to regroup, get the win off the back of it. Great, fantastic. But now we get in a position where they're still going for these exactly the same kind of splits, but they lose a player here, they lose a player there, and then their chances of a chicken dinner drastically drop down. So if I had to look at 2 teams that I think I would like to see improve even more throughout this league stage, it would have to be Nova and Tongjiabao, because they can do a lot better, as they've already proven to us.
I don't disagree with you there, but I also have faith in the fact that the Chinese teams coming into this global championship are clever cookies, in the sense of they will try different things. And when we look back in last year, there was a lot of concern around even 4 Angry Men and how they were playing on the edge, and it didn't always work out, but they still kept to the same playstyle overall that nearly got them the win, but they just changed things up a little bit. So maybe it is just those small little changes that are required from Nova and Tongjiabao, but I believe we will see that as time goes on. I think Genesis Dogma have been overall one of the most improving teams from the first Super Weekend. I know they didn't have the best team result in their first Erangel game of the day, but if they can put it all together, I could see Genesis Dogma continuing to get some good results in this second league week.
I think that's kind of the general story we have for all teams, right? Is that, again, these teams are the cream of the crop. They're the top of the table from the regions playing against each other now. I think if we could say about any team, if FaZe Clan just get their things in order and start playing the way we know they can play, they could easily be top of the table. I mean, you can say that for anyone out there. It's just about which teams will it click in for quick enough. And again, which teams are really adapting to the quality of teams they're up against. There's no feeder teams to just farm points off of.
It just depends on also how much experience you got into this. A lot of the teams, this is their first time, and the players especially, the first time that they're playing at this type of stage, so we'll see if they can improve on it. But I still can't believe that I was threatened that I was going to be pushed off the desk. I mean, it's like, if you put
I didn't say you. I said
okay,
an analyst. I didn't say you. There's 3 of them.
I wouldn't be against it though, because I would go over with Blank and we will talk about anime for the entire 15 minutes of the start of the game. Demon Slayer season, the new season's coming out. We can chat about that for a bit, but it's fine. Blank, please. I need.
Yeah, please tell me this match is ready to go, because I really want to get off with Max talk about this.
Exactly.
Maybe we can just fire Max. Yeah, Max just disappeared. I don't know. Maybe we should put him on the caster desk just so we have to hear about him talking about anime anymore. And obviously giving me spoilers. But and again, it is the last match of the day. At the end of this one, we will have teams who have played out 5 matches. I believe groups A and B will have played out a majority of their games leading into tomorrow, which is 3 matches to be played. And the problem with tomorrow is at one point you will have played out all your games and just sit back watching. So you can sit back watching. Let's head over to our commentators of Blam Bling.
Thank you for that, Jason. And you know what, Max? I really wouldn't mind. I'd love to sit here and talk about the new season of Demon Slayer coming up soon. Hopefully it should be good. But right now, we're going to be talking about the final game of the day here. Joining me, as usual, is going to be Blank. How are you doing?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's as usual. This is a little bit of a change to form, but you know, me and you, Blair, we're going to go plus ultra on this map. We're going to be just fine. We're going to move through from Kameshki all around down to Sosnovka, Team Secret, with their Kameshki split. Might be a little bit challenged here, Blair. I'm not sure. There could be a few teams in this area. And God, I swear to God, man, Eastern team, they love Yasnaya. Yasnaya is like hotspot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And this particular, I wouldn't call it a stalemate, but what has been a very interesting meta game, I might say, between DRS and MS Chonburi has definitely been something that I've been personally enjoying. DRS, of course, coming out on top for the majority of the times, but we do need to talk a bit about what the desk alluded to earlier. A very brave gentleman on the desk saying that FaZe is going to be up this time around.
Oh yeah,
are you
courageous? Yeah, literal Beowulf on the desk here, saying that, you know, we're gonna have FaZe winning this. I feel like this is maybe perhaps the death of a hero here, trying to give FaZe some hope. I don't know though. To be honest with you, I've seen wilder things happen like that, getting a pistol kill right at the beginning of the game instead of using the AKM. Sorry, okay, Glock in hand. It's the way to be.
Might be a fan of some of the old school Hong Kong John Woo movies, you know, a little bit of gun fu there from Genesis Dogma. But now that they do have the rifles, of course, they're going to be using it. And yeah, Genesis Dogma, again, I just keep harping on the fact that this team, they're so convincing when it comes to winning a couple of these early team fights, but not quite able to, you know, have that one big pop-off game, you know, get the chicken dinner, maybe a 30-point game, which I feel like it's going to happen eventually. And when that happens, I feel they could really be a threat to quite a few of the, you know, the middle of the pack teams, the teams in the, you know, the 4th, maybe 12th position, perhaps.
They're a team that aims high, but not at the highest point. They aim for 3rd place usually. That seems to be the way to go. I think getting these kills versus BC Swell, not the most impressive thing in the world, to be quite honest with you. I don't think BC Swell has been doing great so far. I think Reject's really been bringing the thunder from Japan at the moment, which has been looking very, very good at the moment. BC Swell, on the other hand, just a little bit more funky, and especially this playing path. Like, you need to be able to make these split-second decisions. It feels like BC Swell, obviously they didn't play that many matches. They've only played 8 matches so far. You've not really got into the groove of things. On the other hand, Reject's been having a lot of time to figure out where are we going to go during these weird off drops. In this case, they find some vehicles, move back down to Ferry Pier. Pretty standard drop for them. But we will see how it goes down. Genesis Dogma, though, again, like you say, I'd 100% just classify them as a third-place team. I don't think they're really bringing that extra ammunition to get towards that top side.
Right now, though, oh, I love that name. They know. Oh, they know. They're so aware. They're so aware. Tomato. He was just tomato. He was just waiting, you know, to at least get one kill, you know, get the one knock, get a point for his team, right? But and I was a bit afraid. Zatar was kind of quite ahead of the rest of his team, but whenever they're about to storm a house or a particular compound, they group up. The spacing is good. They're always ensure they're able to, you know, get a trade. They're also not too clumped up together where a nade can take them down. So I just love watching them take team fights. But as you said, they just seem to lack that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, they're still high up in the rankings, though. And do you know what Zatar said to Tomato about the leaderboards?
No.
Ketchup. Ketchup. Go on.
I know. Stop making it worse by explaining it to me.
It's a Tarantino reference.
Swiftly moving on. we do have the zone here. We haven't really touched upon it much. I would love to see a military island zone. I don't think we've seen much of that thus far. You know, and considering Infinity have been a monster, just untouchable. Untouchable. It feels like in the lobby. It would be interesting when the zone starts favoring them, how much more of a Leviathan they can be.
Yeah, I mean, it would be funny to see it, right? And Leviathan is a great way to put it, because at the moment this is just a huge serpent of a team that is just sucking up all the points in the lobby. But I do want to know what happens when it comes down to their side, because potentially it's a massive difference in the sense that maybe they don't do well on Sosnovka Island, mainly because what they like to do is have the entirety of that space towards themselves, move out onto the bridge, get into the circle all looted up, and then play from there. And at the moment, this gives them a lot of freedom in the early game. If we did have a Sosnovka finish, I do think a lot of that freedom would be taken away from them. So I think that more often than not, maybe not having that Sosnovka finish is favoring the guys on the Infinity. Let's check in with FaZe Clan. And like check what's going on with that team at the moment. They're up towards South Georgia at the moment. I can hear little dropping noises, like little pitter pats off in the distance, and I think that's Imperium sweating, to be honest with you.
I don't think I've ever heard like the sound of sweat dropping or dripping, apart from I think Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, the first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the one, you know, where he has a droplet and he's in that, you know, that highly secure room and they have
it's a great scene. It's a great scene.
Oh,
very tense,
scene.
Very tense. Just like
very
it will
subtle.
Be in that very final Super Weekend, because some of these guys won't get to go to the global to the very finish, right?
I know, and that's the thing. Like, sure, we talk about, you know, FaZe, we talk about Bigatron, we talk about Enigma Galaxy has struggled as well, but these are just a handful, right? But if you look at the number of teams who are going to be qualifying to the Super Weekend, it's less, it's half. You know, it's half of the teams playing here. That means it is, as you pointed out, going to get very stressful and very, very heartbreaking for a number of these teams.
100%. I think that, you know, we need to go back just a little bit further whilst, you know, we've got this fight on our screen between the Infinity and Reject, which I don't think is going to go anywhere too soon. But, you know, imagine you casted South Asia, right, Blair? You saw where all those teams came from. You saw the amount of work they had to put in, how many teams actually were able to get into the global finals. For Western Europe that I casted, we had the European Championship, so we were cutting down the top 16, and we had a few come from several different regions in Europe, and then we cut that down to 7. It has been brutal. So every single team that gets here, it would be so sad to go out now. And especially for FaZe Clan and BTR, who have done so incredibly well over in Southeast Asia and continue to perform in what a lot of people would argue is probably one of the best regions in the world, to come here now and just fail, almost. I don't really have a better word for it.
I mean, fail sounds very, very
harsh,
brutal.
right?
Yeah. Capitulate. There we go. It sounds more poetic. It means the same thing, but you know, it sounds a little less. It kind of softens the blow. I feel. But yeah, I have to agree with you, and it's even more evident when you see the best team right now. undoubtedly, at least, you know, we're not even halfway there, but almost halfway there. It has to be Infinity, and they're from Southeast Asia, and they have looked incredible, right? So what's the excuse for the likes of a FaZe or Bigatron? Absolutely, I think you hit the nail on the head. The region is being very well represented by, you know, the likes of Infinity. Of course, we have 4 rivals as well who have looked incredible. For the South Asia side of things, so did it bring it up? I won't lie, my expectations for DRS and Dada guys weren't too high. I thought it was Stalwart Esports who would be the ones to really make an impact. But what I saw in last season 4 of PMPL South Asia, it wasn't a flash in the pan. These teams, the rest of the region, have risen to the level of the Mongolians, and they are delivering right now.
I would say that DRS is probably one of my favorite teams of all time because the drive behind that team is unbelievable. Like a V8 engine in there running, purring, because they are in most of these tournaments, if not all of these tournaments. They keep coming back regardless of those results, regardless of how bad those results were as well. They have come back, they keep improving, they keep making things happen. And now we're here at a situation where I see DRS and I think to myself, like, this is a completely changed team and one that should be feared in the lobby. So not only did we get a change of logo, we also got a change of pace coming through from this team. So it's great to see, you know, seeing all these little teams unfold as we go on, their stories develop, and including the Infinity, like you brought up earlier. These are practically upstarts within the community, within the ecosystem. And it just shows you can never really rest on your laurels because there is always that player that someone hasn't discovered yet. And here we are with the Infinity just doing ridiculous amounts of work.
Oh, absolutely. It's, you know, as I say, you just need to be hungry, right? And for a few of these teams, I think one of the most dangerous things that could happen to a team is being at the tippity top, right? And then you sometimes maybe get a little complacent, you feel comfortable, you're like, we're just going to play our game, and then you have a team coming out of the left field and just completely disrupting the way everyone plays the game, right? So it's really cool to see, you know, the likes of Infinity coming in. Of course, the Mongolians made an impact just in previous international appearances they've had. Stalwart Esports, a team you can never really count out. They're always going to be dangerous, although they really haven't been able to dominate as they did a few months ago. Although the caveat being that was in the South Asian region, and it's been quite a while. I'm looking at the zone here, and for Infinity, I love what they're doing right now. Sure, they were preemptive and heading on up north towards Ferry Pier because they feared the zone would be shrinking in towards the north. But now that they know there's a 50-50 chance the circle's going to be down south, they have sent a couple of members to take control of the bridge. So I think they've just they've made sure that they have the contingency plan in place.
Yeah, not only that is it because they're holding Lighthouse now, and they're also holding the western side of the bridge. Like, this is a very classic bridge camp. Is that if anyone wants to go over the back of the bridge, which I think Stalwart currently are doing, they're going to get caught out by the Infinity. Realistically, with how central their position is, they don't really have to move anywhere just yet. So I think this is a great decision, less of a plan to head down towards Sosnovka, though there is that caveat as well, but more of a plan to hold out any of those cheeky teams that might want to come up behind you, like Stalwart. Now, I'm very, very excited to see how that fight does break down, because it will happen eventually.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Stalwart, when they saw the zone, they actually opted to head up north towards Farm, right? They should have known it's Infinity's only team on Sosnovka, but they decided, well, you know, we're just going to be avoiding them. So a bit of respect being shown there with Stalwart Esports, but let's see how things do pan out. As DRS now having to go up against Genesis Dogma. DRS looking pretty solid here, already claiming a soul from Genesis Dogma kids. I'm sure they're Neon Genesis fans.
I think so too. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. No,
okay, all right.
Yeah, this is a nice little circle. Again, this is where Stalwart's just going to completely get ruined because of this camp by Infinity. And again, they don't have to move. I'm going to come back to Genesis Dogma really quick because I do think that they are most likely not going to win this fight versus DRS. I think they're so much better at third parties, which is why we do see them have a little bit more success on Sanhok and Miramar, where, you know, you can have that open ground and you can have that closed-off space with the brushes on Sanhok and the open ground on Miramar to set up those third parties and kind of crush teams who weren't necessarily expecting you. I respect the playstyle. I 100% do respect the playstyle. I do think their individual 1v1s need to change, though.
For Rivals, though, even though they managed to finish off one member there of Nova, got a spot. A couple of their members have been knocked down. One knocked and one finished off. As Enigma Galaxy are going to join the fray as well. So Nova having to fight a battle on two fronts. That could be a huge nade from Jimmy. Actually, it's an incendiary. Never mind, it is a nade. A bit of a delayed explosion there. He didn't cook it early, but a reply nade coming in from Roth will find Jimmy as well. It's back and forth this particular battle in Nova. They're down to just a one member. Another nade sailing in. Brilliant stuff from Roth. And Paraboy, Legend himself, left alone in a 1 versus 2 seemingly. He's got to go up against Freak and Roth. He's going to find one, and now he is up against Freak. He's down to half HP. Freak aware of where he is, trying to hunt him down, prevent him from going for the heal, and Freak will finish him off, making quick work of Nova. And with that, Enigma Galaxy will win a duel they desperately needed to win, and they managed to do so. But now, going back to the previous fight, DRS seeming to be in a bit of a pickle there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it for just a second, and then it was gone. So I don't really know what happened with that fight, but I believe DRS are currently getting crushed underneath the weight of Genesis Dogma off in the distance. I think they have one more player remaining. Pongjibao here versus 628, so two Chinese teams going at it, with our other Chinese team going down to that meta team of Enigma Galaxy, who are trying to find their footing once again within this weekend.
Sunan just probably trying to delay the inevitable. He spotted where all three members are, but for him to isolate these fights, get these 1v1s, I don't think they're going to be affording him that. He gets the first knock. Now, he has been tagged quite low. They're trying to confirm the kill, which he will, onto H Sir, so I guess that's the best case scenario there for 628. They at least get the 1 point, but they will be knocked out as well, joining their Chinese counterparts in the form of Nova.
Back on board, Reject. You're just underneath the Infinity. So a quick look, the Infinity have still all four up. Reject, on the other hand, are just much closer together. Team Secret flying in towards Tong Jiao's position. They've just come off the back of that fight between them and 628, who did go down, like you said, Blair. See how this actually pans out, yeah.
Stalwart could actually just wait this entire battle out on the bridge.
Equal, very much so. And then crawl upon the beach side. I mean, this specific part of the map, you know, on that western side, remember on the eastern bridge, it's just all the way across, very flat plains, but this bridge has a fair bit of height on it, so you can come up underneath. If you swim all the way across, you should be able to stay alive, but Reject just getting ruined by the Infinity. Let's see if Mela's done that.
Yeah, a couple of knocks already. Mela's just doing this all by his lonesome. Logan's gonna drop one down to help his teammate out, but Long's finding a kill onto... Wait, Uzi's somewhere else fighting against TJP, and now suddenly, Infinity, they're not quite out of it. You had Mela very low, and Logan has a lot of work to do, so spraying through the smoke, hoping one of the bullets will connect. He should be finishing off the job there, but now Reiji from above. He's managed to somehow sneak his way on top, and I don't think Infinity are aware of that. Never mind, Bamboo is gonna help out Infinity by taking down Reiji above, and that is gonna definitely make Infinity a very happy bunch of campers, because that looks scary. Reiji could have easily dropped down and ruined their day.
Stalwart, like you said, they were just going to head across the bridge here. They're just going to hold out. They're in vehicles. They've not opted to go underneath yet. God Tunny is doing an insane amount of work over onto STE at the moment, and Bamboo's starting to chime in as well. Goodness me, God Tunny's doing this all on his lonesome. I don't know if he is downed yet, but he is extremely low.
I think it's still... Oh, there we go. Patch himself up. And as you said, yeah, he's doing everything by his lonesome. Infinity, 6 kills already, 3 players alive, although one of them, you know, Tony, as you just pointed out, is quite a distance away. And for Stalwart, yes, they have gone for the particular play we expected them to go for, but now they have been pinned down. And for Tang Jiabao, looking at the position over there, they're not going to budge anytime soon. They're just going to be keeping them pinned down, at least one member, while the remainders just, you know, have a 360 vigil, ensure they're not going to be flanked upon or being pushed on in. We do have a bit of an aquatic battle breaking out as well. I do believe that Ice Guys, 4 Rivals, and Genesis Dogma, and BC Swell are all just enjoying the salt water.
Look at that. It's so egregious. I hate that you can shoot out of this vehicle, to be honest with you. It's
I know, right?
Yeah, it makes those fights so difficult. If you've got that vehicle, then you can make it happen. And I guess that's just a plan people tend to incorporate. STE, on the other hand, still, I think that they were a little bit a little bit overconfident or a little bit greedy in this push. I think if you went underneath the bridge, there is a more higher chance you get into that top 5. This is a play that gets you top 3, but it's very risky because so many teams have eyes on the bridge. Now, how do they get across without jumping off and being spotted midair? They'll take damage when they hit the beach side, and then they'll have to jump into the water. There's a whole plethora of issues that come with that as well. So yeah, Stalwart really just have to hold it out for the time being.
Well, they do have time. That time is their friend, at least for now. For Rivals, still going to be enjoying the underwater sights inside of the vehicle. And for Genesis Dogma, they can see Daybot. He's gone much more deeper into the water.
He's not drowning either.
Yeah.
I've just realized that. He's not taking any water damage.
Oh. Especially for FaZe, because I'm keeping an eye on FaZe. I'm keeping an eye on FaZe, because, you know, our analysts, that's like, yeah, FaZe gonna be probably getting chicken dinner over here, but they've been looking good thus far, but now they have to traverse all the way towards the east, and at first they have to go up against MS Chonburi. Now, they get the first knock on the Jasper, so that's good. However, the rest should be coming on in, and MS Chonburi, we know how good they can be, especially when it comes to these gatekeeping endeavors that they have had tasted much success in.
Yeah, so MS Chonburi have to go against FaZe here. Tony K does find Jasper. This could be a nice nade, though. MS Chonburi, their nades were what secured them the victory over on Sanhok. We'll see if they can make it happen again. Pop sends one over the top, but this is a very easy nade to hit. It goes wide, though. Won't hit Pop at all. TJ13 luckily stays up, will be patching himself back around. Ponzai goes down. Now FaZe just circling the building like the Sharks.
Pop. Able to at least get the trade, not quite able to confirm the kill. He knows where Tony K is, so he's gonna just quickly reposition himself. But Tony K cooking the nade, biding his time. Oh, the timing on that could be massive! And a nade exchange, Tony K. They both reposition, but FaZe are coming out on top. FaZe are coming out on top here, and they will eliminate MS Chonburi. And never mind, I take that back. Pop is still alive, but he is now all by his lonesome, surrounded by 3 members of FaZe. And MR5 as well, the rest should be coming on in. For FaZe, the priority is to take down the final member of MS Chonburi as quickly as possible, take a breath, and decide their next course of action. Pop is doing his desperate best to just run around in circles, but eventually the bullets will find him, and Tony K will put him 6 feet under.
I know what he was doing, though. I know what he was doing. He was looking for that elimination, right? He was looking for that down player, see if he can get at least 1 point. It was very cheeky that he hid underneath the stairs like Harry Potter to make it happen, paying about $2 grand for that New York apartment. But we will see what happens with this one. Team Secret off towards that northwest side, looking extremely strong. Again, Team Secret's had a massive run today. We can't count them out. You know, they've just been slowly saddling their way into position over on that northwest side. They do have Enigma Galaxy around them. Also, we have BTR. So we've got BTR and FaZe. Enigma Galaxy, Freak drops out the car with Kid, hits him with a nice 1-2 punch there.
Oh, all right. He dodges it. Great job there from Lord, but he's been spotted, and he will be taken down. I'm just going to point this one out. All right, BTR, FaZe, they're all there. They're pretty healthy. They have 3 members alive for BTR, 4 alive for FaZe, so Chicken Dinner could very much be within the realms of possibility. Great knock for Ventores to find a member of Team Secret. And as you pointed out, Team Secret have looked incredible. It's just that Infinity have made everyone else look like plebs, basically.
Yeah, the Infinity is kind of just that shining knight, right? And everyone else is just bathed in white light at the moment and just completely invisible to the majesty that is the Infinity. But at the moment, Team Secret looking like they're on their way up. Currently just a squire, but on their way up to knighthood at the moment in this current league play. We do have FaZe Clan taking 1 more knock. Fredo, I think, should be back up on his feet. Team Secret looking fairly nice, but now FaZe are moving slowly but surely into position. This is looking good for them. It is slow, but they're making it happen. Deadeye guys, though, Shifu finds 1 knock, and FaZe Clan keep coming into problems, but keep decimating their opponents. It's great stuff.
Yeah, finally, signs of life from FaZe Clan. And even though that was a bit of a surprise knock coming in from Shifu, the final surviving member of Deadeye's guys, they should be able to get the res as well. They are, however, getting pressed. Time is not their friend as 4 rivals getting shot by Team Tangja Bao from the distance. They still haven't had to move yet, Blank, and they're feeling very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear like kind of this absorbing noise, kind of like a reverse sponge squeeze. I think it's Imperium absorbing that sweat back into himself, so he starts to feel better about his prediction at the moment.
Daybot. Oh, Daybot could get all 3 members of Stalwart Esports here. 3 members so very low.
Oh,
but
Tang
from
Jiabao.
the distance attacker. Tang Jiabao has been helping out a couple of teams unintentionally, and that is going to keep Stalwart Esports alive, at least for the time being. But Daybot, yep, good night, sweet prince. And we're down to the final 7 teams, 19 players alive in the zone. And FaZe, they're still delivering. They've lost a couple, but they're still taking these fights and coming out on top.
Yeah, Beer 11 looking to pick his teammate back up again. Ventura's on the floor. Slams the smoke grenade on the back there. BTR, come on, 0 eliminations, 7th place.
Fredo.
We'll take it. We'll take it. Fredo, though, from Voodoo Gang. This guy is one hell of a player. We'll see what he can do here on Team Secret.
It's kind of impressive how Stalwart Esports have managed to survive what was looking like pretty much a one-and-done spot over there when everyone was kind of low. But they managed to patch themselves back, and it is going to be Rithal just spraying away, cutting the grass with his bullets, but eventually it is going to be the play zone who takes him down. He could have easily got a couple of knocks there onto Stalwart Esports, but all 3 members still left standing. But now they need to move on in. We're down to the final 5 teams, beg your pardon, 11 left alive, and Tang Jiabao is still harassing everyone from atop.
Yeah, this Wizard Tower is real awkward to play from a lot of times, but they're holding down these angles. They've got 2 players looking either side. It's looking good. The Infinity looking to push up onto this Wizard Tower now, though, because they're outside the circle and they need to find a way in. Stalwart, though, like I said, they were looking for that top 3. They didn't go for the top 5 play, and they've made it happen. Has been very difficult for them, though, so far. I mean, players have been going down left, right, and center. Logan goes down, but Mela still taking shots. Bamboo, this man's moving fast.
I'm just a bit gobsmacked at Logan just taking that fight, standing out in the open. Absolute balls of steel, but he will be punished for because of that. Now, Mela having a lot of work to do. And this is not looking good at all for Infinity. They eventually have to make a way in, and they're going to be 2 players of Tang Jiabao keeping the crosshairs trained in this position. FaZe still in contention, though. FaZe up a real possibility.
I think it really is a real... Oh, no!
Oh, no,
it's FaZe down!
No, I'm so
on
sorry.
Your face.
I'm so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead! This is you, Blair!
No, it was Stalwart. It was Stalwart all along. As we have Tang Jiabao, the Chinese side, going up against Stalwart Esports. You said a top 5, a top 3 guarantee. They've guaranteed a top 2, and now in a 3 versus 3, 51%, well, 52 to 48%. I think that's fair. They do have the slight high ground advantage to Tang Jiabao, but Stalwart Esports, when it comes to these final circles, Blank, we know how deadly they can be.
Previous performances from Tang Jiabao would put Stalwart in favor. The issue is, look at these smokes. This just shows to me that Tang Jiabao still have utility on board. And remember, Stalwart, they have been fighting for a long time. They are patched up, they are bruised, and they have been through the washing machine to get here. And they're not looking squeaky clean just yet.
Oh, like that from Tang Jiabao, trying to use the vehicles to maybe get a knock, but Top is going to maintain a bit of distance. Now, with Attacker and Long's potentially tunnel vision on the Top's position, that's the opportunity for Scry and Pika coming in from the right-hand side. But Bamboo, he is the guy who's going to be keeping an eye out. And considering they have a high ground advantage, I'm a little surprised that Tang Jiabao haven't gotten up, but Attacker just running around. And we have a vehicle as well in play. Interesting ploy here from Tang Jiabao, but Pika looking to take the fight. Is going to be rattling off a number of bullets, and Longs almost gets the knock, but Longs going to do a big U-turn and falls on back.
What did I just witness? Stalwart still fighting for their lives up here, up the hill. Lons just about gets that off, but there's 2 nades and Stalwart, king of the explosions.
It's happening. Long's now left alone, Blank, and look at them moving on in. The trifecta of doom. Scry, Top, Pika. Nades are going to be lobbed in as well. Molotovs, HEs, and Longs hugging that corpse of a car, and he will eventually be found. A 3v3 Stalwart Esports. They dissect Tang Jiabao. And unfortunately for the Chinese side, Blank, sure, they played that Wizard Tower position to perfection, but once they were forced out, Stalwart clearly the better team in that particular skirmish.
Yeah, clearly the better team now. I think this is the problem with Tang Jiabao, is that those final moments, it just doesn't feel like they really have a lot of impact, to be honest with you. A very, very cool game overall. I've got to hand it to Stalwart, though. This is what I've been waiting for from Stalwart. I know they're a good team. I know Top is a ridiculous player. And I've just been waiting for that kind of win to come out of them for a long, long time. And you called it. Like, that circle that they had, being able to stay on the bridge for so long, was just pivotal to their performance, because they're able to stay out those fights long enough. By the time they got in, it wasn't a case of them just being ragged members coming in from the blue. But yeah, an incredible game, to say the least.
Also a bit impressed with, with FaZe especially. I still want to apologize for Jason. that was brutal. I mean, the moment I said, yep, the FaZe up, there's a nade and they're FaZe down.
Yeah, you definitely, it did feel like as you spoke, the nade flew. Yeah, it was more like a ritual was performed instead of a curse. Like, you really killed them. You killed them good. But this is still good, though. This is still good for FaZe. I mean, this is a change to form. It's something we can hope to see more of tomorrow. And I think that central play is where they start to shine. And it wasn't easy for them either. I think that's the way we can really start to figure out this team and figure out whether this is just a one-off. And that's the case that they fought versus Team Secret, they fought through several other teams, they fought versus MS Chiburi, who coming off the back of like a very strong win earlier in the day on Sanhok. Like, it wasn't easy. And I think if it was a case that they just like slipped in unnoticed to that final circle, maybe I wouldn't have much faith in them. But this is actually a really nice turnaround. I don't want to talk about B2, by the way, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, there was a world they could have snuck on in, but we didn't even notice them. We didn't even notice them get eliminated. You know what I'm talking about? Right. All right, fine. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it, but I'm sure the desk would love to talk about it. So Jason, help me out here.
No, we don't want to talk about it. We stand with Bled. We don't want to talk about it. But what we will talk about is not only, Bled, did you kind of curse and foreshadow the demise of FaZe Clan literally 1 second before that nade went off. And Perrin's like, come on, FaZe Clan, you can win. And I said, Perrin, I got some bad news for you. And then boom, the nade goes off and they're out. But TJB, 25 points. Them and Stalwart able to pick up some crucial points they really needed throughout this day to really kind of redeem themselves from the Super Weekend, at least in those last couple of days. But again, the Infinity, another 18 points. I don't even want to know how many points they're at. I feel like they're going to hit over 100 at this rate.
Yeah, which it happens sometimes in a league play, but it's not too often an occurrence, especially in PMGC. That's probably the hardest stage for that to actually happen. So good stuff from Infinity, but I mean, yeah, FaZe, 17 points still. They were, what was it? Dead last was BTI before this game at least. So them getting 17 points is just giving them a little bit of a confidence boost. Like, okay, we got some kind of comfort. We got some, a little bit of an easier day to coming into this league play. So it's a little bit better for them, but they can't rest on the laurels just yet. They've only done 50% of the work so far.
Yeah, your blessing. It wasn't fully recharged yet, but still 17 points is a damn good blessing either way.
Well, considering I'm up against the giant of yourself and Bled to try and cancel me out, I think I did a pretty good job with my blessing
don't mention giant and Bled in the same sentence, because that's an oxymoron.
I tried to make him feel a little bit better about himself, considering he's so short. But anyway, Stalwart, I'm also very happy with how they performed. There was a bit of risk involved with them hanging on to the military island, but in the end, I think the way they did cross that bridge on the western side was a mix of solid timing and great positioning to not get too involved in the mix and then help clean things up on the coastal line.
As we look at the second page, Reject unfortunately on 0 points, DRS as well, but BC Swell, we should be mentioning, only 1 point. Megatron as well down on 2. Like, these are a couple of teams that desperately need points and desperately need to qualify for their very first Super Weekend, our second one overall, and this just ain't it yet.
Yeah, I mean, BC Swell, we didn't see too much of them even throughout the day. And also a team that's coming to mind is Xavier, even though they were not playing this game because they are part of Group C. A team that we haven't seen too successful. So I'm intrigued to see where the overall rankings are going to be looking like as we head on towards that graphic later on. But I love he's going to be up there. He was split from the team for a long time, making sure he was trying to clear out the bridge onto the western side. Like, he was doing a lot of heavy lifting despite being solo for a majority of that game.
I feel like it's always him doing the lifting for him. Got Tony, just every single time we talk about his nades, we talk about his survivability. He's consistently performing well here for Imperium, for a team that's consistently performing well overall.
Right now, it seems like there's 3 things guaranteed in life. Death Taxes and Infinity getting a strong result. It's been a momentous day for them, insane. And then the head-to-head between himself and Longs. I was so happy with Tong Jiabao in that game, and Longs specifically. Yeah. There was that final moment where he got in the car and was driving around, I think was a telltale sign for why they ended up losing that game. It's a bit of a Chinese meta, but it tends to be in a bit more of a situation where you have the body advantage. But yeah,
I like this.
Okay, that's good. That's
like
very
this.
good.
Big Pog, I like this a lot. It's great because when you look at Tong Jiabao, their team that I mentioned this earlier when I was talking with Blank in the green room, they're a team that is not, I don't see as very aggressive, willing to take fights themselves. But if there's one thing they excel at is when teams are pushing on their position, they are so good at defending their location, which is literally what they did for a majority of this game. They had this Harry Potter Tower central next to Infinity, next to BTR, next to also Star Wars, and all they were doing is waiting for teams to really come their way, and they would pick up the kills one by one. They do so well in those kind of scenarios. I still am very critical to Tong Jiabao in terms of how they approach breaching themselves, but when they defend it, they just pop the hell off, and that was one of the occurrences that they really showed that you do not want to breach a Tong Jiabao that's ready for you.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Imperium, thinking back to the very first day of League play last week, when we saw them get the zone and they would set up really early inside any compound, they were formidable force. The only team we saw ever really defeat them, I think, was Secret, when they used smokes aggressively to actually close that distance so they couldn't be shot at, and then cleaned them up.
Yeah, exactly. It's something they're doing extremely well. In that game specifically, the way they balanced between dealing with Stalwart on one side and dealing with the Infinity on the other was just beautiful. It was I would nearly call it poetic, the way they handled that kind of pressure. It's so easy to get tunnel vision on one side and forget about the other, and then you have a player knocked, and it was really spot on.
Really spot on, just like Maxman and his recaps. What do you got for us now?
Oh, okay. We're going fast into the recaps, Jason. But there's quite a few interesting prospects to bring up. And I asked Imperium earlier which rotation do you think is interesting, and he brought up MS Chonburi. And I would have to fully agree. Imperium into MS Chonburi, they pulled off a very similar to rotation to Team Secret. And I already mentioned many times I'm a big fan of the macro of Team Secret in particular. But you see this circle in particular, and you know because of the playing path and how teams like to rotate, that you're going to have a very easy life entering the circle if you go around more to the western edge, which is where they go, then enter the very pair as a good temporary location, which, as we know, FaZe went for the breach. It didn't quite work out for MS Chonburi, but in terms of rotation alone, that was just some top-tier gameplay you could expect from this team.
Yeah, and they did get very close to FaZe at one point on that rotation to Ferry Pier, but they drifted away. FaZe stayed where they were closer to the hill. And even though they ended up going down to FaZe, again, give them a lot of credit for their rotation. Maybe it was the fact that they gave too much space to FaZe, where they forgot about the fact that FaZe were behind them a phase or two ago, put intended. But this engagement, it led into what was a really strong start for FaZe in that game, opening out with 2 knocks and then cleaned up the rest of MS Chonburi.
I really enjoyed actually how FaZe approached this fight with their utility in particular, blocking out visibility away from MS Chonburi, making sure they can actually close the gap in the first place. There was that weird little stand-up with Tony K where they burst out an A, like, okay, this is kind of awkward, guys. What are we doing right now? Bob just went back to the rooftop, trying to surround himself, but he knew he was a 1v3. There's a very low chance of him actually winning the fight. So despite it being maybe a little bit messy towards the very early parts of that engagement, I think that FaZe were able to actually close it off really well, able to remain then as a 4-man and get the res onto ML5, which is great to see. But we're talking about FaZe. After this clip, we should be able to see actually a map clip of them, but their macro so FaZe was very impressive, I would say, Imperium.
Yeah, it was, but just one last thing about it was, considering how isolated that fight was, it was amazing to see how quick they pulled it up, but we pushed a little bit more forward, and it was just so unfortunate that they couldn't clear out Team Secret a little bit quicker. One more bullet would have seen Team Secret go down, and they probably would have gotten the double revive to keep themselves up as a full squad. Even though they ended up taking down Fredo a couple of minutes later in the next phase, it was really the thing that hurt FaZe the most in trying to secure that golden chicken dinner.
This is exactly the rotation I was talking about, actually. Dem just trying to put himself more to the back end. There was an opportunity also where you mentioned, because Longwood was played by Team Seeker, I believe it was, and there was MS Chonburi in the compound. So the moment you see the circle, you know your path to success is right through MS Chonburi. You want to get rid of them, making sure you clear out your backside also, so no backstab kind of situations happen. And then you want to try and seek out opportunities to clear those positions, which worked out well towards the start, but I think that 2-2 split towards the end was a little bit over-aggressive and a little bit overconfident, because you know that teams still have that man advantage. Team Secret had a 4-man team. They were ready to take that fight onto FaZe, even though FaZe were able to outlive, technically, Team Secret. Losing 2 players hurt them.
No.
And I requested specifically this clip for you, Imperium. That's for you. That's your moment.
My heart and my soul. Despite it being a 3rd, 4th place, it was still FaZe's best game in the PMGC so far.
I think what that finish and what that match did for us was remind us that FaZe Clan is an insanely good team. Beer11 is an insanely good player, and we got to see him finally be able to pop off and maybe, and hopefully for them, build up some confidence going into tomorrow. I mean, they still have a lot of matches left to go here. I mean, they're not in a terrible position, though they're obviously not necessarily safe at all. And that's the thing about these lobbies, right? Every team has the opportunity to pop off. Every team is extremely talented. No matter how often we see them maybe towards the bottom of the table or not scoring points, they are strong and they can completely take advantage of any mistakes you're going to make. But you know what? I mean, FaZe Clan, we'll see tomorrow, right? They're a little bit better in the overall standings, but they have a little bit more to go if they want to be safe. Though as the Infinity, I think they actually almost crested 100 points. They're extremely close to that. So we see what the teams have been able to do here. We'll remind you guys once again, there's a lot for you guys to win at home before we do, I think, get into our match rankings overall. You guys have a fan favorite vote you guys need to be doing. Your favorite players, favorite teams while voting within the game, and make sure you guys check that out, because when you do, you can get yourself some permanent pink level item rewards for yourself. And who doesn't love even more rewards? As we even have the treasure chest, the treasure box still going on for you guys at home. I don't know why I call it treasure chest. I think Kalaris has kind of tainted me in thinking about pirates all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys are watching within the Esports Center or within YouTube, you guys collect these points. You can use eventually to open up and get yourself a permanent item as well. But gentlemen, I mean, I think we're going to be going into our matches. Just a quick little recap of Star Wars Esports. Hey, I mean, again, finally able to step up. They looked completely dead, non-existent the last 2 days of Super Weekend, but they still show us that they're a very strong team coming in from Mongolia.
Needed a little bit of a confidence boost, and this was not an easy game either by any stretch of the imagination. They actually were thinking of moving away from Novo over to the more eastern bridge, which they understood because of the circle that was going to be a very tricky entry point for them to get into. So they moved back into the island, back into the western bridge to try and enter it. It was a nice approach, but Jason, not quite 100 point, but we're close. And that happening over the course of these 5 games for Infinity, like their average points per game is just insanely
They're almost 20.
high. Yes.
It's so good.
I mean,
And then you have
so good.
And then you have Team Secret at 44 with 3 matches played, DRS at 40 with 3 matches played, and you have Big Galaxy with 5, MS Chonburi with 5. I mean, you have 2 teams in the top 8 with only 3 matches played, while all the other teams here have 5.
That is something to think about. Yeah, we can credit Infinity from not only some strong performances in individual games, but even across the day, a very consistent day from the SEA side. But like you pointed out, Jason, Team Secret and DRS, they do have 2 games in hand. 50 plus points behind, it's going to be difficult to catch them up. But I know how good both of those teams can be. And moving on to the second half of the standings, Max FaZe, they jumped up to 12th. I'm happy to see.
Why did they have a good game when you call them out? And I don't know, man. I'm just getting depressed, I think, at the end of these broadcasts. I just always get it wrong, it seems. But even though I did not call them, I am happy, Imperium, to see FaZe actually performing well. And I am happy to potentially see them making their very first Super Weekend. But one team that might not make it in their first Super Weekend is BTR. Come on, BTR, please.
I mean, there's a lot of worrying signs. And I'm sorry, I'm looking over here, but I'm looking at Nova. They have 5 matches played in 11th place with 28 points.
Yeah.
But what gets even worse than that, obviously, I mean, if you do look down, you have Reconfinity in 13th with 4 matches played, Cryptics with 4 matches played at 15th, Dam1 with 4 at 16th. But then beyond the 16th, beyond that threshold, Deadeye's guys, 19th place, 5 matches played with only 9 points. And Bigatron, I mean, yeah, you could say they're last place, but they only have 3 matches played with 7. So Deadeye's guys, there's a chance they might not make it into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think what scares me for BTR is mostly not the 3 games, right? Because they are playing every single game tomorrow, which is good, and they're going to be... The thing, I think there's an advantage that's come in their way is that they know exactly what kind of threshold of points they've got to aim to, so they can adapt their playstyle to that. But in 3 games, only getting a total of 7 points, I've got questions like, are we going to see a repeat of week 1? Seems like that is happening again. Hopefully not, of course. They didn't make it the first Super Weekend because of that tiebreaker between themselves and Deadeye's guys, but history tends to repeat itself, as I said earlier, right? And BTR not making it twice in a row would be a drastic fall off that I was just not at all expecting entering this PMGC.
We all know how good... Sorry, just going to say, we all know how good BTR can be, and you bring upon the 2 extra games in hand, and the points threshold at the end of the day, they've in no way, shape, or form delivered that point threshold in terms of individual game performance. So I'm very, very scared for BTR tomorrow.
Yeah, but the pressure is on for a lot of these teams, to be completely honest, trying to make it into their first or maybe their second Super Weekend. For the likes of Digma Galaxy, looking pretty confident as well, considering they're bottom of the table in our Super Weekend points, however, towards the top of the table when it comes to our league play here in week number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our show. We are going to be back tomorrow, of course, with our second and final day of league play here in week 2. It's at the same time, the exact same place, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?